Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our program today. My name is Justin Barnes, and I'm going to be moderating the sessions. I'm not going to be doing an introduction of myself that has been included in the program pack. I would like to start off, however, by just saying that I'm delighted that we're having the event. I have to be honest, I would have preferred if we were meeting in person on the GIBS campus, but given some concerns around COVID, it was decided that we would revert to this digital format. Having said that, I still believe we're going to have an awesome day together, but I also think we're going to have a difficult day. There are a range of really important discussion points that we need to cover that essentially comprises a complex mix of key economic issues that we're trying to understand in relation to the present position and the future development of South Africa. In this regard, we've decided to travel a pretty clear path towards understanding the drivers of the South African economy. Hence the title for the program today, which is Power, Production, and People. And here the focus is very deliberate. We recognize that the key drivers of the economy are framed around power, both in relation to our politics, which is why we have a political focus for the session, as well as an economic focus, but also, of course, energy supply, which lies at the heart of our ability to produce and create value. We then have a focus on production, and here we recognize that production in the form of manufacturing, agriculture, mining, tourism, construction are the country's engine room. And these represent the ability to create wealth and grow the economy. And then, of course, our focus on people. Ultimately, it's people who provide the skills to lead organizations, drive production, master technology, create value, create wealth, and ultimately create more employment. So the structure of today is essentially about unpacking and understanding these issues. We've got an extensive session this morning, which is intentionally structured to be longer than some of the other sessions in order to really position the debate, which is why the focus is on sketching the economic and the political landscape. From there, we're going to be focusing on the greening of the economy, and of course, the pressures we're facing at an international level in this regard in terms of exports, but also the growing shift towards greening the domestic economy. We're then going to be focusing on powering production, and we will be considering here the energy challenges facing the economy, and of course, once again, the just transition in relation to renewables over coal. We're then going to be looking at infrastructure and some of the critical issues around infrastructure that enables productive capacity. And then we'll have a focus session on manufacturing, which is a particular passion of mine, so I'm really looking forward to that session. And then we're going to fill out the discourse by focusing on agriculture, mining, and tourism, which are other key productive elements of the South African economy. The way we've structured the day is that you can, and probably will, because the nature of this format allows you to do it, pop in and out of the individual sessions. However, maximum value will be gained from participating in all of the sessions. We are really keen to replicate the nature of dialogue and engagement by connecting the individual sessions. And when we conclude this afternoon, I'm hoping that we'll be able to tease out some of the key salient issues that we've debated and engaged with over the course of the sessions and bring them into the final session and the conclusion of the program. So I really would encourage those who have set aside the day to not be distracted by cell phones, not be distracted by emails or other short-term emergencies, but really use the opportunity to engage on these complex issues that I think as South Africans, we're all endeavoring to get our heads around and are struggling to make sense of in relation to the future potential of the South African economy. I'm immensely grateful for the panelists who've made time available. You would have seen from that introductory slide deck that was on rotation that we have an excellent lineup of panelists. We've got quite a broad mix of panelists, from sort of economists through to politicians, to stakeholders, to industrialists. And I really think that we're going to secure quite a range of perspectives over the course of today, which will enrich our understanding of these issues. I'm expecting to learn a lot from the day. The rules of engagement for the sessions are pretty straightforward. I will do a quick introduction for each session and introduce the panelists. I'll do it quite briefly. I'm not big on format and on titles and going through everybody's CVs, but I will do it quite briefly in order to set the scene. And then I will ask each panelist a question that broadly covers one of the core themes in that particular session. And what I'm going to ask each panelist to then do is essentially approach the question from their perspective. So of course, every panelist brings their own strengths into the debate, and I want them to frame their response based on their particular perspective. I will give each panelist that opportunity, and then we will have a session where I ask a more general set of questions and allow the panelists to contribute on the basis of their expertise or their interest in responding to that particular question. And then I'm going to open the floor to questions from participants. As the audience, you're going to have the chance of engaging in two ways. The first is, please use the chat function to pose your question or a point for discussion, or rather use the Q&A. Sorry, I see we've got the Q&A activated. So you can pose your question or a point. It doesn't have to be a question. It could also be a point that you believe needs to be made, and we'll include that for the panelists to consider. Or you can wait for the open session, and I will try and endeavor to make sure that we've got time at the end of every session so that you can raise your hand electronically, and then I will facilitate the discussion with the panelists. I think it's really important that we have an honest, open discussion across the various topics that we're going to be covering. It's unfortunately not possible to have Chatham House rules at an event like this, although that would be ideal, but we do need to be realistic. One of the reasons why I gladly volunteered to moderate this session is because I expected to learn a lot from being forced to listen to all of the sessions. And there's no better way of listening than if you're actually part of the discussion. But because I believe that South Africa is in deep crisis. I think we are facing our biggest crisis since the advent of democracy in 1994. And it's clear that we need to engage on real issues if we are going to improve the lives of South African citizens. The challenges we're experiencing in this country are unlikely to go away if we do not shift the trajectory of the economy. And the way we do that is to have open, honest discussions around the state of play and the opportunities that we need to grasp in order to move the economy forward. And I'm hoping that the discussions today give us new sets of tools, new sets of perspectives as we try and navigate these important issues. However, key in doing so is that we do this politely, we do it with positive intent, and without prejudice to other perspectives. I think this is absolutely critical. So the one thing I would like to ask all participants is if we could try and stick to these values over the course of today. I think if we are able to do so, we'll all learn enormously from each other and exit today with a much better understanding of the state of the economy and the opportunities for the growth and development of the economy. So having said that, I'm going to move into the first session, which we are going to run until 10 o'clock this morning. We have 4 panelists this morning. I think we really do have a dynamic team that will be providing their perspectives. We have Adrian Saville, who's a professor of economics, finance and strategy at GIBS. He founded Cannon Asset Managers and was founding CEO of Cannon Asset Managers. He's now an investment specialist at Genera Capital, alongside being a faculty member. Adrian's also very similar to me. I see all of his qualifications are from the old University of Natal, so something I share with Adrian. We also have Anne Bernstein. Anne heads the Center for Development and Enterprise. Anne has held numerous international positions and secured many international accolades. Anne is a regular commentator in South Africa's newspapers, as well as in other media formats, frequently writes op-eds in South Africa's leading newspapers, and I think is a real clear voice in relation to some of the development challenges facing the South African economy. So we really are very pleased that Anne has joined the panel this morning. Anne, welcome.
Thank you.
We then have Ismail Vardi. Dr. Vardi is a former member of the Executive Council for Roads and Transport in the Gauteng Provincial Government, a member of Parliament for an extended period of time. He served on the ANC Gauteng leadership for almost 2 decades. He is a senior research associate at the University of Johannesburg and an adjunct faculty at GIBS. And Ismail, what I think we're really looking forward to is gaining your political insights into what are essentially political economy issues. So we really are grateful that you're contributing towards the panel and providing, I think, a slightly different perspective from some of the other panelists, which I think will be invaluable. And then our fourth panelist is Gina Schoeman. Gina is from Citibank, Managing Director, Head of CEMA, which is Central and East European, Middle East and Africa, and Head of South African Research. Gina has an undergraduate degree in Politics, Philosophy and Economics, Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Cape Town, and a PDBA from GIBS. I can't claim any link to that, but I have one daughter who does have an honors degree in PPE from UCT, and I have another daughter who has a PDBA from GIBS. So once again, there's another connection in terms of Gina's background. So we've got a solid panel, different perspectives. I think we've got a broad set of issues that we're covering, and therefore we need to have quite a broad panel. I'm going to start off by asking Gina to provide her initial inputs. I've asked each panelist to talk for no longer than about 5 or 10 minutes on their particular inputs, and then we'll move towards a more open discussion with the panel. But Gina, I'm going to ask, and the first descriptor area that we wanted to cover in respect of sketching the economic and political landscape is really about understanding South Africa's present economic performance. How do we weigh and measure it? Where are we? So I'm going to open the floor to Gina and ask her to please contribute.
Well, thank you, Justin, and to all my fellow panelists and to everyone who's watching today. It's great to be here again. As you can hear, I've got a cold, and I think you all remember all those old sayings of when the US sneezes, the rest of the world gets a cold. Well, it seems like the US Fed sneezed, China sneezes, Russia, Ukraine sneezes, everyone sneezes nowadays, and it seems as if we are just in such volatile times coming out of a COVID-19 pandemic and then, of course, into actual war, as we've seen in Eastern Europe at the moment. It makes it very difficult to try and weigh up everything. But let me give you a quick sense, and I'm not going to give you the typical, let's look at GDP and let's look at household consumption. Let's try and get more tangible about this and think about, where South Africa is in the context of where we've come over the last 10 years and everything that's been hitting us over the last 2 years. And maybe I think a good point to start, and I'm going to share a picture with you, is just what everyone likes to use so much as a gauge of how South Africa is doing. It's usually typical the Rand exchange rate. It's not always, what us economists will look at. But what I really want to point out here very quickly to give you a sense of where we are right now is that you can see from 2012 onwards, something started to shift in South Africa. 2012 for me marked the first time that we actively ourselves started to orchestrate our own local problems. So prior to this, we would typically get whipped around by all the global events, but there was nothing really that stood out in South Africa that made it quite unusual to other economies, especially in emerging markets. And I think that's also a very good point here. I'm never going to compare South Africa to the UK and the US and Australia or Germany. I'm comparing South Africa to emerging markets because that's exactly what we are. But just very quickly here, 2012 to 2015 was roughly the period where our labor problems really came to the fore. So this is what we all remember, the Marikana events, industrial action that would stretch on for very long periods. We saw a key shift in trade unions, which I think also speaks to the political undertone of the economy. Because again, while I'm an economist, you can never take away the politics and the social dynamics happening at the same time. All three of them are so interlinked when it comes to thinking about things and understanding where we're going. So the 2012 to 2015 period is what I would mark as South Africa's first internal transition, marked very clearly by labor problems, labor issues. And then, of course, from 2015 onwards, we started to get the political uncertainty. That was Nenegate. And from there on, we had the political uncertainty that came with former President Jacob Zuma. And then, of course, Ramaphosa taking over and trying to create unity within his party, try to reform the economy, all these things after 10 years of really just standing still, if not deteriorating further. And I do think that that's a very important context for where we are right now, because we're moving into a potential second term of Ramaphosa, assuming he takes the second term. And we're trying to work out, everyone is, whether South Africa's reform measures could accelerate or not, so that we can actually end up in a better place when it comes to GDP. So let me just use this picture before I drop it and give you a sense of how I think about South Africa in terms of almost its equilibrium. So prior to 2012, and also let's also just add some extra additional markers in here. 2012 was when our downgrade cycle began. Just before 2012, we started our load shedding problems from 2008. That's 14 years of load shedding, not 1 megawatt added to the grid so far. So all of this wrapped up as economics and politics and social problems and social issues. So the way I think about South Africa is prior to 2012, our equilibrium level was very different. So very roughly speaking, prior to 2012 was when that magical real GDP number of 3%, we could realize that. That was something that we could hold on to. And with that came a nominal GDP growth rate of roughly 8%. And the difference between those two is generalized inflation in an environment which you can see would have been higher at the time. Why? Because you had consumers who could take on higher inflation rates because household balance sheets were in much better condition. And with those type of dynamics, you typically get a current account deficit to GDP, which is roughly about 3%, negative 3% for GDP. It just means we continue to import, but we are exporting a bit. But those imports are not just consumer dynamics. Those imports are also very much capex because we had a lot more investment taking place in the economy. And your budget deficit also roughly about 3% of GDP. And your rand dollar exchange rate, and I don't like to talk about PPPs or fair values, but roughly speaking, the equilibrium level for the rand dollar exchange rate prior to this timeline was anywhere between 6, 8, under 10 to the dollar. Then, of course, we started shifting our equilibrium. We started moving to a new equilibrium where suddenly we found ourselves in a GDP growth rate of, in real terms, 1 to 1.5%. Excuse me for coughing. And this is after years and years of expecting growth to be better. But it never turned out to be, because we didn't actually understand what was lying below the surface in South Africa, whereas global events would still be whipping us around. So with a real GDP growth rate, equilibrium dropping to about 1 to 1.5%, we also then saw nominal growth drop down to about 4.5%. That means that we slowed down the nominal rate of growth of this economy. And you can see the difference between those two, again, being generalized inflation, squeezing, looking like it was lower, but not because we were more efficient, because our inefficiencies started to lead growth lower, which means it was far more difficult for consumers to take on much higher inflation rates. Now, under those conditions, your current account deficit is actually smaller because you're not importing, because you're not investing. You're not exporting more necessarily, but I'll get there. And then your budget deficit conditions start to deteriorate very quickly. So if you're a national treasury or any economist during this period I'm showing you here, and you keep thinking that nominal growth is going to go back to 8%, 7%, you keep thinking real growth will go back to 3%, and it doesn't, well, that's where your expenditure budgets are going to go. But that's not what revenue you're going to collect. So that was the problem we got ourselves into going into the COVID-19 pandemic. And maybe I'll try sound a little bit more constructive here, is that the COVID-19 pandemic, if I had told you 2 years ago, almost on this date, that everything that has happened would happen, we would have probably thrown our hands up in the air, dusted them off and said, well, that's it. There's no way South Africa can survive this. We're already in a recession. There's no way the country's going to implode or explode. But we did survive it because we still do hold on to some cushioning, some institutional strength. We've still got some buffers. But again, it also exposed some huge vulnerabilities within the country. I think the social unrest problems of last year were some of the key elements of what we've been dealing with. So I'm going to quickly just drop the slide to finish off my quick introduction of all of this and suggest that, you know, there are many ways you can try and measure economic performance, many ways you can try and weigh up how a country's doing. For me, I would say there are two things that stand out. The first one would be per capita growth. You can look at this in either real terms or nominal terms, but how is economic growth actually going for each person in the country? Now that has unfortunately been trailing in negative territory and around zero for at least a decade. Obviously the COVID pandemic is going to create, you know, some upliftment in that because of base effects coming out of such a huge recession. But going forward, if we do not find a way to get this GDP growth rate to at least 2% in real terms, the real per capita growth rate in South Africa is going to dip back into negative territory. And that means because of our inequality, you can imagine what that feels like for some of the individuals, or many of the individuals, should I say, given it's the largest part of our population, in lower income categories, and the social and political problems that are created as a result of that, if not have already been created because of that. So I think per capita growth is of course key in trying to measure where South Africa is, and you can always peg this against other countries. A second one to me would be business confidence. As much as it is just a survey of corporates in South Africa, to me, this is just such an important gauge of how we are doing in terms of fixing the problems we've always had. And top of that list is energy. Top of that list is security of electricity. Top of that list is Eskom. Trying to just sort that problem out would create a huge difference in confidence and therefore investment. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, you're a private sector company. You're going to invest if you think there's going to be a rate of return at the end of the day. You're not going to invest for any other reason. And it's very difficult to look at South Africa over at least the next 3 to 5 years and be certain that what everyone is telling you is going to happen will actually happen. And that's what I'm going to leave you with, is that at the moment, for how things have gone over 2021 and into 2022, that Rand dollar chart I've shown you, a lot of people look at me and say, but the Rand's so stable. The Rand's doing quite well. It's a fake signal. And it's a fake signal because it's driven by commodity prices only, not commodity volumes. Commodity prices are running high. They were running high going into the Russia-Ukraine crisis. They're running high now because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And these are the hard commodities, and of course your soft commodities and your energy commodities. Oil prices are going to be dangerous for us like any other country in the world. But we are also benefiting from your hard commodities, your platinum, your palladium. All of those, iron ore, are things that we have such an opportunity to actually create something from. But unless we can actually improve the volume that we can produce, the volume that we can export, we're just not going to be able to enjoy those benefits sustainably. So I would say, just to leave you on that, I would almost call that the fake signal. It looks like we're doing much better, but the fundamentals in South Africa haven't changed enough. So on that realistic note, I'm going to hand over back to you.
Gina, thank you very much for those insights. I think you've laid out a very, very clear perspective on South Africa's economic performance. What I want to do now is, you made the point about, private investors require a return on investment. So I'm going to ask Adrian to step in and talk about the country and global competitiveness issues. Adrian?
Thanks, Justin, and good morning to my fellow panelists. Good morning to you and to the people in the room with us. Borrowing from Gina's lead, I'm going to share some content if I have that permission. I'm just checking that I do. Indeed, I do. Let me pop up a couple of pictures to talk through very quickly, and I'll then come back to some wider comments. So, Justin, you're asking about the investment landscape.
Yep.
And that question is posed in a week in which we are hosting an investment conference, appealing to domestic and foreign investors to allocate their scarce capital to South Africa. I'm going to borrow from the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa, Vusi Mavuso, who appeals in her CEO's letter at the beginning of this week to policymakers to lead the way. And instead of another round of posing and positioning about this is how much we're going to commit to investing, what if we did it the other way around and instead had the public sector policymakers lead the way and saying, this is what we're going to do in order to make it easier, more attractive, more compelling to allocate capital to South Africa. And if anyone in the room knows it, it's the manufacturing cluster. The relationship between the economy and business, these terms or components are inextricably intertwined. The data that I show you here shows the relationship between South Africa's economic growth and growth in GDP. The gray column is growth in GDP over the last 20 odd years, and the blue line is the growth in bottom line performance of all JSE listed companies. If you look at the left-hand charts, they don't quite move in and out in exactly one-to-one rhythm, but you get a better sense of the strength and the nature of the relationship if I just scatter plot them for the statistical nerds. You've got an R squared of 0.8, which is 80% of the bottom line performance, i.e. 80% of the change in profit of some of South Africa's largest companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is explained by the economy. There's a statistical tool called Granger causality, which allows us to test whether the causality runs from company to country or country to company. And indeed, it runs in the direction from country to company. Country economic growth drives company performance. That's the catalyst. And so it really then lays bare the question or begs the question, where is South Africa? And Gina's done a good job of setting out our falling competitiveness and performance. I'm going to break with tradition and point to three distinct positives that I would venture matter to the investment conversation in South Africa. The negative is the backdrop to each positive. The first negative is that we have grossly skewed income distribution, the highest income inequality in the world, a very weak, fragile social welfare net. Yet, we have been the beneficiary of a more than 200 billion rand windfall because of the commodity boom of the last 18 months. And some part of that windfall has been applied to social welfare spending. Without digging into the weeds here, there's just far too much to explore in the time that we've got. But just to point at the examples that we can borrow from, and a great example is Bolsa Familia, which is the social welfare program in Brazil, which has materially shifted measures of economic inequality, addressed economic exclusion, and strengthened social fabric. Not repaired it, but made material moves in improving it. And to a large extent, one of the drivers of this is the way in which the social welfare program is allocated or funded. Distributed, that's the word I'm looking for. South Africa is one of the very, very few countries in the world where almost the entire social welfare benefit takes the shape of a cash distribution. By contrast, Bolsa Familia distributes overwhelmingly in kind, with benefits enhanced by way of your involvement and engagement with the social welfare program. The more you do as a participant, the more you get back. It's a very, very powerful example that we can borrow from. The second, Gina's made reference to our energy deficit. This remains a binding constraint. It almost beggars belief that here we are 14 years into load shedding. And if we're 14 years into load shedding, guess what? This isn't load shedding, this is the load reality. And it's up to us to work out how we repair or redress that. South Africa has some of the highest photovoltaic irradiation in the world. If you're going to produce renewable energy, there are few better places to do it than here. And against that backdrop, we also have a very powerful renewable energy policy framework, renewable energy IPP, which points to a bucket of potential available for private and public capital producers to participate collectively together. And this could take us a long way in redressing the energy deficit. It is not the public sector that will repair this deficit. And arguably, it is not the private sector either. It is a public-private collaboration. The third, and staying with my break of tradition with economists and being a little bit upbeat, is there is a strong relationship. I borrow this work from Mike Schussler, or this analysis from Mike Schussler, who shows the relationship over a long sweep of time, 100 years, the relationship between commodity prices and the South African economy. In a sentence, South Africa is a small, open economy. Commodity prices matter. And when we have buoyant commodity prices, 1950s into the 70s, you have very elevated economic growth. And when you've got anemic, listless commodity prices, you have directionless economic growth. The last 2 years has given South Africa a tailwind in commodity prices, and it actually takes us into maybe 3% territory for 2022. Now, that's a big number based on what my colleagues are forecasting for economic growth. Let me not take away from the grumpy observation that the structure of the South African economy is not much more than 2% economic growth. But we do have a little bit of a tailwind that will help us in the form of elevated commodity prices. And that could help us in the near term. It does not change the long term, i.e. structural problems of the economy. And the economic historian Charles de Kiewiet says South Africa is a country that has advanced economically by windfall and politically by disaster. He said that decades back, and I think it is it is an absolutely astute observation of a complex country, society, and political environment in a sentence. A venture that in the last 10 years that can be stood on its head and said that South Africa is a country that has, the last 20 years advanced economically by disaster and politically by windfall. The 1994 democratic transition being the reference point. However, the positive has been taken out of that in that since 2010 or so, and Gina marked it exactly as 2012 or more exactly as 2012, and I would sympathize with that. We've got into the professional practice of foot shooting, that we have become our own worst enemy. Ease of doing business in South Africa, back to your investment question, Justin, ease of doing business in South Africa has moved from a relatively easy 30th in the world in 2010 to a relatively difficult 83rd in the world today. And over those same 10 odd years, Rwanda has moved from 120th to 30th, having leapfrogged us by 50 places over the same 10 years. One of the things that's going on is we're big in telling the story and very, very weak in delivering. My chart on the left-hand side shows the policy promises here as GISA, NGP, NDP, talking to five and a bit economic growth. And then the gray column is what we have delivered. And this deficit has got bigger and bigger, wider and wider gap between the policy promise and the policy delivery. To me, this speaks to just one thing, and it's failure in execution. What that failure in execution translates into is a South African economy that is still below its Q4 2019 peak, and per capita income that has stuttered and stumbled sideways for a decade. So our per person income today is the same that it was in 2010. We have now banked a lost decade. If we go around the world and say, well, how disastrous is that? Where do we stack up? I think one of the unfortunate attributes of our composition is to constantly imagine that we are somehow unique and that we've got a compelling investment proposition. We aren't unique, and we don't have a compelling proposition. We are competing for capital, and the capital that we're competing for is domestic capital and global capital. South African capital can decide whether it allocates to the local economy or elsewhere, and for much of the last decade has been choosing to go to other places. We're in the grip of an investment drought. Our gross domestic fixed investment as a ratio of GDP sits at about 15%. This is barely replacement ratio. We need almost double this to be in the language of fast economic growth. So if we scan the world map, who would I compare us to? I think there are some obvious comparators in Latin America, but arguably the most obvious comparator is Argentina, which has been tripped up by its own policy missteps and miscalibration, miscalculation. We talk as if we're Chile, an economic miracle, although in recent years they have wobbled around a bit, but we talk as if we have all of the stuff of an economic miracle. We fear that we are Venezuela, a failed state, and there are concerning markers of that failure. But in reality, we act as if we are Argentina. We talk a big game, and we just don't arrive on the day. We've got to get out of our own way if we're going to become a compelling investment landscape. So let me finish with two quick slides. The first is a piece of work that I've been involved in for the last 10 years or more, and it is a six-factor model. I cheekily call this the Saville six-pack, boasting then that our students at the business school have seen my six-pack, referring to gym stomach rather than beer. But if you scan the world and look for South Africa, well, first the world is the red spot. And that's the average growth structure of the world economy, giving us world economic growth of 3%. South Africa sits below and to the left of the world, telling us that we are weaker than global structure. And from that, we should anticipate weaker than global growth. Our work really is cut out for us. And for me, there are few more powerful ways of putting this without emotion and evocative language. I would venture that here are the facts, and these facts demand that both the public and private sector, from an investment perspective, wrestle with that. In the absence of us getting to grips, we can anticipate more of the same, the stuttering and stumbling and really drifting sideways. Michael Porter, the Harvard Business School professor, says there are two ways in measuring the competitiveness of a country. The one is its growth in per person income, and the other is its share of world export market. And these two pictures tell that story. It shows an economy that has lost its way, and it lost its way some time ago. And it's against that backdrop. I started off cheerful, I've ended up grumpy. But to me, that is the context. We have to get out of this industry of talking and promising and positioning, roll up our sleeves and get into the business of delivery.
Adrian, thank you very much. I think a very, very clear perspective that outlines very clearly how we position globally. And I think especially in relation to our attractiveness as an investment location. You've also made it very clear that this is both a public and a private sector challenge. And so I want to hand over to Ishmael now. As the ex-politician on the panel, I think we really want to try to understand both from a foreign sector perspective, but also from in terms of our domestic issues. And as has been pointed out, we tend to shoot ourselves in both the left and right foot. We'd love to hear your perspective, Ishmael, in relation to our stability and our positioning in relation to perceptions of investment risk and political challenges.
Thanks very much, Justin, and good day to everybody. I think from what we've heard already, what is quite clear is that we are in unstable waters at the moment. And as a politician, I would say that we are really in an environment of fluidity. There's socio-political uncertainty in the country. I don't think there's any real significant signs of economic recovery. We still have exceptionally high unemployment rates. Poverty is on the increase, and inequality. We've just heard that we are, I think, the most unequal country in the world. We've had the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have the current war between Russia and Ukraine, and the specter of possibly a European conflict, which will obviously have an impact on our own economy. But the consequence of all of this is that we really are in a situation where we are having unacceptable levels of crime in the country. There's no doubt that crime is on the increase. And in spite of the reports from the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into state capture, we're still witnessing, I think, very high levels and unacceptable levels of corruption in all spheres of government, local, provincial, and national. At the political level, I think we are really in a period of uncertainty and possible turmoil. We've seen a weakened ANC, certainly in the last local government elections held last year. The ANC has lost significant support, particularly in the urban and metropolitan areas. It remains largely, its social base now is, I think, largely confined to rural areas, but there's serious contestation in the urban sector. But the unfortunate thing is that we have a divided opposition. In most mature democracies, I mean, after every 4 or 8 years or 5 or 10 years, there's a good chance that an opposition party or another party, and really in the mature Western democracies, there are two parties, either the Democrats and the Republicans, or Labour and Conservative in the UK, for example. One or other party will come into power. We don't have that possibility in prospect in this country, other than in the Western Cape at this stage. But the opposition remains completely divided. It's fragmenting further. We find more and more new parties emerging, rather than opposition forces coalescing into a strong, united opposition. We're getting a divided and fragmented opposition. And then very worrying is that the performance of the public service seems to be declining substantially. There's almost, I mean, there are pockets of excellence, but the ordinary person's experience, if you go to the post office, if you go to the municipal office, if you go to a government department, just the passion is not there, the commitment, the professionalism is not there. So we're seeing an overall decline in the performance of the public sector. And then I think very worryingly is that there have been really unwarranted attacks on constitutionalism, on the constitutional order, by politicians. Today it's almost like a positive thing to attack the constitution without any facts that people put forward. We've had 3 of the 4 Zondo reports. I think it is now an established fact and accepted reality that we've had state capture in this country. And what Chief Justice Zondo has done is that he's marshaled the evidence to prove that and to demonstrate. I think all of these two things together, we're really having a growing sense of disenchantment with social democracy in our country, a sense of disengagement of ordinary people from party politics, a negative attitude about the establishment. And at the social level, we're seeing higher levels of social insecurity and uncertainty. We are beginning to see higher levels of stronger forms of racism and xenophobia in society. And I think the comfort zone of South Africans is now, the bubble has burst and people are really looking at alternative options. Third thing is, as I think Adrian has indicated, is that we don't really get a sense that the ANC is committed to picking up the cudgels and beginning to give decisive direction and leadership, even as a weakened ruling party in the country. Unfortunately, this year, we're still waiting for the Zondo report, but I think we're going to see a party that is really more inward-looking. Its focus is really going to be on its regional conferences, its provincial conference, and then ultimately in December, its national conference. And we're already witnessing signs of leadership battles across all of these levels within the organization. And what the Zondo reports, I think, are doing is that it's exacerbating the tensions within the party. And it's hardening, it's leading to a hardening of factional strife within the party. The two big questions will emerge. One is, of course, whether Ramaphosa will survive as the president. It's early days now, but already there are a number of contenders, I think, on the horizon. And it's difficult to assess who might be a serious challenger to the presidential office. But you're already beginning to see within internal party dynamics a realignment taking place of different interest groups within the party. And of course, there's the issue of who will be the top leadership, what they call the top six of the ANC, and then the ultimate composition of the National Executive Committee, and whether this will crystallize into further elements of factional strife within the party, or whether the ANC will come out of this conference as a revived, a more unified organization, perhaps with a number of forces falling off, becoming disgruntled, but a more cohesive leadership. And I think the biggest problem at the moment is that we don't see a cohesive leadership in the ANC. And therefore, there's this indecisiveness. It's always toing and throwing this way and that way, and you can't get a clear position emanating from the party. I think that the whole notion of a national liberation movement has to be interrogated. The ANC must accept that it's no longer a national liberation movement. It's a political party. The quicker it comes to that realization and begins to understand the implications of running as a political party, professionalizing its operations, etc., I think we might get some sense of where it is going. But at this moment, it tries to speak to everybody, but it loses its clear voice. What is really needed in the next, I would say, 3 to 5 years is to get the social compact that the president always talks about for the economy. It doesn't seem to be gaining traction. We need a more decisive fight against corruption and state capture. We need to rebuild a capable state, because I think there are serious challenges in terms of the public service. And ultimately, we need to restore public trust and confidence. I don't know how much of this will happen, because really everybody is having an eye already to the 2024 elections. And I think that's going to become the key focus over the next 18 months or so. But we must understand that from last year's insurrection, I mean, this was a serious threat to the constitutional order. There's no doubt about it. This wasn't some random act that took place. This was, as far as I'm concerned, properly, highly orchestrated, engineered by a faction within the ANC, and clearly it made the ANC problem. But I don't see signs that the forces that might be behind it are pulling back. In security terms, we have the theory of just light a match and throw it into a dry fire and see where the grass catches and which way the wind moves it. We've had the burning of parliament. I mean, anywhere in the world that would shock people. Today it's burnt, and it's as if life just carries on. We've had the attack on the Constitutional Court. Although these are lone wolf operations and throwing things until the court proceedings indicate otherwise. But I think the overall intent of it was to destabilize our society, to destabilize government, to intimidate the judiciary, and to instill fear in the population. If you have high levels of poverty, etc., it's very easy then to in a sense, to engineer a popular uprising against an established socio-political order. So where do we go from here? I think there are really two important indicators. One is that it's reasonable to focus now that even if the ANC, might not lose power, I keep telling people that the ANC is not a dead horse, but it's a sick horse. And whether it will recover quickly enough and really get on to what we don't know. But I think in the next decade, we are really going to see the emergence of coalition politics, more centrists and right-wing parties coalescing. Whether that will lead to cohesion within opposition politics, I don't know. I think we can also, it's reasonable to focus that new leaders will emerge. The former Chief Justice Mogoeng has indicated that he wants to enter the political terrain. Mmusi Maimane might come back. We see Herman Mashaba, of course, with Action South Africa. So there are, I think, possibilities for a kind of centrist coalition to emerge. The difficulty with that, or I think my concern with that, is that it's not really putting forward an alternative vision and program for South Africa. What it's really doing is that it's an anti-ANC platform. It's an anti-platform. It's anti the ruling party, it's anti-refugees and illegal immigrants, it's anti-corruption. It might call for some limitations to the constitutional rights. But underlying this, I think, and this is a worrying trend, is that it might even begin to espouse more narrow, fundamentalist type of religious nationalism, which could be concerning in our country. I think we pride ourselves as being a secular democracy, strong on constitutional values, etc., and that should not be eroded as we move forward. So, all in all, I think the most important bulwark against some of the negative political trends, I mean, the instability within the party, the absence of a strong opposition or cohesive opposition, is really being the civil society formations. I think we're beginning to see the wide array of civil society organizations that are looking beyond party politics now, and they're trying to assert their independence and trying to bring independent pressure outside of government pressure onto the political establishment, not just the ANC as a ruling party, but the wider political establishment. So you're seeing, massive mobilization of religious, academic, sporting and cultural organizations, NGOs, etc., organs of civil society, more around the idea of reimagining our democracy, reimagining our politics, reinventing the political system, and asking some very serious questions. I mean, do we have the right electoral system in our country? This idea of a party list system where you vote for a party rather than a constituency-based candidate, I think it's up for serious discussion. So the entire nature of our electoral system, should we be voting for the president as an individual rather than through the party? I think in June this year, there's going to be a major, I'm almost concluding, Justin.
Yeah, thank you.
In June this year, in June this year, I think we're going to be seeing quite a big conference of civil society organizations with a view towards reinvigorating civil society and defending our democracy. Let me leave it there.
Ismail, thank you very much for those insights. I think the key issue that you've highlighted is the uncertainty and some of the volatility in the political space. And if I link it to the points made by Gina and by Adrian around the importance of almost reframing the investment debate away from what the private sector needs to do to what the public sector needs to do in order to support the investment case for South Africa, it would appear as if there's still going to be serious tensions in this regard, which I think is really important to understand. So having said that, I'm really looking forward to the insights of our fourth panelist, Anne Bernstein, who's going to be talking around employment growth, inclusive growth, and some of the structural issues that we need to be grappling with in order to deal with one of the, if not the world's highest levels of unemployment. And as discussed by some of the previous panelists, one of the underlying reasons for the ongoing instability in our country. And you've written extensively on these issues. I always look forward to reading your op-eds in the paper. I don't always agree with you, but I always value your opinions. And I think you have a really powerful voice in this space. So I really am looking forward to your input. So Anne, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, Justin. And it's a pleasure to be part of this panel today. Let me start in an unusual place and just highlight what I think are South Africa's big advantages as a developing country. I agree with Gina, one needs to not compare us to rich countries or developed countries, which so many people continue to do. And that's a false analogy. If you think of South Africa as a developing country, we have many advantages. We have an independent judiciary. We have an increasingly competitive political system. We have a vibrant private sector, not perfect by any means, but certainly more dynamic and with more global competitiveness than many other countries. And just to name the fourth one, we have a system of cities, large metros and cities that most developing countries do not have. They have one large city, and when urbanization takes place, people pour into that city, making it very hard to govern. South Africa has at least, I don't know, 4, let's say, big metros that could be much better governed, that provide a stepping stone for creating cities of hope for millions and millions of South Africans. And it's important to remember that we are almost 70% urbanized already. So those are some of our advantages. We have one of the world's leading financial sectors, which, unlike some people in South Africa who see this as a problem, I see this as an enormous advantage for the country, and is one of the reasons why we are able to weather some of our economic storms. The problem with South Africa today is that we're failing so dismally to realize all this potential and these advantages. And the truth is that we are in a very, very serious set of crises. We're in deep trouble as a country. And when you start to say, why are we in such serious trouble? I think there are a number of factors. First and foremost, today we have a failure of leadership. You can't look at South Africa with probably one of the world's deepest sort of inequality, probably the world's worst unemployment crisis. We have a fiscal crisis, which is not going away. It's being hidden by the revenue we're getting from the mining boom, although we are not getting any new investment in exploration and development of new mines. It's important to remember. So a whole lot of things are being hidden, but the truth is on every front, you could say we're in crisis, whether it's the master's office, which isn't working well, to the state of local government, to unemployment, to education, where we wallow at the bottom of every single international table. We don't teach our learners to read. We do worse than Kenya. We do worse than many other countries that are poorer than South Africa. So, you know, from our trains that don't run to corruption that goes far, far deeper than only the Guptas and continues to this day. So we are, I think, entering a period of increased anarchy because we don't really have an effective police force. We still have not yet arrested the masterminds behind, I agree with Dr. Vardy, the insurrection of last year. Yes, lots of poor people participated in looting, but the really worrying thing is that there are armed traitors in this country, probably in our security cluster. The president knew about this since 2018, and we have yet to do anything significant. We have yet to arrest any masterminds. And I shudder to think what will happen if we have another July 2021. So I am very concerned about the country. I don't think we have an employment strategy. Far too many people fantasize that small projects will have any impact whatsoever when you have 12.5 million unemployed South Africans. We divert ourselves all the time, both in the public and the private sector, thinking that nice projects are going to have any political significance when it comes to turning around the reality that millions and millions of young people see no future for themselves. They cannot get into the modern society or economy. So we have no employment strategy, we have no growth strategy. The president in late 2020 announced an economic recovery plan that if anyone has read this document, you will know that this is not a plan, it's not a strategy. It might be a listing of everything you've ever wanted anyone to do in South Africa, but it has no priorities. And you'll be pleased to know that on the second last page, they would like some more investment in the country. This is a nonsense document out of which came the president's reform list, on which we have made some very limited progress. Spectrum the other day, good. The announcement that you can produce 100 megawatts of energy and sort of wheel it onto the grid, but the regulations are not yet allowing that to happen, and there is no new investment in that area yet. So don't believe the words that everybody talks. You have to look at the actions. So there is no growth strategy in my view, there's no clarity, and there's no vision of how this country sees itself in 5 years or 10 years and provides hope and a future of inclusion and much expanded opportunity for all of us, but especially for the at least 50% of the population that live in dire poverty, and the increasing numbers of people who want to work but who cannot find a job. So in this context, I see people looking for scapegoats. We all know about the one scapegoat, so-called white monopoly capital, a bizarre concept if you try and interrogate it, and absolutely false. But there are new scapegoats as well. Let me talk very briefly about two. The one is that many people think that foreign entrepreneurs or foreigners are taking jobs or entrepreneurial opportunities from South Africans. I think this is completely wrong. It fails to appreciate the role that certainly many skilled and entrepreneurial foreigners can play in turbo boosting South African growth, inclusion, and opportunity. And we continue to fiddle around with what we call a critical skills list rather than a serious approach to skilled immigrants. I am completely opposed to having a list of skilled immigrants we may allow to come in if they get a job offer. This is a ridiculous idea when you think of the modern economy. I would turn it around. Let's have a list of who we really don't want. It's very short. We don't want terrorists, we don't want criminals, and we don't want people who have fake qualifications. That's it, in my view. The issue of unskilled immigrants is harder. And South Africa needs a serious immigration policy to deal with what is a difficult issue around the world, but we have spectacularly failed on all fronts when it comes to that. And now I am afraid foreigners, foreign professionals, foreign firms, foreigners, foreign entrepreneurs are going to be the new scapegoat, as though dealing with this will solve South Africa's many challenges. It won't. The other scapegoat is a new thing, which is actually a fascinating example of how loose talk on the part of business and others leads to very bad policy choices. And this is the notion that we need to have forced localization in order to grow South Africa's economy. And the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, I hesitate over those words, actually wants to force entrepreneurs, firms, investors to buy local. They want to do this even when we don't produce these goods, as Transnet announced to the country recently. I think this is a terrible approach, as though if we fix this somehow, this will fix South Africa's growth problems. It won't. It will actually make us a less competitive economy for exports, and it's the wrong approach. It will raise prices and hold back the economy rather than incentivize local firms to compete and to become more efficient. What we have to do is create a much more efficient environment with logistics and other services that firms need in order to become a much more export-oriented economy. And pretending that forced localization will help us is a bad idea in almost every respect I can think of. So the country's looking for scapegoats, it's looking for excuses for what to do. I spend a lot of time thinking about reform. How do you become an effective reformer? Why do most reformers around the world, most presidents who want to reform, fail? And I'm afraid that the current approach by South Africa's president and government bears many of the hallmarks of why those countries fail to reform. Reform is a difficult thing. You're attacking vested interests. You're making enemies. You have to make very sure that you are creating new beneficiaries as quickly as possible. You've got to get new friends while you're making new enemies. And we're not doing that effectively at all. We're much too slow. Our reform list is far too partial. It's unclear. Yes, we're going to bring the private sector into helping with trains and ports, but are we going to get real competition that brings down prices and makes South Africa's ports world class? Absolutely not. Why not? Well, you never know. So because we have a political system where it seems the president is more committed to ANC unity, to his political party's unity, than the national interest, South Africa wanders around in a fog. The governor of the Reserve Bank keeps saying we need to make the trade-offs clear and choose a direction. But we don't even have the trade-offs spelt out by political leaders to South Africans. And these are serious trade-offs. We can't be everything to everyone. You do have to make some enemies and to take real risks if this country's going to move forward. So I'm afraid we are not realizing our potential. I think we divert ourselves by the notion of ANC unity, which I think is a mirage. I am one of those people that thinks it's very unlikely that the ruling party is redeemable. In the words of Mavuso Msimang, former Director General and ANC veteran, he said, who do you want to unify? How can you unify with a bunch of thieves? And I think there's some very fundamental questions we have to ask ourselves, because countries in trouble need citizens that step up and that don't retreat. We need clear thinking. We need to understand that our challenges are structural, and that when you're dealing with millions and millions of people who get an appalling education or not employed, you have to think structurally, and not all the small projects that government and business like to talk about. Summits are not going to work. Personally, I wouldn't go to them. And I think one has to start calling it like it is. Business needs its own agenda on how to reform South Africa and how to grow our way out of poverty. Citizens need to think very hard about what they are doing, and so on and so forth. So I spend a lot of time thinking about business, but I'm going to leave that for questions if you want, because I've used my time. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And thank you very, very much. I think, between the four panelists, we've covered a very broad set of areas. We started with very deep insights into South Africa's economic position. We looked at data that I think clearly demonstrated the challenges. I think Adrian started building the bridge into the political space. He looked at some of our growth strategies as an economy, what the policy objectives were, and then ultimately how those have not manifested in anything close to the objectives that were framed. And we've seen the last decade of economic performance. And of course, that has manifested in a range of social problems, which have then amplified some of the political issues and challenges that we're presently grappling with. I'm going to ask one question for for all panelists to answer. One of the notes I made when I was thinking about the fourth area we're going to cover, which is global growth models and how do we drive the domestic economy going forward, is I thought of Roosevelt's New Deal. I thought of Ireland's remarkable growth in the 90s and 2000, the Emerald Isle. Think of China's inexorable rise since the late 1980s. But then even if you think more closely, think of what the PAC government was able to achieve in South Africa in the 1920s and trying to resolve the poor white problem after the Act of Union. And then personally, I've spent the last 20 years spending large amounts of time in Thailand and Turkey. Turkey for the clothing industry and Thailand for the automotive industry. And I've just observed how substantially they've moved ahead of us in terms of productive capabilities, in terms of their skills base, in terms of the industrial infrastructure, in terms of the scale and specialization of their operating capabilities in these critical sectors. And it's quite clear that there are mechanisms to enable economic growth. One can take advantage of one's backwardness. One can take advantage of a lag effect because of the ability to move more rapidly when one starts from further behind. And we've got examples of that. We all talk about the critical issues that we're confronting. We're all deeply concerned about where we are. If you were able to enact one fundamental change, and I'm going to challenge each of the panelists, you only have one. If you were made the head of a commission where you actually had power and your decision carried through and had to be implemented, what would be the one fundamental change that you would enact in order to shift the present economic or political economic landscape? And I'm going to start with you, and then I will work through the balance of the panel, and then I'm going to open it up to questions. So short, sharp, could we have that response from you? And a gut instinct response is perfectly fine as well. So Anne, over to you.
Well, policy is people. We can have great policies, but unless you have an effective state to implement it, it's just hot air. I would fire very many members of the cabinet, and I would get rid of cadre deployment and establish at least immediately a committee of sort of key cabinet ministers in the vital portfolios for growth and inclusion that are actually competent and able to do their job and who are not corrupt.
And thank you very much. Ishmael, if I can hand over to you.
If the ANC does not get its house in order in December this year, then simply it must be voted out of power in 2024, as Kgalema Motlanthe says. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is this: opposition forces need to really get the act together so that we can have some semblance of a cohesive coalition that can take the country forward.
Ishmael, thank you very much. Adrian?
Justin, a bold recognition that the problem is us, which is, and I think speaks to Anne's sense of accountability, that Ishmael's done an excellent job of portraying the backdrop that it is politics that is driving economics in South Africa, and simply that bold, absolute recognition that we are the problem, and we being the policy framework.
And thank you. Gina?
It's hard to go last after all those answers, and I'm probably going to echo some of the thoughts, but it is broadly about accountability. I would say, please fire all the underperforming ministers, because that's the only way you create accountability.
Okay, thanks very much. It's quite interesting as you talk about the issues of being real about where you are and then being held accountable for driving performance. I had the privilege of developing Mauritius's industrial policy. So I had the opportunity over about 18 months to work with the Mauritian government on the development of their industrial policy. And the one fundamental difference from working there relative to working here often for our government is they own their problems. I found that the dialogue, the engagement process, the critical considerations that we were trying to work through were the real issues, because there was a business-oriented mindset in both the business world and in the political world, focused on how to ensure that the underlying challenges are grappled with. Whereas I often find in the South African environment, we're not allowed to deal with the real issues. The policy development process is framed in a particular way up front, where you are working at the margins of the key issues that need to be grappled with, which is quite for me, it was very enlightening. I left my work in Mauritius going, they will move forward. I often leave my work doing policy work in Africa where I go, that was a waste of everybody's time and effort. I don't see anything moving forward. To your point, Gina, we don't have the people. And to your point, we don't have the people for implementation. Great plan, but devoid of reality. So these are all critical issues that we've obviously explored. It's not a pretty picture, but at the same time, I think we do have some data that highlights it's not all doom and gloom. I know we've got the industrial section later, but we still have an underlying productive capacity that is the envy of Africa. We still have an infrastructure that it may be depleted and it may be moving in the wrong direction, but that is still far advanced of anything else. And I've worked in many of our neighboring countries that are still far in advance of the balance of the economies in at least sub-Saharan Africa. So we still have some base strengths. But what I really want to do now is open up for discussion. And I spoke about the importance of positive intent. We've all recognized the challenges. I think these have been made very, very clear. But questions from the participants, and we've still got 10 minutes. So we're very happy to take some Q&A. I see we've got one. And the question is from Thomas. Why do we not focus on the informal sector? I am convinced the unemployment and inequality has been carried by this sector. Anybody want to answer that question? Anne?
Sure, I'm happy to. Look, I think we've done a lot of work on the informal sector, and if you want to go to our website, I do, by the way, Justin forgot to say that I run the Center for Development and Enterprise. So if you go to our website, you will find some important documents on the informal sector. What do we know and what do we not know? And we ended up last year saying that we actually don't know very much, that a lot of the data is not exactly data, it's thumbsucks. And we need to be careful on how we think about this. So you need to define the informal sector carefully, and then you've got to think about what is it exactly and what are the possibilities there. So I think we don't know nearly enough. I think there are some firms in the informal sector that employ more than one person and that could be assisted to grow. I think that the discussion about township economies and the informal sector is not a very helpful one. I think you've got to look at the entire city. After all, getting rid of apartheid was that so everyone had a claim to the city, not just to parts of it. So, you know, driving around Hillbrow last week, and I'm about to go to Delft this morning in Cape Town to look at small enterprises there. I think that one shouldn't romanticize this sector. You have to look for the few firms that are, you know, larger than survival businesses. You have to understand why so many of those tend to be owned or started by foreign immigrants, and what is it that is holding back South African entrepreneurship? Are there zoning rules or regulations that we need to know more about? So I would advocate against romanticism and more facts about this, and less sucking your thumb as to exactly what's going on. But read the documents on our website. They raise a lot of questions, not all that many answers.
And thank you. Any other panelists want to comment on this question?
Yeah, Justin, I'm happy to add, just, you know, you have to build it up from both the micro perspective and then, of course, overlay the macro that's going on here. And at the end of the day, we might have relatively lower inflation nowadays, but we still have relatively high inflation versus our peers globally. And that's a function of inefficiencies. And I spoke about inefficiencies earlier. And, you know, this is why we have a SARB governor who intently wants to lower the target. He is exposing the fact that while we have, you know, a private sector that is able to help lower inflation through their own efficiencies, you've still got huge inefficiencies coming out of the government system. And I think we all know what those are, from electricity to municipal rates. It's just really difficult. The cost of doing business, the ease of doing business, you know, all of those measures tell us this. But those are huge barriers of entry for anyone in the informal sector wanting to formalize themselves, and of course, just small businesses in general. And again, it's not to take a cheap shot at our really big conglomerates in South Africa, but we do have very sizable industry players per sector who are able to weather the storm because they have the scale. You know, if you don't have that scale and you get thrown around because of local and global events, well, what are the chances? And I think that does go a long way to explain how the inefficiencies created by all the political, you know, obstacles in getting things going in this country are just standing so much in the way of the informal sector and small businesses.
Gina, thank you very much. I know I'm not a panelist, but I want to comment on this. I'm not a fan of the informal sector at all. I've worked in many, many countries around the world, and I've never been to a country that's successful where it has a large informal sector. I see lots of poverty. I see very low levels of productivity. I see large-scale labor abuses. And yet when I visit developed economies, they do not have these informal sectors. So I'm with Anne. I wouldn't romanticize the informal economy. I think they're survivalist in their orientation. And actually, the challenge facing our economy is twofold: create jobs, then create better jobs. And that requires raising productivity. One is not going to raise productivity in an informal environment, which by its very nature is essentially escaping the net of regulations and laws that govern operations. And so we end up having two types of businesses in the country: large corporates that benefit from the barriers to entry and create an advantage out of it. And then we have the informal sector. And actually the ability to create Mittelstand firms, the ability to create medium-sized organizations is actually compromised fatally in terms of our economic structure. So I'm not against the informal sector. I believe they're important and they're survivalist, but I don't think we should make a virtue out of something that is actually a sign of our declining economy as opposed to a real strength that's shaping our future. I think that's good political spin on a very negative development in our economy. The additional question that's been posed on the chat line is, after firing underperformers, where do we find these people that can implement? Are there people that are putting their hands up and being ignored, or are people simply not putting their hands up? It's a great question from Charity. Ishmael, given your political background and your years of service to the country, I'd love to hear your response to that question.
I think South Africa has got really an extensive pool of capable people with the requisite skills. The problem has really been cadre deployment by the ANC, which has now been really manipulated, and we're going for mediocrity. We're going for appointing pals, friends, people who can facilitate corruption. We're not looking at the bigger picture. So I think the skills are there. If the party in power is really willing to identify and tap into that, we can get the best skills, but we don't have a best skills approach, which is unfortunate. So we're having mediocrity and really poor performance. I think the entire employment process in the public service needs to be reviewed also. We can't just have a situation of a bloated public service that's inefficient and not functional.
Ishmael, thank you very much. We are 2 minutes away from closing the session. So there was a question on BE being a drag on the economy from Dudley. Adrian, I'm going to call you out. Do you want to have a comment on that, or would you? We can park that question for later. And do you want to have the last word before we close?
Sure, Justin. I alluded to it earlier, and it's about the difficulty of doing business. And there's a range of difficulties of doing business. The one is about energy insecurity, security or certainty of logistics, infrastructure, and then just the bureaucratic challenge of doing business. Alongside that, so that this doesn't come across as a finger-pointing 90-minute whinge about the public sector and what policymakers must do. The private sector has a critical role to play here. The private sector has been on an investment boycott for the better part of a decade. Research and development spend is amongst the lowest in the world in middle-income countries. And if we look at industrial structure, industry after industry is characterized by oligopoly and duopolistic type structures. A part of saying, we are the problem, that would be in industry recognizing that the industrial structure is as much part of the problem as the policy framework. So what can industry do to promote that investment drive and that push to competitiveness? And competitiveness should not be mistaken for I'm going to beat someone up. Competitiveness is a place that is prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable.
Adrian, thank you very much. We've reached the end of the session. I just want to thank the panelists. I think we've received some really great insights. There's good empirical evidence that's been presented that I think really shows the position of the economy, both in the short run and over the long run. But I think we've also received some really informed perspectives on the underlying reasons. And it's very clear that our focus of this day on power, production, and people is critical. Each of these aspects have been covered by the panelists in different ways and forms. And I think they talk directly to the balance of the program today. We have had a couple of additional questions that have been posed, but I'm going to pick these questions up in the subsequent sessions because we have ample time for that. But we've now run out of time in relation to this session. I'd like to thank all 4 panelists for their contributions and for really giving us, I think, a large amount of energy and some pretty clear perspective for us to take forward over the balance of the sessions today. So once again, thank you very much for your participation, and we really do value the insights that you've shared with all of the course participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we're now going to move to a pre-recorded discussion on going green to grow the economy. We were very fortunate to secure the participation of Minister Barbara Creecy, who's the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs. And the Honourable Minister came into the Gibbs campus a couple of days ago and was interviewed by Professor Maurice Ntombeni, the Dean of Gibbs. And we're now going to play that interview. It's 23 minutes long, and it was developed specifically for this conference. Unfortunately, the minister was unavailable to present live, but from what I understand, this is a really good interview, which we are now going to play. So, Katie, can you please start the... Excellent.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Mr. Creasy. It is such a pleasure to be talking to you today on such an important topic. As you know, the world has many challenges. We have many social challenges. We have many political challenges in our country, many political challenges from a geopolitical perspective. And we have to balance all of these with the biggest challenge that all of us are facing in the world, which are environmental challenges. So in your role, I wonder if you could help those of us that are thinking about these issues from an economic perspective and help us to understand what are the key factors and the key agenda points we should be concerned with in this world of a just transition.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here today. I suppose when we look at the issue of climate change, which the Secretary General of the United Nations has described as the biggest existential threat to humanity, we must be particularly concerned about our position in the sub-Saharan African continent, because all the scientific reports are indicating that this part of the world is warming up at twice the global rate. And this really poses us with two challenges. The first is what I call the climate risk. So we know that the consequences of climate change are increasing extreme weather events, sea level rise, storms, drought. And what this means is that our agriculture becomes vulnerable. That impacts, of course, on food security. In the medium to long term, there's a water security threat, because part of what climate change means is increasing incidence of drought in an already drought-prone region. We also know that violent storms and sea level rise are going to affect our built infrastructure. So this is what I call the climate risk. And of course, we know that related to climate is our tourism industry, in addition to the agricultural sector. Now, there's also what we call the transition risk. And the transition risk is all about the fact that across the globe, our major trading partners have made a commitment to reach net zero by 2050. As a country, we have also said that we want to move towards a low carbon economy and a climate resilient society by mid-century. But the question is, what does this mean for different economic sectors of our economy? At the moment, 88% of our energy is generated by coal-fired power stations. So that means that all our goods and services have a high carbon footprint. And as we move into a world where there is considerable investment being made in developed countries into low carbon technologies, there's going to be an interest in protecting that investment, either through carbon border tariffs or through other more informal mechanisms. And of course, there's the question of consumer choice. So this makes all of our goods and services very vulnerable to this transition risk. And if I can make a very concrete example, we saw recently a decision taken by the European Union that from 2035, they won't accept vehicles that have internal combustion engines into the European Union. And we know that the automotive sector is a really important economic sector in our country. It's responsible for good quality jobs, and of course the extended value chain is very important in terms of both the localization of manufacturing and indeed quality jobs. So we have sat down and we've said, what does this transition risk mean for our country? It means that we too have got to start to invest in low carbon technology, and we too have got to be able to start to produce goods and services that are produced within a low carbon environment.
But before we go into that level of detail, we are speaking today at a very precarious time in the world, at a time when there's a war in Ukraine, and our friends in Ukraine and our friends in Russia are creating huge difficulties for the rest of the world. At COP26, certain priorities and commitments were made around transitioning away from fossil fuel technologies and fossil fuel energy sources. But with the advent of the war in Ukraine, coal is back in vogue for the moment. And so how do we, as business people, as economists, as policymakers, make sense of short-term shocks as we try to make plans for the future, like the 2035 decision that you're talking about, or the carbon borders view from the EU? How can we balance our future plans against short-term shocks that may arise from time to time? Because one of the issues that some commentators have raised is that gas and green hydrogen may not be such a great transition energy source if you assume that coal might have a longer time span in an energy constrained world as a consequence of Ukraine. Help us to think through some of those issues.
Well, I mean, obviously, at the moment, we all know that there's a commodity price boom. And as a coal exporter, we know that there's a great opportunity there to export coal. And we know that this has had an important consequence even last year for our revenue generation. So I think that when we're talking about the transition, we have to understand that we're talking about a medium to long-term process. We're not talking about moving out of the coal value chain tomorrow morning. And obviously, it's just human nature that people will want to take advantage of the current commodity boom. I think the question we have to think about is, and in fact, this current situation means the consideration about how we plan for the just transition is even more important than it would have been in the past. What we understand is that we don't know what's going to happen in the medium to long term with the price of oil. But in fact, we could find that the consequences of the escalation in the oil price actually lead to a situation where there's more appetite for electric vehicles in the shorter term than we would have anticipated. And of course, from a South African perspective, our interest is not to be consumers of electric vehicles produced in other domains. Our interest is to be transitioning our own industry into the production of electric vehicles so that we can benefit from the job creation. But I think that with regard to the energy transition, and this was really the decision that I think we made in Cabinet last year, that if you want to overall reduce your carbon footprint, you're going to have to look at how you implement the energy transition in Eskom. And we know that we have a number of coal-fired power stations that anyway are due for decommissioning because they're extremely old and not necessarily very efficient. So the question that confronts us is, how do you make this transition in a way that does not result in the workers and the communities that surround those power stations paying the price for the transition? And I think this is where the concept of climate justice comes in. And really what that concept is all about is saying that it's normal and natural that there will be technological transitions in society. And we can see that the transition to low carbon technology is a transition that's already taking place across the globe. The issue is if you have 88,000 workers in the coal value chain directly, and indirect jobs probably closer to half a million.
Yeah.
Yes. How are you going to transition from that value chain in a way that these workers are going to still have jobs? How are you going to upskill them and reskill them for new industries? And how are you going to make sure that these towns from Delmas to Nelspruit don't become ghost towns?
So when you're talking to entrepreneurs, investors in the clean energy sectors, there is consensus that in the build phase, these sectors do create jobs, but post-build in the maintenance phase, they do not create jobs. So you don't need 1,000 people to run a wind farm. You can run a wind farm with half a dozen people. Right? So clearly at a narrow space, clean energy is great for the environment, but creates huge challenges for the society part of our just transition. Help us to understand what investments from a policy perspective we need to be thinking about on the S side alongside the E side of the technology, because it seems to me there's a lot of knowledge and insight in the technological innovation around this clean energy, but we haven't quite pronounced on the work we need to do in investing in human capital, in investing in communities to address the S side of the equation.
Well, I think this is where the research work that Eskom has been doing around Komati Power Station and in due course around Camden, Arno, these other power stations that are due for decommissioning is very interesting, because they have been trying to address exactly this question. How do you deal with the direct jobs, and how do you deal with the indirect jobs? And what they've worked out is that by repurposing these power stations with either renewables or gas, you can prevent job losses with regard to the direct jobs. The question is, what do you do about the indirect jobs? Because we know that everybody in these towns either works for an Eskom supplier or works for Eskom itself. So what I think is really interesting is exploration that's going on as to, well, how do you create different value chains that would support renewable energy, would support battery storage, would support gas. And I think that Minister Patel, as you know, is very passionate about this issue of localization of manufacturing. And I think that it's exploring these value chains in terms of production of components for renewables and for battery storage and so on, where I think we are going to have to find answers. Of course, that means that you've got to have plans for reskilling and upskilling. It's something that Minister Nzimande is addressing at the moment. What would this mean? And of course, this is work that we're working at a very integral level with organised labour on.
I hope I'm not being unfair in posing this to you, because it's not just in your department, it's a multi-sector, it's a cross-sectional question across different departments in government. But from a policy perspective, given the importance that of a sector like automotive, where we have been very supportive from a policy perspective, and as a consequence, we've seen the success over a long time, where are we as a country in providing similar, at the very least, if not better, policy support for technologies and investments in the clean energy sector?
Well, you would recall that on the sidelines of COP26, the developed countries offered us certain finances to support a just transition. And at that time, when we were working on that offer, we had looked at really 3 sectors where we could utilize such an offer. So the first would have been Eskom, the second would be green hydrogen, and the third would be the automotive sector. And I think that Minister Patel was an integral part of that because he recognizes the transition risk that exists for the automotive sector. Already you would probably know that I think late last year President Ramaphosa launched at I think it was a Toyota, the first hybrid vehicle to be manufactured in South Africa. So there are baby steps happening, but I think that part of what we want to see is how we could utilize some of the finances that have been offered to us to put our automotive sector on a better trajectory to be able to make the necessary transitions in future. And of course, the same issues that you were raising with regard to the energy sector apply to the automotive sector, because there would be less jobs in the component side of electric vehicles. So they're the same issues of just transition and reskilling and upskilling and creating new value chains as we've already been discussing with regard to the energy transition.
So we keep coming back to this point of transition risk, and I don't hold myself out as an expert in this space, but from what I have been hearing and reading about, it does feel like the global north, like the EU, for example, they take a position and put it out there. And bearing in mind, I don't interact with anyone from an EU policies perspective. That's how it comes across. To what extent is there bilateral discussions? Is there a negotiation with countries in the global south like ours, so that there's an appreciation of the impact of some of the what looks like inflexible policy positions that are being adopted by our partner regions or partner countries in the global north?
Well, I suppose the main place where we're talking, I mean, apart from the World Trade Organization, which I suppose is the place where discussions would have to take place on carbon border tariffs and so on. But the other place where we're talking is in the Conference of the Parties that relates to the Paris Agreement. And I think that South Africa's position there has always been and will continue to be very vocally that developing countries require financial support and technological expertise in order to transition. And while the Paris Agreement says that there is a responsibility by developed countries, because developed countries are primarily responsible for the climate crisis that we face, they have a responsibility to support the climate transitions in developing countries. This remains, I think, a major battle. We know that the financial commitments that have been made have never been adequately honoured. We know that if we're lucky, we're talking about billions being made available, but recent OECD research is talking about 4 trillion
that is required.
US dollars required for the climate transition in developing countries. So there's a huge gap. But that's really the place, I think, where the discussions are going on. And I think if one wants to understand the offer that was made to us, it's really within the context of understanding historical and current obligations to be supporting developing countries such as ours.
As we wind down, many of the participants on the Economic Forum are either representing asset owners, or they're representing asset managers or asset financiers. And each of them seem to be taking different views. Very simplistically, on the one hand is that kind of carbon reduction targets approach, which seems as if you kind of take a number, you say, these are my target and this is my time horizon, and you go. That's one approach. The other approach might be what you'd call one that is more nuanced in saying, actually, what is doable? What is the impact? And how do we, what kind of objectives do we put down over time that we believe are achievable for taking as many people along with us as possible? To what extent has the South African government all governments in our region started engaging more thoughtfully with asset owners and with asset managers and with asset financiers to make sure that whatever choices that they're making actually don't have unintended negative consequences for our country and for our region?
I think that's a really interesting question that you're posing, because if you look at the Presidential Climate Commission, which in many ways is the institution that brings together all role players to discuss and reach consensus on aspects of the just transition. When we set it up, we thought that heavy emitters needed to be represented in the Climate Commission. So Eskom's there, Sasol's there, and so on. At that point in time, we were thinking of what is happening in the financial sector as a transition risk. But I think what we're starting to realize is that if we want the just transition to be properly paced and properly planned in our country, so that we're balancing our environmental and our developmental trajectories, we need to be considering having the banking sector or the financial sector represented in the Climate Commission. And it's a conversation that I've recently had with the Deputy Chair, Mr. Musa Vali Musa, that we do need that representation. And I suppose in due course there will be a formal recommendation with regard to that put to President Ramaphosa. But there's no doubt that if we don't think about the transition holistically, including how, not just how is it not going to be financed, but how do we use financial decisions as in a supportive manner. I think if we don't start to think about that very soon, we're going to be losing out on a great opportunity.
Final question from me. I like to end on a high, low-hanging fruit. So to what extent, which low-hanging fruit could you point us to from an investment opportunity, from a consideration, to really give us that great foundation as a country and as a region to build on for our future prosperity? Well,
South Africa is in the top 10 sunniest countries in the world. We now have, I think, a much more open policy environment that is speeding up the bid windows around renewables. We also have this decision around the 100 megawatts for self-generation. And I think that this is really the time for those who are interested in investing in the renewable space to move into the space. We understand that putting renewables on the grid takes time, but we also understand that if we want to maintain energy security, we can't really begin with the decommissioning of our coal-fired power stations until we move into significantly ramping up renewables on the grid. I think that this is an important time, and already there are many players who are taking advantage. We want to support that process. We've defined renewable energy zones that have less environmental requirements in terms of approvals for the project, because we've pre-done a lot of that work. So now's the time.
So as we conclude, thank you, Minister Creasy, because you started us off thinking about climate risk. Spent a lot of time thinking about climate transition risk, and now you are opening up the opportunity of climate opportunity investment that we need to think about. And I think that's really important that we balance all of these issues as we continue to discuss the Economic Outlook 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we had a really insightful set of inputs from the Honourable Minister, Barbara Creasy. We're now going to have a 5-minute break, and we'll build on that content in the next session, which will start at 10:31. There's a 5-minute break for everybody. If you want to grab a cup of coffee, have a comfort break, but we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I think we had a really good morning session, and the input from the Honourable Minister, I think, represents a really nice bridge into this session, which is about powering South Africa for production. And when I reflect on the insights gained from the panelists in the first session, it's very clear that this is a critical issue that sits at the heart of some of our economic challenges, but its resolution also lies at the heart of taking advantage of the opportunities. And I like the way that Morris framed the conclusion of the discussion with the Minister, where he clearly articulated that there are a range of opportunities in this space that we need to think about as we reflect on the inevitable shift towards a low carbon technology use, not only in the energy sector, but in the broader economy. So I think some really important insights have been gained. And what we're going to be doing in this session is digging a little bit more deeply into the issue. We have an exceptional panel once again that the team at GIBS has put together. We are trying to track down Mandy Rambaros, who's one of our three panelists. But I'll do the quick introduction of Mandy, who is logging in now. Mandy is the General Manager in the Office of the Group Executive of Eskom Holdings and is responsible for managing the Just Energy Transition Office. Based on the inputs of the Honourable Minister, it's quite clear this is an incredibly important portfolio. Mandy's also been appointed to serve on the recently established Presidential Commission on Climate Change. Mandy serves on the boards of the South African National Business Initiative, as well as a number of other programs. And for me, quite strikingly, is the representative of Eskom on the World Bank's Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition Advisory Committee. I thought we had long titles for commissions in South Africa. Clearly, the World Bank's following suit, as well as the Net Zero Task Force. So, Mandy, welcome. We really look forward to your input. The second panelist that we have is Thomas Garner, although Thomas, I've been asked to call you Tommy, so if you don't mind. Tommy Garner, who is the chairman of the South African Independent Power Producers Association. Tommy is a regular media commentator on the electricity supply industry. He's a mechanical engineer, was the founding CEO of Synergy, a joint venture between Exxaro Resources and Tata Power, focusing on clean energy supply, and has been directly involved in the commissioning of large wind farms in South Africa. So we really are fortunate to have both a stakeholder and an industry practitioner in the renewable and clean energy space, who is our second panelist. So a very warm welcome to you. And then our third panelist is Professor Barend Erasmus. Barend is the Dean of the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences at the University of Pretoria. Prior to this, he was the director of the Global Change Institute at the University of the Witwatersrand. He has undertaken some seminal work in South Africa in respect of climate change and its impact on biodiversity. And he has co-authored a number of strategy documents and participated in a number of institutional programs that are focused on global land degradation and restoration. So, Barend, we really are pleased to have you on the panel. Clearly, your perspective is framed by a different approach in respect of the climate change challenges, which I think represents a really nice complement to the balance of the panel. So in terms of the structure of the panel, I'm going to be following the same approach I used in the first session. We have almost an hour and 15 minutes for this particular session, and we've got a set of themes that we would like to cover. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to ask each of the panelists to essentially respond to one of the themes. So I'm going to ask Mandy if you would respond to the questions around energy availability. And what I'm going to really ask is for each of the panelists to approach the issue from their particular vantage point. I'm not putting anybody on the spot. I really would like you to really share your expertise, your experience. If you have any slides you'd like to share, or any data points you would like to share, we have ensured that you are able to share your screens. I'm then going to ask Tommy to reflect on independent power production and the regulatory environment in South Africa and developments in that regard. And then I'm going to ask Byron to talk to the issue of carbon neutrality and perhaps some of the broader issues that are not covered in relation to the first two areas. And then I'm going to ask a couple of questions around how we move forward in this absolutely critical space. So I'm going to start off with you, Mandy. Issues around energy availability, status quo, where are we in respect of energy supply? Eskom's obviously under the microscope. How is Eskom positioned in relation to the energy challenge, capacity stability, NERSA price increases, etc. These are all issues that are obviously of key importance to anybody interested in the development of South African economy, and we greatly look forward to your insights. So, Mandy, if you could please start, have 5 to 10 minutes on your perspectives, and then you can frame it in any way you like. It's an open discussion, and then I'll ask the other panelists to make their contributions. Mandy, over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Justin. I think a very important discussion. So, when we look at the question of around energy availability, and in fact, all of the questions that you threw in there, you would need to give me 3 hours to adequately cover all of it. But I think there's a number of things we're looking at from an Eskom perspective. And as you introduced, I'm heading up the Just Energy Transition Office. So we're looking at, as we transition away from coal and as we shut down coal plant, how do we then start investing in renewables? What are the mechanisms of partnerships, of financing, and all of that we need to move the country towards cleaner energy resource and cleaner energy availability for the country? So obviously part of the whole Eskom plan at the moment is dealing with current operational problems, which are very well known to everybody. So from our generation perspective, our generation teams are working very hard in terms of improving that EAF, looking at what needs to be done at our existing coal-fired power stations to ensure that the plants become more efficient, that we increase EAF, and that we work towards that. But from or wouldn't even say longer term, from a mid to longer term perspective, the biggest bang for our buck is to actually shut down those plants and replace them with cleaner, more efficient technologies. And quite happily and coincidentally, the cost of renewables is also cheaper. So I wanted to show just one slide, if that's possible. And let me know as soon as you can see that. And basically just to illustrate a point around shutting down coal plant and what it means from a South African perspective. Can you see that, Justin?
Yes, perfect. Thanks, Mandy.
All right. So, I think what's very important to point out, and this is just what we've put in as part of our Just Transition Plan, which is 100% aligned with the IRP19, except for one plant where we are looking at shutting down Tutuka Power Station earlier than expected. So what we're looking at, if I can focus your attention on this bottom chart here, from an Eskom perspective, we are looking to shut down 22 gigawatt nameplate capacity by 2035. Now, if you shut down 22 gigawatt, and as you can see, this, if you look at, we've outlined the plants here that will be shut down. What is extremely crucial to point out is the top chart, which is the additional capacity that we would have to add. And when I say we, I mean the royal we, as in South Africa needs to add to replace this 22 gigawatts. So it is not 22 gigawatts that would be replaced. It was up to 60 gigawatts that will have to be replaced. Because we're particularly looking at renewables, and we know that you can't replace coal with renewables for one-to-one. You would have to make up for intermittency. You would need battery storage. You would need some flexibility on the system in terms of gas. So what, we needed to actually start building new capacity in the country yesterday. And that's basically what this model shows. So if I look at the question of energy availability, energy capacity, and energy on the system, those are very different questions. And from our Just Transition perspective, what we're saying is it makes so much sense to shut down coal plant right now, because of the operational performance, because of the climate change concerns, environmental concerns, social concerns. And you would have seen in the media now the issues around air quality. And to replace that with cleaner capacity ticks the boxes of dealing with the issues of the environmental concerns. If we are committed as a country to a renewables build program, then we also then stimulate local industrialization, local manufacture. And what we are pushing for is to actually replace this capacity with cleaner production and local manufacture in eMalahleni, in Mpumalanga, where we're shutting down the coal plant, so that we're actually stimulating reindustrialization in the areas where we are losing the jobs. So I think there's a number of things we've outlined on the side here in terms of the current policy environment, which is not conducive to meeting this capacity gap that we're talking about. And so when you talk to me about energy availability, it's not just about improving the availability of the existing coal plant, which is something we have to do, and our operational guys are doing that, as I said, but it's about building new capacity in the country, which I think is imperative. We have a 4 to 6 gigawatt energy gap every year that we need to start building. So, the current policy environment, like I say, is not enough. The bid window process is looking at less capacity than we need to build. The single buyer model does not work. Would you, as an investor, want to invest, with one buyer that is not solvent? We need to open up the electricity market. We cannot, as Eskom, enter into bilateral agreements. So if you come to us and say, we would like to develop a project which is 2 gigawatts, we can't actually enter into that agreement with you. We have to go out to market. Localization requirements adds lead times, and it does restrict diversity of suppliers. So I'm not saying that there's, these policies are not in place for a good reason. I think the intent was absolutely correct. But in order to meet the capacity requirements, the electricity capacity requirements we have for the country, the solution is to open the market. We have to have an electricity market that is not restrictive, that is open to, to developers that want to come in, that want to develop capacity in our country. And I think what's important is not to say that we are wanting to flout any governance or regulatory requirements. Absolutely have to stick to the regulatory requirements. But from our perspective, Eskom would like to play in that market, but we cannot meet that full gap, that would come from shutting down plant. So I think when you look at I often say the just energy transition is not a panacea, but it comes very close. It ticks the boxes of meeting the capacity requirements that we have in the country, reindustrialization stimulus, local manufacturing stimulus, meeting the social imperatives around creating more jobs, and also, very importantly, the climate change imperatives. So I think, as a collective, as a country, we really need to get behind this message of a just transition and to promote that, and to promote a policy environment that will allow that investment in the country. So Justin, I'll stop there. I'm very happy to take questions specifically.
Excellent. Mandy, thank you very much for those inputs. I think very clear, very concise, and a really nice graph showing the shift towards renewables. What I'm going to ask now is if we can move directly to Tommy, who will then cover the independent power production and the regulatory environment, which I think talks quite nicely to the concluding points you made, Mandy. So, Tommy, if I could hand over to you now and secure your inputs.
Justin, thank you. And thank you, Mandy, for the great inputs. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Great. Okay, I don't have a presentation or any slides. Just want to talk from the heart around this. And I think I agree with Mandy. Is we're sitting in a South Africa where we've got this 4 to 6 gigawatt gap in capacity that needs to be built since yesterday, and that's in the renewables. And if you remember Mandy's slide, it talks about 50 gigawatt to 60 gigawatt by 2035. That needs to replace the 22 gigawatts that's decommissioned, and 53% wind and 26% solar, 11% battery storage, 6% gas, and 4% from this RMR-P program. If you look at our track record, and the government has done stellar work in creating the IPP office in 2011, came out with the REAP documentation, world-class documentation, and that was the start of our renewable energy industry. But since then, we've only built 7 gigawatts. So in the last 10 years, we've built 7 gigawatts. And why is that? That is very simple, because we sit with a government that is divided in itself, in where, depending who's the president and who's the Minister of Energy, things get changed on an ad hoc basis. So it started going wrong in 2014, 2015, when state capture really became on the front foot, and then Eskom, under the leadership of Mr. Molefe and Koko, decided not to sign the window 4, but window 4 renewable energy PPAs, and the reason was simply that we don't need the energy because Medupi and Kusile is coming online, and there's enough energy, and this renewable energy is too expensive. So subsequently, it was signed and built, but window 5 was bid. But if you look at that, we're talking about 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 gigawatts per annum. So we're not even catching up. We are behind, and we are falling further behind. In the meantime, the old Eskom fleet is old. It needs to be retired. It's busy retiring itself in an unplanned fashion. And we still have a divided government. So the presidency and Mr. Ramaphosa is leading from the front and really want to transition, want to get this done. And what's interesting is the different agents for changes over time. So in the 2015 phase, Eskom was the problem. The IPP office was a shining light. At the moment, Eskom is a shining light, and the IPP office is an obstacle. And it just happens to be, where do they report to? So you can see that Eskom has got a new, excellent, high-quality management, and is reporting to the Minister of Public Enterprises, while the IPP office has got not so great leadership anymore, and is reporting to the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. And Minister Mantashe, we can say that up front, and I'll always say that from a public platform until he changes, that he is the biggest obstacle in South Africa changing and transitioning to a renewable energy future. And it's like Anne Bernstein said earlier, it's about vested interests. It's about making enemies. And renewable energy is the enemy of Mr. Mantashe in his own eyes. And he is the obstacle in trying to keep renewables out as far as possible by using terms like clean coal, which you don't get, stuff like nuclear. Nuclear takes 10, 15, 20 years to build. It's always 4 times more expensive than they planned up front, while the renewables we can build in a process of 1 to 2 years, and we can really change the country from that perspective. So to summarize the supply challenges that we've got is, that's where I agree with Mandy. We need to open up the market. There's enough sites being developed in South Africa. There's a lot of projects that can be built, but we still sit with a single buyer model where the IPP office needs to go out on a bid window. There's a rush, and then there's 1.5 gigawatts being awarded and being built over a 18 to 2 year period. We need to open it up, and that's where we can't only point fingers to the policymakers and our government. We also need to point fingers to private business. And what you can see in South Africa is all these corporates with their great governance and procurement processes and systems is also keeping the development at bay. And specifically by saying, listen, we need to follow a tender process. We can't go and negotiate a bilateral with an IPP, because our governance says we need to go out on a tender process. And then in that tender process, the renewable energy industry also doesn't come to the table, because then some of the developers go and offer tariffs of 34 cents or 45 cents per kilowatt hour, which we believe is not sustainable. But window 5, we believe some of those projects won't close. and that hangs up the whole process of building new capacity. So there's many challenges. However, the pressure is becoming so high now that something must give. And there's a lot of developers in the industry that's ready to build, and there's more and more businesses that have woken up in the last year to say, yes, okay, we've seen the energy crisis for the last 10 years. We didn't believe it's going to be there. We didn't believe renewables was going to be cheap enough, and we didn't believe net zero challenges is coming. But those corporates have all woken up, and they are out in the market trying to secure energy for themselves. So I would say that we will start solving the problem by the middle of this year by starting to build new projects outside of the REAP process. Just a second comment, and just you must stop me when I'm over my time, is the energy supply is one challenge. The other challenge is that on the local government platform, things are falling over dramatically. I'm currently sitting in the rural Eastern Cape in a town called Bedford. Is around 650 megawatts of wind capacity built here. Great to see it, and it's operating quite well. But the municipality, Blue Crane Route municipality, which consists of Pearston, Somerset East and Cookhouse, hasn't maintained their grid infrastructure for the last 10 years. And it's falling over dramatically insofar that people can't operate their businesses, farmers can't plant and irrigate, municipal workers are getting electrocuted, Giraffe are getting electrocuted because of grid falling over, and these type of things are happening all over the country. And what we need there is, as with independent power producers, we do need independent grid support systems. So there's private sector companies currently looking at opportunities of actually see whether they can buy the grid in that municipality and fix it, because otherwise the economy is going to start falling over. It's already busy doing that. So yes, it's back to the reason we are here is, as being discussed in the first by the first panelists, by Anne and Gina and Ismail Wadi and so forth. And it's a function of, we live in a failed state. We live in a state where the ANC is fighting with itself, and it's more important to keep itself together than to serve the people of this country. And like Mr. Wadi said, they're probably going to get voted out because of that. But in the meantime, we need to keep the lights on. We need to add more electricity to the network so that we can grow the economy at the rates of 2 to 3% in real terms per annum. And at this stage, with what we're doing, it's not going to happen. Thanks.
Tommy, thank you very much. So you've painted a picture of opportunity, but also of immense frustration in relation to the lack of progress in the RPP space. And obviously, this links directly to the transition towards renewables. We're going to come back to many of these points. Hopefully we have a lot of time for discussion, but I want to hand over to Barend now. And looking at Barend's resume, I really would like to get his perspective, outside of the energy supply area, but focusing on the issue of carbon neutrality and how we move towards net zero. And for me, it's particularly interesting because the whole focus of the day is power production people. Production sits at the heart of it. So we need to move towards net zero while still building substantially more production capacity in the economy. So reconciling those tensions is obviously at the heart of the challenge that we're trying to understand. So Barend, I'd love to hear your perspective. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Justin. I think I'll give where I see this conversation fitting in is that, there's lots of events at the moment in geopolitical global stage that kind of prompt us to think differently about economies and growth and globalization and linkages and markets. But let's not forget the war in Ukraine is not the only significant event in this geopolitical stage that has happened. There's been a few highlights which I think because of the current focus may have slipped under the radar. And I just want to bring them to the fore, and I'll make some general comments and then zoom back into South Africa and come back to carbon neutrality. So throughout this process, my entry point is from the understanding of biophysical climate change and what that means, not just for climate, but also what it means for the environment, for land degradation, for land restoration. And you'll see the focus on adaptation and co-benefit approaches sort of coming through strongly as I go along. So I think the first important event study has been some of the recent just transition studies as put together by NBI. I'm not going to belabor that point. I think it's well known. The launches have happened. There's some really good documentation. I think that's quite a significant tick on the South African landscape of our understanding of what needs to be done. The second thing, which we may have forgotten by now, is the World Economic Forum report, and not so much the report from this year, but how it changes through time and the increasing emphasis on environmental and climate-related risk. So that's another quite a large shift. You may not agree with the World Economic Forum and who participates, but I think that signal is strong enough that it probably transcends quite a lot of different backgrounds. Then, of course, we've got the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports. Those I'm not familiar with them. These reports usually have got four. Every report consists of four subsections. The last one that comes out is the summary for policymakers. That one's still on the way. But we've had the first report that kind of outlines the biophysical evidence, and the second report that tells us about the impact and adaptation. That one has seen the light, and I'll refer to a few highlights as we go along. And then I think in the last week, if I'm not mistaken, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, which has been bubbling under for quite a while, released their first draft global risk framework. So I think this is a very significant step because it's one of the first risk frameworks that not just takes climate risk into financial disclosures into account, but also the climate risk. And it actually gives a coherent framework or outline. I think at the moment it's quite drafty. I think there's still some work to be done, but it's a bold step forward to integrate risks linking climate, nature, and finances in a way that's been talked about before, but not formalized. And I think that's a little bit under the radar. But I think in the next week, months to come, there will be quite a lot happening there. And I'll come back to this idea of the interlinkages between the environment and climate. So a few lowlights or highlights, depending on your point of view from the IPCC report. I think it's easy to think, oh, it's another report and it just confirms what we know already. And in a way, you're right. It does increases the precision and limits squeezes the confidence intervals a little bit smaller. But there's some very strong statements in here. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health. Further delay in concerted anticipatory global action on adaptation mitigation will miss a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Very strong statement. And if you really want to dig into it, there's good science behind this. This is not a flippant statement. This is one that is very well supported. The other statement they mention is about the rapid and deep emission cuts are required to limit severe risks along with ambitious adaptation action. So when we think about carbon neutrality, it is definitely not sufficient only to think of we need to capture what we emit. We need to reduce the overall amount in the atmosphere. So it's reducing what we emit, and the little bit that's left over, hopefully that's a little bit, start offsetting that and capturing that as well. So and then along the way, certainly on our existing pathways, there will be significant need for adaptation because we already see in many cases the trajectories that we've got, some of the large global tipping points already happening. Without getting into the detail, but we have seen destabilized ice sheets. We have seen massive impacts on the coral reefs. If you're not a diver, you might ask, what's wrong with the coral reef? Well, that's the nursery of the entire global fishing industry. It's kind of important. So there's a few of these tipping points that we already start seeing. So this is not theoretical. These things are happening, and if we don't curb this emission trajectory very soon, then we will only be left with adaptation options, and mitigation window will be closed. So what does this mean in Africa? So for Africa, so also in this IPCC report, there's two statistics which are quite dire. I think the one outlines the funding for climate change research in Africa. And this is not just biophysical impacts, this is across the whole climate value chain. And in ballpark, there's an order of magnitude less funding spent on climate change research in Africa than in the rest of the world. And not only is less of that funding spent here, but the people that are doing the work on the African continent are mostly elsewhere, right? So there's African countries receive about 7 times less funding than US and UK-based researchers that also work on African climate change. Right, so that kind of gives you a perspective and brings up all the arguments and all the discussion on global north, global south, whose climate, whose benefits, and the rest of it. Right, back to South Africa, and this is wrapping up my initial statement. So I think when we think about the just transition economic growth in South Africa, there's 4 things I think we need to really consider. The one is exposure risk and transition risk. Being in Africa, the exposure risk is going to bite us. I think it's going to surprise us in many ways, especially around water. My personal opinion is that water availability, day zero events, combined climate change with El Nino, I think those things are going to affect us heavily. At the moment, we're in the luxury situation. We've had a very wet La Nina period, and maybe still next year as well. But that's a false sense of security. That's not where we're going in the long term. That's the first one. So exposure risk, and then the transition risk, and I think we've just talked about that. Tommy dealt with that in a lot of detail. Then I think the South African context, pre-existing vulnerabilities. Again, we've got some political pre-existing vulnerabilities and the ability to take decisions, but we've got so many social pre-existing vulnerabilities. So a large thunderstorm in a wealthy suburb means a green lawn, whereas the same large thunderstorm in an informal settlement means disaster and people drowning and sewage overflow and knock-on disease effects later on. And those discrepancies are not going to go away. They're just going to be intensified. So we have this climate change as a threat multiplier. And I think here's a very particular type of threat multiplier that climate change brings to the fore. And that is that it actually multiplies the threats relating to common goods, clean air, whether you can live in climate that's livable, conditions conducive for agricultural production, enough water for everyone, clean water. And traditionally, we're not very good at quantifying the existential risks or quantifying the external costs of not having those things. And climate change multiplies them very quickly. So emissions have a cost, even if we're reducing them. We should not just think of carbon as an emission and then its mitigation. And not doing that has a very real cost on people's well-being and ability to thrive and live in this country. So in my view, we should get away from choosing energy that limits our energy options that limits our long-term growth and well-being. That to me is one of the big risks in the country. And finally, I think a new risk and what it means for South Africa, and this is again in the context of the carbon neutrality, is the current commodities boom. Well, this is linked to scarcity and global politics, but we run the risk of keeping on investing in some of our carbon intensive foreign income, things like PGMs, ferroalloys, gold, and coal. And if we want to take that short-term opportunity and actually capitalize on that, we're going to pay a long-term heavy cost for entrenching those carbon-intensive things even more. And our ability as a country then to produce carbon neutral, actually, hopefully carbon zero, approaching net zero products and commodities to compete potentially in the international markets will be severely curtailed. So yeah, I think those are my initial thoughts, sort of from global to local, a few highlights from the IPCC report, and sort of broad level risks for South Africa. And there's a few more details that I can deal with any one of those risks I've just mentioned if there's questions. But back to you, Justin. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for those insights. I think it was a really nice way of just framing what the minister emphasized in her presentation, which is the inevitability of the shift towards the use of sort of low carbon technology for the future of economic development. If I reflect on the three inputs that we've received, it's very clear that this is existential to not just our economic growth, but our health as a society. And I think, Barend, your inputs have really framed that quite broadly. Sometimes when we think about economics, we think about aggregates of output, and we think about value being created and jobs then being created as a result of that value-adding activity. But of course, economics sits within social political frames and sit firmly within society. So if we think of the challenges that we're facing in respect of this carbon sort of dilemma that we're facing and the urgency, I think you put it very nicely, this closing window. What is and I want to go back to Mandy on this question that Barend opened up, this closing window. how does Eskom recognize this window, and what is the urgency of the change? Those numbers that you put up, Mandy, which are very clear in relation to the transition towards renewables and the gigawatt of coal reduction. There's some gas in there, but of course it's primarily renewables. What does that talk to the substance of what Byron took us through? Is that sufficient? Is that aggressive enough in relation to the changes that are required?
So Justin, I think what Byron was talking about is extremely important from a climate science perspective and what's happening, in terms of global climate change. And as you know, with climate change, it doesn't matter actually where you take the action and where the emissions occur. It has a global impact, and you can't really apportion that responsibility. What we've done in our energy modeling to come up with those numbers is we've solved for a number of variables. So we solved for decarbonization. As you know, Eskom has a net zero by 2050 goal, ahead of the country, by the way. So we've solved for how do we decarbonize the electricity system to reach that goal. But at the same time, we solved for, in our energy modeling, is network operability, system stability, which is why you see gas in the plan. And how can we meet the system requirements from electricity perspective while also pushing decarbonization as much as we can? So I would say that, that's what that plan you saw solves for. I'm a technology geek. My view is always that in 10, 15 years, we're going to see technologies we haven't modeled in that will come and take over, and that we would reach those goals even quicker. So when we do the modeling, the other thing we solve for is commercially available technology. So what you see in the plan is technologies that we can plug and play today, basically. Wind, PV, gas, battery storage. I'm very optimistic also about doing additional pump storage in the country, which would obviously help with the system stability, and maybe we would need less gas. I'm not a fan of natural gas. It's also a fossil fuel, but we need it for system stability. So I'm answering your question in a roundabout way, but what I'm saying is we've looked at the electricity system as far as it is possible to decarbonize, while also making sure that we have a system that the system operator can operate, that would not collapse the electricity system. But my hope is that with technology changes, with being so rapid, 10 years ago, would you have imagined that the cell phone would be where it is? I'm hoping the same for the electricity system so that we can solve that. But it is a question that needs to be addressed by every sector and globally. We need to decarbonize as fast as we can globally. From what Byron presented, we're not going to stop climate change. All we can do is limit the impact. So I think as far as we can limit that impact, is extremely important for us to address that.
Excellent.
And by the way, sorry, overall, I think that question, the answer to your question is always no. We're not doing enough. We can do a lot more as a country and globally.
Mandy, thank you very much. I want to shift to Tommy in relation to this question. Tommy, there's obviously, in terms of Mandy's presentation, the points that Byron's made around the need to move towards net zero, the need to scale up renewables. You've painted a very clear picture in relation to policy and regulatory failure in respect of the scaling up of renewable supply. You've also made some very clear issues, or raised very important issues around distribution, which of course is the other part of the energy supply challenge. But from a scaling up of renewables perspective, if the regulatory environment was corrected, do we have the ability to scale up the amount of renewable energy supplied in order to support the transition that's been outlined?
Thanks, Justin. Yes, I do think we have. The challenge is we need to give very good policy certainty around it to enable it. So let's just go back again to the challenges that we had in 2015 with the REAP program at that stage. Is you had this stop-start type process in REAP. So window 1 was in November 2011, then the window 2 was March 2012, window 3 I think was in 2013, and then window 4 couldn't close until I think 2018. So what happened is the companies that started localization couldn't stay alive, and you saw DCD tower factory closing down in the Coega area, and many other examples. I don't want to go into the details, but you cannot expect to localize and to industrialize a country by having a stop-start type approach, and that's our biggest challenge. So if you look at Mpumalanga, and let's talk just energy transition, and I started my career as a coal miner underground, so I know coal mining, and the coal mining sector in Mpumalanga going to lose a lot of opportunities and a lot of jobs in the next 20 years. But there's a skills base there that's actually amazing. But we need to start working now on reskilling and retraining those people and those businesses and focus them on a new strategy. And I'm going to use just 2 examples to become practical, because sometimes we talk around these things very theoretical, and then we go away and we feel good about it and we do bugger all about fixing it. So the one example is if you work in an underground coal mine, you need to support the roof, and you're doing it by putting in the roof bolts, and the roof bolt is simply a 2.5 meter piece of high tensile rebar with screw rod on the end, and you install it with a roof bolter, full column resin, and you pull that strata together and you keep the roof up. Now, there's many smaller and medium enterprises in the Mpumalanga region making roof bolts. So what are they going to do in 10, 15 years time? They're not going to have a market for their product. But if you look at the wind industry, for every wind turbine that you put up, and we're going to have to put up many wind turbines in this country, you need 65 to 75 tons of reinforcing steel in each of those foundations. So that's a massive opportunity. But if you go today and you go and talk to each of those roof bolt manufacturers, and you tell them that there's going to be, the coal mining is going to end, many of them are going to cut their wrists. But if you're going to tell them, let's do a strategic workshop and let's help you to redirect into bending steel for the renewable energy industry, they're going to start reskilling and retooling, and that's what we need to do. I think the second example is simply electrical switchgear. There's many transformers, couplings, cables, motor rewinders, switchgear builders in the Mpumalanga area. And again, you just need to reskill and retool them to enable them to build all the switchgear and all the connection points and everything that's needed for the renewable energy, solar and wind industry. So these things, I know it's busy happening. I think it's happening way too slow. And I think the vested interests are sending the wrong messages into these communities and these areas. And that will lead to a lot of challenges in trying to change and retool and reskill and re-educate people in those areas. So back to your question, can we do it? Yes, we can. Unfortunately, in the last 20 odd years, where we lost a lot of our industrialization, specifically one of the challenges would be having enough skills, expertise, and trained people to rebuild our grid, because we have to, from a transmission perspective, 765 and 400 kV, 132 down to 11 kV, all of those grids needs to be strengthened and increased to enable this future distributed wind, solar, battery storage, gas, and pump storage industry. And we just don't have those skilled people anymore. So back then to stuff like, why don't we restart decent technical training, technical colleges, technicons, not technical universities, technicons, where we can train people where it can become sexy again to have a job where you work with tools and you don't need a degree for that. And I think we need to change that narrative completely for us to be able to scale into renewables largely.
Tommy, thank you very much for those inputs. One of the areas that wasn't picked up by anybody is the issue of nuclear as a part of the energy mix. And I know there's been major advances in nuclear technology. I'm not an advocate for it, but there is clearly major progressions in terms of safety of nuclear, in terms of the technology advances. And Barend, if I may ask you, for you to just provide an input as to, all of the discussion that we've had, I've not heard nuclear mentioned as part of the mix. Is there a good reason for that?
Yeah, I think the overall mix of the South Africa's long-term energy plan has got many different factors in it. If I recall correctly, and I think Tommy and Mandy might be more up to date than I am, but I do think there's a sliver of nuclear at the bottom of that graph in the long run. What I don't understand well is whether that's because we have the infrastructure and it has the capability, or whether it's part of a strategic shift towards nuclear. That's beyond my pay grade to solve. The one part that I can comment on is that from a purely emissions point of view, this is a good thing, right? So if there is a contribution from nuclear for a rapid decarbonization, I think that is certainly something to consider. But also made the point earlier on that our ability to do full cost accounting of emissions and carbon and let's call it disability adjusted life years, or however we want to measure long-term well-being, I think we're not very good at that. And I think there might be an additional cost which some nuclear safety experts might be able to elucidate a little bit better on exactly what those typical externalized costs would be for nuclear in the long run. It's not something I can comment on, but as a principle, we're good at doing single sector costing, and we tend to focus on that, and we can measure the emission and then bring the emission down, and that's good. What we're not so good at is the co-benefits and understanding the systemic enterprises and systemic knock-on effects. And I think any discussion around nuclear would need to follow that path. Thank you.
Excellent, Barend. Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the nuclear question? Mandy, Tommy, either of you? Tommy?
I just give you a comment on that. And I'm not against nuclear. The challenge I've got with nuclear is simply the following, is the nuclear industry globally has proven that they can't deliver a plant within time and on budget. It's just impossible. So the question is, why would we do it? We've seen Medupi and Kusile, and it's not only an Eskom problem, it's an ANC problem, and it's a business problem, because we warned business in 2010 that Medupi will be late, and they closed their ears and said, we don't want to hear this. It's going to solve itself. So all the role players in South Africa are part of the problem. Going back to nuclear is, so if we start a program now, and if we follow the right processes and we upskill in all of it, we will maybe have a new nuclear plant in 20 years from now. So that's for me the biggest challenge. Then the other part which is for me a challenge for nuclear is, you typically build nuclear at the coast because of the cooling water that you need. Our load is not on the coast. Our load is in Gauteng as well as KZN. So 80% of the load sits in the Gauteng, KZN, Rustenburg area. So in that case, nuclear has got similar challenges than renewables, where the good wind, good solar, or Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, places like that, and we need to strengthen the grid. But I don't see us building nuclear in Mpumalanga, and I don't see us building nuclear in Gauteng. So then you have to build at the coast, and how much do you need to build? Probably 20, 30 nuclear plants of the size of Koeberg, then to supply our country. It's just not space for it. So even if there's a nuclear program, one, maybe two plants, 20 years from now, I don't see it happening.
I mean, thank you. Mandy, and you also wanted to come in on this.
Yeah, I have a slightly different view from Tommy. I think what Barend was saying is very true. You know, when it comes to technology choices, and if you think about some of the technology choices that are being put on the table, personally, if you gave me a choice between nuclear or coal with carbon capture and storage, I would choose nuclear hands down any day. It's zero emitting. Yes, there are all these other issues around the procurement of nuclear, and I think we had very interesting papers written in the past by the NGO Forum, which I agree with, around the issues around corruption and proliferation and all of that must be dealt with. But if you look at the technology on its own, if you're technology agnostic, when you look at technology on its own, it's an excellent technology choice in terms of emissions, water usage, and all of that. So what we've done is, when I said to you earlier, we've modeled based on commercially available technology. We did a scenario. So we've done hundreds of scenarios in terms of what would be the technology mix going forward. We did a scenario that included small modular reactors. And the only reason we've excluded it is obviously because it's not commercially available right now. And it costs a lot. Nuclear is very high cost. It's higher cost than coal right now. So, and the time it takes, like Tommy was saying, it will take you 20 years to put nuclear on the ground. But what we are doing is we are extending the life of Koeberg, and that's been famously in the media in the last few months, because it makes absolute sense. Koeberg is one of our best performing power stations from a cost perspective, from environmental performance, operational performance. So we're extending the life of Koeberg. But we are also looking at the possibility of small modular reactors for the future. Because there is a lot of potential. I think there is some investment going on internationally on that. We're not technology developers, we're fast followers. So we're following what's happening there. But from what we understand from the market, again, it will only probably be available in about 10 years' time. But I think there is some potential to look at these small modular reactors and for their applicability inland as well. So that is something we wouldn't take off the table for now.
Excellent. Mandy, thanks for that. I want to go to the questions from the audience. Lindani has posed a couple of questions. The first question is, I'm a great believer in a mix and just transition. However, besides only looking at models, where in the world has something like this worked sustainably? And they're referring specifically to the photovoltaic and wind-driven electricity grid. Where is the evidence of this working? Tommy, perhaps?
Yeah, I think a very good question, Lindani. And my counter question to it is, where in the world do you have the solar and the wind resources that we have? And I think it's all about comparative advantage. So why do we have a coal fleet and a coal industry in this country? Because in the age of industrialization, that was the way to go. So we had a very central type system where in Mpumalanga all the coal-fired power stations were built, and this massive grid to export it to areas like the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And technology has driven. Now technology has changed, and wind and solar has become cheaper and more available, and technologies are changing all the time. So the wind turbines are getting bigger and bigger, sweep area getting bigger, capacity factors are getting bigger, and the cost is just getting further down. So if you look at comparative advantage, South Africa, in terms of the land area that we've got, in terms of the quality of wind and solar, is exceptional. And that's why it will work here. So I think there are countries like Germany where there's massive solar and wind, California, Australia is busy doing that, North Africa, if you go and look at Morocco and places like that. But if you go back to the basics of energy planning, and Mandy has alluded to it, is if we build across our country 4 to 6 gigawatts of wind and solar every year, and we back it up with battery storage, gas as a transitioning fuel, as well as more pump storage, it will definitely work. And it will work because renewables aren't intermittent, it's variable. You can predict when the wind will blow and when the sun will shine. And if you do it over a wide enough area, then you've got the ability to manage your grid that way.
Tommy, thank you. Mandy, can I ask, I know when I worked on the automotive and the clothing and textile master plans and that for South Africa, we looked at other countries and we found we found examples of countries that we could learn a huge amount from, that were ahead of us in relation to the effectiveness of their policy framework and the strategies that they put together for the development of their sectors. Does Eskom have a set of, not blueprints, but are there similar organizations that have operated in particular economies that, partly to Lindani's question, but who've essentially transitioned quite aggressively in the space towards renewables that for us are really successful benchmarks of where Eskom could potentially be moving?
Justin, absolutely. And let me just say, I completely agree with Tommy's answer right now around on investing in renewables, because it is our advantage. And, the fact that we did coal in the industrialization age because, coal was cheap, it was available. But I think I always say, now that we know better, we do better. Then climate change, environment and stuff wasn't part of the discussion. And we know now, we know better, like I say. So yes, there's a number of examples of how to do it right and how to do it not to do it. The case of Northern England is a case of how not to transition. There are still communities, the coal communities there, that are still struggling from their shutdown of coal plant because they didn't really take care of the socioeconomic issues. Germany has done it right, but bear in mind, with all of their euros, it took Germany over 18 years to transition. So I think we're not talking about shutting down plant overnight. We're talking about 22 gigawatts by 2035, and we will still have another 20 odd gigawatts left. So we're talking about a long-term transition and building in all of these things we're talking about. So Tommy referred to earlier that if we don't have a certainty around policy, if you don't say we're going to be building 50 gigawatts of renewables in the next 10 years, it's going to be very hard to convince manufacturers and the industrial economy to invest in the country. So we need that certainty in order to promote this. So this comes from experience of what's happened in Germany, what's happening right now in Poland, which is very similar to the South African case, what's happened or didn't happen properly in England. And so we've looked at a number of cases. If you look at India, India has come out publicly to say that they're going to invest in 450 gigawatts of renewable capacity. 450 gigawatts, it's 10 times our current capacity in this country. And because of that, you're seeing, manufacturers and industrial companies very keen on investing in India. So in order for us to meet this transition goal, to meet the jobs creation, to meet the industrialization, we absolutely need to have that policy commitment to the just transition so that we can get these industries going and so that we can drive that from that perspective. And I saw the question around, is it realistic around jobs and all of that? It absolutely is realistic. People always say to us, well, you're shutting down coal plants, you're going to cause unemployment in Mpumalanga. Unemployment in Mpumalanga is 34% already without us shutting down anything. Okay, we have shut down coal plants, but we haven't retrenched people. So what we're talking about is investing in a transition economy that will actually create jobs, that will actually stimulate the economy. And if we invest in local manufacturing and industrialization in Mpumalanga, that's where we will create the jobs. So I think it's a complex question. I always say the just transition is a wicked problem because there's so many things we need to solve simultaneously. But we need that policy certainty. We need that policy drive in order to solve this simultaneously. So you can't look at this in a silo mentality and say you're shutting down coal when we have coal and it has jobs. You have to look at the full question. The world is transitioning anyway. If we don't transition, we're going to lose out in any case. So yes, there's plenty of examples around the world. I often get back this thing that says, don't compare us to Germany. We're not a developed country. But we actually have far more solar and wind resource than Germany has. We have far more wind and solar resource than Amsterdam has. And you look at every rooftop has a solar panel on it. So I think we can look at those examples and say, this is why we need to invest in our competitive advantage and move the country forward.
Wendy, thank you. To ask, borrowing from your perspective, I read a recent article on what Costa Rica is doing, and they're a carbon positive economy. And of course, this whole energy transition is with that objective in mind. It's decarbonizing economic activity, of which energy is a core component. Are there any lessons from countries like that from an energy transition perspective that are valuable? I don't mean specifically that country, but economies that have moved in a similar position that we should or could learn from?
Yeah, when we talk transitions, I was trying to find the stat now from, I remember a graph showing how long it took for oil and gas respectively to hit about a 50% market penetration. But I couldn't find the exact number, but it's multiple decades. It's longer than the 18 years that Mandy mentioned earlier for the other transition. So it does take a while. The problem, and what's different now, is that when we think about transition, we think of this as a linear, incremental, long-term process. But climate change impacts that will drive public opinion do not happen in incremental steps, right? So the nature of the climate impact that we're looking at is going to be, there's going to be more surprises. I mean, we've had a pandemic surprise around disease, which we didn't anticipate. Right now, with a little bit of a lull in La Nina, we're thinking it's all good. We've got lots of water, agriculture is booming, but we will have transition surprises coming up. If you just think of the impact of the Day Zero event in Cape Town and how that affected public opinion and people's awareness and how we think about water, and I think those impacts on the public's and citizens' everyday lives is becoming, our science is becoming better and better at linking those to particular climate events, right? So the drought in Cape Town are 3 times more likely due to climate change, right? 2 point something, but it's more than double. And we're getting better and better at similarly understanding the events that affects people's daily lives. There's similar statistics around maize production, around agricultural, around food security and various different commodities. And at some point, you've got an informed citizenry turning back and saying, but we don't want this. This transition is not quick enough. The impacts that we're feeling are just too much. We do not want this. So I think any energy transition will make a mistake if we think about this as an incremental long-term event. I think there will be some surprises along the way, partly from the climate system, but also from your average citizen's response to what they experience. And the moment you start touching food and water and health, and the impacts of climate change on those are well known. And if we start getting more surprises in food, water, energy, health, then I think the transition would have some pressure to accelerate.
Thanks very much, Barend. There's a second question from Lindani, which I want to lead us to, which is, I think, an equally important question. He indicates in his question, we managed to develop sustainable industries through the construction of our big power plants. We do not see the same happening with the introduction of renewables, with many of the companies simply getting exemptions and continuing to import. How do we plan to solve this problem realistically? And Tommy, I think once again, you're probably the best person to answer this from an RPP perspective. Is that a fair question? Is that correct first?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, and I think it is true. I just want to refer back to my previous conversation or discussion around it, and that is, if we have the right policies, we can drive industrialization and localization. So you can't expect a wind manufacturer from Europe to put up a wind blade plant in Mpumalanga if we're going to do 1 gigawatt this year, 0 next year, and 2 gigawatt a year after that. You need consistent supply, and you need to be competitive globally so that you can export as well. So so that's our challenge. Our challenge is that our policy around this is not in place. And Mandy has alluded to it. It's really, that's the only thing we need to fix for investors to come in and put up this plan.
So Mandy, leading back to you, in terms of the plan that you outlined, which was once again very clearly framed through to 2035, is there, but you also made the comment around localization being a challenge in that space. Are you talking to the same issue that Tommy's highlighted? Is there a sort of a value-adding component that you envisage in this framework to 2035?
Absolutely. So when we talk about the Just Energy Transition Plan for Eskom, the just part is as important as the transition part. So it's not just about decarbonizing, but how do we enable local manufacturing and industrialization? So as part of our plan, what we've done is we've got an MOU with Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, And we've got MOUs with a couple of other businesses in the area who would have an impact in that area of Mpumalanga to say, how do we collectively ensure that we drive local manufacture and drive industrialization? Because like I said, the policy environment, and Tommy just also said that, the policy environment is so crucial for us to being able to do this. So we can talk about the amount of renewables we need to invest in until we're blue in the face. But unless the policy environment supports that industrialization agenda, we're not going to get there. So what we've done as part of our planning for the just energy transition, besides the capacity projects we need to put in, besides the transmission lines, the distribution lines, and the strengthening we have to do, we've said these are the policy levers that we need. This is how it will drive industrialization. So I'll give you another example. We've got the transmission development plan out, which talks about building 8,000 kilometers over the next 10 years. We can't do it without suppliers. We don't have enough suppliers of transformers in the country. Industrial policy says we can only go to certain suppliers. Those suppliers hold you to ransom in terms of prices, in terms of when they put you on their schedule for the workshop. So those kind of policies have to change. And if we want to have local supply, we want to grow the local supply industry, we have to change those kind of requirements. We also will run out of steel. We will run out of so many things that we need to build transmission lines. But if you look at the other side of that coin, if you look at how policy can support those suppliers setting up shop in South Africa, in Southern Africa, to be honest, then we can actually drive more job creation. We can set up those industries. The question, it was a good question, but I think the policy environment then, when the coal plants were being built, was very supportive of getting, for various political reasons at the time, for getting local supply done. We need to actually do the same now to get the local supply done.
Mandy, thank you. There's two more questions that have popped up on the chat line. The one I'm going to ask Byron to respond to, and it talks specifically to the issue of recycling for photovoltaic modules, and I think it would apply actually for any of the renewables. And Byron, in your initial input, you spoke around the way we think in a linear way, which reminded me of Kate Raworth's work on the donut economics and the movement towards circularity. What is your perspective in relation to how this renewable transition fits in with the overall drive towards net zero? Are there initiatives? Are these being done on a coordinated basis? Is there a drive in relation to recycling initiatives, etc.?
Yeah, my perspective on that is that it's once we get bigger solar PV penetration, commercially, residential, industrial, then I think the small fledgling industry around those recycling would probably become a little bit more viable in the face of quite cheap international imports. So I think there's potential there, but as Tommy said, there's got to be a policy framework that allows those entrepreneurs to spin up and actually utilize the opportunities, not just get swamped by, and so you don't just end up with large dump yards of unused and defunct solar panels. So I think it's a risk, but I think it's an opportunity. It does tie nicely with the circular economy ideas, and I think it's one that needs a fair bit of attention. I'd like to go one step further and actually not just think about circular economies, but think about regenerative economies. So this notion of regeneration is kind of the next thought framework around beyond sustainability. It's not just being sustainable with what you've got, but use what you have in such a way that it generates new opportunities, new resources, new jobs, and so on. So obviously linked and depends on from which angle you come into it. There's some overlaps with existing thinking, but I think this regenerative economy idea is absolutely applicable and is ripe for the picking within the renewables industry. Again, co-benefits, as I said earlier, systems approaches, understanding where the costs and the benefits are for the different players, not just looking at the mitigation opportunities that come from renewables, but also the adaptation options, how you manage the land. I've got this one statistic which really blows my mind. A third of the Paris Agreement's emission aspirations can be met by global land management practices. A third. So if you start thinking about renewables and wind on land managed in a different way with regenerative agriculture, I mean, we really have to do better. There's so many better options here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Modise. Thank you very much for that question. Final question that we're going to respond to is a question from Njabu, who indicated that he recently listened to a talk by the Danish energy minister. And the minister emphasized that wind energy could power the world 18 times over. So the question is, would a complete wind program be a viable option for South Africa? If you would like to answer, Tommy, would like to answer that question?
Yeah, let me give it a go. I mean, the Danish are really the world leaders in wind. So theoretically, it's possible, yes. But I think just to be practical about it, two things that would impact on it. First thing is the wind doesn't always blow. And therefore, if you add solar, you get this combination, and specifically in South Africa, that you have good solar during the day, and then late afternoon, the wind picks up and it powers us through those peak times when everybody switches the kettle on and goes for a shower. And then the wind goes down again. So I've been in the Eastern Cape today and yesterday. Yesterday, when I arrived here, the wind was pumping and all the turbines were going, and this morning, not. So that variability needs to be managed, and that's why you bring in solar and storage. The other challenge is we can't only look at stuff like carbon dioxide. We also need to look at biodiversity. We need to look at birds, vultures, eagles, those type of things. So there's many developments of wind that at the end cannot be built, because that will just impact the Cape vulture or the Marshall eagle populations in such a way that they could be wiped out. So, and that's literally. So there are areas in the eastern part of the Northern Cape, for instance, where if you drive through it, I mean, as a developer, I just want to put up a wind turbine. But if I look up and I look at the birds, there's no ways we can do that. So we need to be balanced, and we need to have a pragmatic approach rather than just betting our future on one technology.
Tommy, thank you very much for that. I think we could carry on discussing this important topic for quite a while, but I do want to give people a leg break before our next session, which starts in 7 minutes time. So what I want to do is to wrap up the session. Mandy, thank you very much. It's really fantastic to have the input from Eskom in this important discussion. Tommy, great having your inputs on the independent producer side, and then Barend, I think really fantastic to have a broader perspective in relation to what we're really trying to achieve through this energy transition in respect of the broader climate risk challenges that we're needing to grapple with. I think in part we've covered quite a depressing subject, but what I'm leaving the session quite motivated by is that there are clearly opportunities. So, Tommy, despite some of your frustrating comments around the lack of progress, and I think anybody in industry would sympathize with those comments, what does make me feel a lot more confident is the assertion that we actually have the ability to respond. And from Mandy's presentation, it's very clear that there is a clear roadmap and a clear plan in relation to this just transition. To Barend's inputs, though, it's very clear. We've got a closing window of opportunity. We cannot miss it. The consequences for us are too dire. So I'd like to thank the panel once again for an excellent set of inputs, and I really enjoyed and learned from each of your insights. So thank you very much to the panel. And to the forum participants, we'll see you in 6 minutes' time for the start of the next session. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move along to a short but really important session before we have a slightly longer break for a coffee and, in my case, a quick bite to eat. It's my privilege to introduce our two panelists to the session, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa and Zeph Nhleko. I'm going to do quick introduction shortly, but before I do that, I really just want to position the importance of this particular session on infrastructure. For those of you who've dipped in and out of the sessions that we've had today, and we started with an overview of the lie of the land in South Africa in terms of its economic performance. We looked at a range of sort of economic indicators that frame where we are. We then moved on and started looking at the green transition, and we had the benefit of the input from the Honourable Minister Barbara Creecy. And then I think we had a really illuminating discussion on power supply. And as much as the discussion concerned me, it was also quite empowering to hear of the plans and to hear of the ability to respond quite aggressively in this space as we shift towards a renewables future. Of course, tying all of this together is infrastructure. Organizations operate within infrastructure, and they compete not only on the basis of what they do within their own walls of their buildings, their factories, or their offices, but also in relation to the infrastructure that connects them to markets, connects them to suppliers, connects them to the specialist service providers that enable ecosystems to compete with one another. So I've really been looking forward to this discussion, partly for two reasons. One is because we have two exceptional panelists who I'm really looking forward to listening to. And secondly, because of the importance of this infrastructure challenge in a South African context. So our first panelist, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa, is currently the head of the Investment and Infrastructure Office in the Office of the President of South Africa. So somebody who is very close to the leadership structure of the country. Prior to this, he was the Gauteng MEC for Economic Development, Agriculture and Environment. And prior to that, he was the Executive Mayor of the city of Tshwane. Also holds a PhD from the University of Pretoria, and can be considered an academic in his own right. So Kgosientsho, thank you very much for making your time available. It's really, I think, going to be a valuable 40 minutes spent with you and with our second panelist, Zeph Nhleko. Zeph is currently the DBSA Chief Economist. Previously, he was the Deputy Director General of the National Economic Development Department. He was also involved in provincial government as a Deputy Director General in the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and spent a period of time, 17 years, as a senior economist at the South African Reserve Bank. So our two panelists are already well positioned to provide a comment in this critical area. There are three areas that we've framed for discussion within the infrastructure focus of this 40-minute session. And the first is focusing on economic zones, the second on the potential to fast-track infrastructure projects, and then the third area is around financing opportunities and green funds. What I'm going to ask is if, Kgosientsho, if I could start with you around economic zones. If you could just explain to us sort of where we are and how you see the opportunities around economic zones and the focus on rebuilding our infrastructural capability in terms of building more dynamic productive capacity in the country. And then I'll ask Zeph if you could potentially lead the discussion then on fast-tracking infrastructure projects. But I'm going to allow you to ad-lib and really frame the discussion around your own particular areas of expertise. But if I could start with economic zones.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation, and good morning to everyone in the audience, in your eminence. Maybe just to say that I think the fiscal matrix has deteriorated significantly. The fiscal headspace is almost obliterated, of course, on account of some policy choices, the macroeconomic path that we have chosen, the issues around in some areas, misgovernance, the kind of horror stories that are coming out of the Zondo report, but also accentuated by the arrival of the pandemic. So government has got at its disposal, if you like, sharp instruments in relation to policy choices, and one of those has to do with the extending the necessary incentive to private sector to locate or invest in the economy of the country. We know that where we stand now, we are far off the mark in relation to what we call gross fixed capital formation, the amount of investments in the economy. I mean, we have to take cue from the National Development Plan that assets that for us to be able to achieve the 2030 aspirational targets, we need the upfront investments into the economy that is 30% of GDP. We have done the latest computation of the investments in the economy. I think we're sitting at about 13.7% of GDP. So you can see that we are not even half of what the NDP advocates for. So, and for us to be able to achieve those levels of investments, we need an additional 690 billion or so per annum to be invested in infrastructure. Of course, the various classes of infrastructure to allow us to get to that level. So the point I'm trying to illustrate there is that the state alone will not be in a position to make those kind of investments at the scale that is desired, the speed that is desired. And therefore, it is necessary that you create conditions and an environment for private sector to locate. Now, one of those instruments at the disposal of the state is to use various forms of incentives, if you like, sweeteners to make it possible for private sector to look at South Africa as in a favorable light when it comes to investment choices. And SEZ, your special economic zones, have proven to be very useful if properly applied. I mean, you just need to not to look further than what the Chinese have achieved. I mean, the kind of exponential growth, levels of industrialization, consistent economic growth levels, the extent to which they've been able to extinguish poverty in that part of the country is largely because of state leadership and state interventions. And SEZ have been a primary feature of the China's interventions in the economy and inviting private sector to come and co-locate, of course, benefiting from the globalization of supply and value chain. So lots of industry found it cheaper to locate in China to produce goods, beneficiate there, and it's because the state had taken the lead. So our approach here in the country is that we want to exploit the opportunities that are presented by SEZ. So we have, as I speak to you, I think excellent examples of SEZ that are very prolific, performing at levels even far surpassing our own expectation. The fourth SEZ here in Tshwane is the latest one. We have also a variant of an SEZ, the Saldanha SEZ, and then we have also Kucha there in the Eastern Cape. And the intention really is to ensure that we begin to expand these opportunities. Remember, what do SEZ provide? So the state essentially says, I want to crowd in private sector investments in specific geographic locations. So the choice of locations are deliberate in that in many instances you choose locations that are economically distressed, and then what you do as the public sector, that is government, you provide the necessary infrastructure that will make it attractive for for private sector to locate in those spaces. So the provision of bulk, the provision of internal infrastructure for purposes of reticulation. Of course, private sector will put the top structures, and there's a number of incentives that we provide for private sector to be in those spaces. It could be rates holiday, it could be tax holiday. So essentially, the point I'm trying to make is that it's an instrument that has proven to work in other parts of the world. We have started to do put it in place in the country gradually. I've just made mention of 3. If you look at Gauteng, which is our dominant economic player, each share of the country's GDP, I think, is sitting at around 33% or so. The provincial government has articulated, if you like, an economic approach that focuses on corridors, so the northern, southern, and eastern corridor, and all of them are characterized by SEZ. So we're working with the Gauteng provincial government on the Vaal SEZ. So we're aggregating a number of industries there. We're also looking at the future industries that provide opportunities going into the future, like Cannabis, the SEZ in the west. Here is the Mogale city, if you like, the Krugersdorp area. The SEZ really is anchored around the primary food production and value addition. So the point I'm making is that the state has got a variety of arsenal instruments at its disposal. The key is to what extent are you able to exploit it and make them sharp instruments for you to make the necessary intervention. And also the state must take the lead and also learn from examples of other first movers. I have mentioned China. There could be many other examples. I'm not discounting those, but the point is that we need to exploit this opportunity, and we are taking that direction. And I'm sure as the conversation evolves, I'll share with you the kind of incentives that the government is bringing to the fore to make sure that we're able to incentivize the private sector location into the country. Thanks.
Kosientsha, thank you very much for those insights. I'm going to now move straight across to Zeph for his insights on fast-tracking infrastructure projects. I think the audience is obviously going to be really interested in understanding where the focus is in respect of infrastructure projects. And I think given your position in respect of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, it's from both a local and a regional perspective, your insights will obviously be invaluable. Zeph, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And is it afternoon already? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe let me just start by echoing Doc's submission here on the SEZ that one of the key arguments for SEZ is the economic growth and job creation argument. And if you look at the older SEZs, your East London, Guha, DeWitt Trade Port, Richards Bay, I think by and large, they have been able to achieve this goal. I think among them, they have been able to create more than 14,000 jobs. And they've attracted over 17 billion of investment. And that is investment that goes into capital formation and growth as such. At the DBSA, we are implementing a project pipeline of about 1.3 billion just on SEZs and industrial parks. So that shows you that there's a lot of maintenance and new infrastructure build that is happening at SEZ. To the question that you are raising on the fast tracking, maybe let me foreground it by saying that over the past 2 years, I think the government has used that time. I know that not much seemed to be happening, or we didn't see much, but the government has used that time to set up very useful enablers in the economy. At an institution level, Doc can confirm the setup of the Investment and Infrastructure Office was one. Infrastructure South Africa was another. the operationalization of the infrastructure fund was another. There are others such as the Water Agency and the Human Settlement Bank that are going to come. But I'm just making the point that at an institutional level, there were serious enablers that we put in place. But also at a policy level, there have been serious enablers that have been put in place to allow infrastructure development. One of them is the important amendments that have been made in the Electricity Regulation Act, where municipalities have been allowed, for example, to generate their own electricity, and the increase in the threshold for embedded generation licensing from 10 to 100 megawatts. That was another. And then recently, of course, we've seen the putting into place of the National Infrastructure Plan, as well as the spectrum sale that we've seen. So at both institutional and policy level, there's very positive enablers that have been put in place to allow this. So the fast-tracking question comes about because you find that there is a lot of infrastructure spend that doesn't take place in the economy. There are allocations that are made, but over the past 4 years, in real terms, there has been something like 24 to 70 billion per year that remains unspent. And that's serious stuff. So we think the issue is not at ideological strategy level. The issue is at process level. To fast track the infrastructure spend, we need to review and look at the processes that seem to be slowing down progress. One of them is the frequency of approval of national projects at the budget facility for infrastructure, for example. We think the frequency of approving projects need to increase to make sure that a lot of projects get seen and get dealt with. You will remember that there is a very huge pipeline that has been gazetted, over 100 projects that have been gazetted. And these projects, most of them, they need to get into the system. The second issue, and by system, I mean the approval process. The second issue is the actual flow and the level of project preparation funding. Most of these projects, and even within our own project pipeline, which is around 160 or thereabout billion, most of these projects, they need some form of preparation. And therefore, the allocation and flow of funds to project preparation across all projects in the country needs to increase and needs to be visible. The third process issue is this question of allocating the funds to the infrastructure fund, because you will recall that the infrastructure fund, one of its key functions is to leverage private sector and make sure that private sector comes in and play. So the allocation needs to happen way early, to make sure that the fund is able to engage and bring in private sector players, not to just announce it and not allocate it. The fourth issue is using state-owned entities as implementing agents. So you can see that the issues that I'm talking about are process issues. These are not, because we all agree, we all know what needs to happen. So the processes needs to be unlocked and make sure that these things happen. So SOEs like the DBSA, for example, they have the capability to implement projects. But if you think about the municipal level, for example, where we allocate funds and they don't get spent, and the argument is that use their expertise, and there's many of them. There's IDT, there's KUHA, there's others that you can use. And so that is then the package or set of processes that we think needs to be prioritized to make sure that we move ahead, because all the plans are in place, all the strategies and ideologies are in place, but the processes seem to be holding back progress. Maybe let me stop here. I can come back to financing opportunities.
Zef, thank you very much. We are going to come back to financing opportunities, but I think we've got a couple of really good questions that have come through from the audience, and I think I'd like us to move directly into the points. The first is from Dinesri, who indicates that private-public partnerships have been mentioned over the years, but at this conference, I get the sense that there is a much greater commitment now. And I think, Kosiensho, in terms of your inputs as well, you emphasize the importance of leveraging the private sector very clearly in your input. So perhaps if I could ask you first around the issue of the position on private-public partnerships in respect of infrastructure. Has there been a fundamental shift in terms of the public willingness to work with the private sector in this space?
Well, I guess there are two parts to the conversation. The public-private partnership could be at the level of just articulating a common vision, understanding what the lie of the land is and how do we resolve those challenges. And then there's also the second conversation could be public-private partnership in relation to the financing of projects. So I want to focus on the latter because I think I understand the interest to be there. So let's see. So if you look at the financing landscape in the country, the fiscal allocation, public sector fiscal allocation, is that about 2% of the financing of projects in the country are as a result of public-private partnership. So you can see that in the total, if you like, the aggregate of investments in public infrastructure, that percentage is negligible. So the intention really is to address challenges that undermine the share of public-private partnership in the aggregate of public sector funded projects. So what are some of those challenges? So the first one is a capacity issue. So we know that over a period of time, both the technical and financial engineering capacity of the state has been hollowed out. So the state is not in a position to prepare projects that can be funded through the debt capital markets or can be candidate for public-private partnership, because you need to invest upstream of the project life cycle, if you like, on project preparation for you to be able to answer questions around the best method of the design of the project, the delivery of that project, the risk allocation in relation to that project. In an instance where the revenues are generated from ticketing, you must determine what will be the tariff structure, what is going to be the ridership, the profile of the ridership, peak profile, so on and so forth. And the state doesn't have those capacities. Now, if you look at the legislation that is currently under review of public-private partnership, you have to go through 3 stages. If you like, there are 3 gates. So we call it Treasury Approval 1, Approval 2, Approval 3. Essentially, those are the gates that first try to understand, if you like, the strategic positioning of the project. If you like, pre-feasibility study of the project, then you go into a more intermediate business case study, and then you do issues around benefit realization. So for as long as the state does not possess the capacity to answer those primary questions as it relates to Treasury Approval 1, Approval 2, Approval 3, we are going to have delays in the approval of triple Ps. I mean, it's not uncommon here in the country to find that it takes up to 12 years for a triple P to be approved. I mean, in my previous life as a mayor, there's a triple P we're working on. 12 years later, and we got Treasury Approval 3, the last hurdle. But at that stage, the fundamental and underlying assumptions were not obtaining anymore. So it was not advisable for us to continue with that. So you need to address the issues around the capacity in the state. And then the second one is there needs to be some degree of differentiation on how the kind of information that is required from one project to the other. Let me give you a simple illustration. I mean, if you want to do a PPP for student housing, I guess it's easy because you know the revenue stream is the number of beds. You can go to NSFAS, you know what NSFAS pays for per bed, and therefore you can compute the numbers if it makes sense, then work with private sector to do that. But if you are to deliver the second phase of the Gautrain, it becomes more complex because, like I said, to determine ridership, to determine the profile of the ridership. If your tariff structure, the ticketing is such that you are going to be more competitive, attractive, the kind of corridors that you are going to use, and the kind of, if you like, access that people are going to have to Gautrain stations as I move to my house to go to the station. Is there a reliable mode of transport that can get me there? So it becomes quite complex. So the view is that there's a need for us to differentiate how you deal with the, if you like, very simple not so complex projects from the mega complex projects. So there has to be that that distinction. And I think that the review exercise of the PPP attempts to do that. And then the third and last one is there's a huge pipeline of private sector projects that we have sight of, I think, as the office, because they get to present to us, I want to do this industrial development in this part of the country. But the problem you find that the municipality is responsible for, if you like, for the zoning, but they don't have the capacity to do the necessary zoning. So it's the question of skills that I raised earlier on. So what we're doing as the office, we've been given the mandate, we're aggregating, if you like, those skills in the office and providing, if you like, a shared service. So if there's a need for us to intervene in municipality X, municipality Y, we'll make those resources available so that we resolve the technical and financial engineering challenges for that specific project or program, and then we get to reallocate the skills in other parts of the country. So that's how you're going to deal with a skills problem. And then you have a financing problem of the bulk infrastructure. Remember that it's local authorities that must carry and the financing of bulk, and many of you will know on the call that a significant proportion of these municipalities are collapsing. The revenue base doesn't exist anymore, has been obliterated. They are unable to raise money in the debt, the capital markets. So if you look at the SONA and the budget speech by Minister Godongwana, it does articulate that there's an intervention that has been made at national government. You can see there's about 17.5 billion that has been made available, essentially to lubricate, or if you like, to unlock private sector investments so that the state gets to play the role, unlock the bulk requirements so that you open up, if you like, opportunities in those local areas to create jobs, to grow the economy, improve the quality of life. That's what private sector is going to do. So the point I'm making is that the state must take the lead. The state can abrogate its responsibility, can outsource its responsibility. But the bulk of the funding and the financing is going to come from the private sector. So that's why I'm saying that the conversation is nuanced. It's just the level of collaboration in terms of planning and alignment, but also in terms of the financing of these projects going forward. Thanks.
So thank you very much. A second question that has come up is from Lindani again. I think a very important question is that, it focuses on the issue of our local government and the ability of local governments to support investments. Our municipalities are currently in a sad state of dysfunctionality to a point that they are not only failed to deliver services, but cannot enable investments. We as a company, for example, have not been able to get a simple office drawing approved since August 2021, with 7 months now lapsed. And this is an Eastern Cape municipality. No one responds to emails or gives you a reason for the lack of approval. Visiting the offices is a futile exercise, considering that generally there's nobody there. As much as we can talk about these big infrastructure projects, SEZ, infrastructure, war rooms, etc., our failure to fix local municipalities may hinder us in a great way. And maybe, Zeph, if I could ask you to respond to this question, because from a DBSA perspective, you made reference in your input about the importance of engaging in capacity building in the municipal space. I sit on a couple of boards, and this question immediately, if your local government doesn't answer your calls, doesn't fix the pothole in front of your road, your interest in focusing on big issues from national government as priority, big opportunities, almost gets washed away when the small housekeeping issues that enable you to do your business easily on a day-to-day basis is compromised. So it's a really important question that's been posed. How do we grapple with this fundamental basic issue?
Yeah, that's right. I think it's one of the issues that we've seen over years now. The DBSA plays quite a lot in that space. A third of our book is in the municipality space. But over the past couple of years, the ability of municipalities to borrow, for example, and the ability to deploy borrowed funds for infrastructure development has been deteriorating. So one of the issues that we have now embarked on, and we think we need to do it quite vigorously, is to take an integrated approach to municipal support. Because in the past, we would go into a municipality and, for example, assist them with non-financial packages, grants, and other things, for capacity building or for planning, prepare their plans, etc., etc. And that creates gaps, because once you've capacitated them and you've created these plans, then there's no follow through in terms of the investment. So you would have these people trained and you'd have this water plan, but then what? So the approach that we have adopted now at our last strategy session is to say, we would like to adopt a couple of districts and we work with them across the entire spectrum at the DBSA. In other words, to say, what projects need to be planned here? What projects need to be prepared here? What projects need to be financed? What projects need to be built, built, and what projects needs to be maintained, in that space. So that integrated approach captures both the non-finance and finance aspects of the DBSA to try and move with districts in that manner, because otherwise you lose traction and you're all over the place. So that's one of the key interventions that we are implementing this year.
Great. So thank you. We've only got 5 minutes left, and there's two additional questions that I'd like to pose. I'm going to pose one to you, Zef. So I'm going to ask you the first question, and then I'm going to ask Jose if he'll complete the panel discussion with another question that I have. But for you, Zef, specifically, there's obviously a huge amount of interest in green funds. And, we had a previous session looking at the power transition, just transition, the critical importance of moving towards renewables, reducing carbon footprint, etc. Where are the opportunities in this space?
Yeah, there's a couple. After the COP26 conversation, I think it became clear that most entities, public and private, are going to focus on their just transition plans, try and put them in place, try to implement them. That is great. So from that, obviously, there'll be the projects that will be coming through. The spaces where we see, so maybe first of all, let me say that then talks to the sourcing of green funding to support these projects. That is why the DBSA has set up this green bond framework where, for example, last year, we have raised 6 billion or over 6 billion rands in private placements. Of course, the markets are still, not friendly to us. I think our treasury team recently they tried to do a market sounding, and that didn't come out great. So the markets are still not useful for us to borrow. So these were private placements that were issued there. So there's these channels where you can source, the green funding, but there's also the linkage or the accreditation that the DBSA has with these green funds, Global Environment Facility, Green Climate Fund, etc., etc. So there's that aspect to it. But coming to the investment side of it, we see a lot of social projects that are coming through, whether it's in the housing space or the health space or etc. There's a lot of growth that we're seeing there. And we think because there's a need in South Africa, so we need to move quite strongly there in terms of investments. Obviously, there's a lot of green elements that you can introduce there in those projects. The other segment, of course, is this municipality one that I spoke about, where we think investing in the project development now against or on the back of the future allocations that we know will be critical to make sure that, because some of the MECs are saying to us, but we know the allocations, they are in the medium term, but we need the facilities, we need the projects now. What do we do? So one of the interventions that we are putting in place is to try and front load those expenditure as the DBSA to make sure that we spend. And again, there's a lot of green aspects that you bring into play there with that. Then the third one obviously is the infrastructure fund, the blending component of the infrastructure fund, where you bring the private sector, but you focus on projects that have got the green aspects of investment to make sure that you advance that. The DBSA has issued a very clear net zero statement last year to try and guide our sustainable investment, and so that is what we use to guide us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Kosinsha, my last question, and it partly feeds off a question that has been put onto the chat line by Charity, which is, what are we doing to protect the current infrastructure as our communication, rail, school and road infrastructure is being destroyed? Protecting the current is as important as building new to enable the country to move forward. The question I wanted to pose builds off that, which is, if the SEZs are critical, because the SEZs have two components. The SEZs have an infrastructure supply component, but there's also a tax and employment support contribution. There is a basket of support that is provided to the industrialists who make investments in the SEZs. Is there any focus on looking at South Africa as an economic zone and defining support by economic activity as opposed to geography? Some of our global competitors essentially provide very generous incentives for what they believe are propulsive activities. So they're less worried about the geography of where it takes place, but far more interested in supporting what they consider to be propulsive investments that create multipliers and spillover effects in the balance of the economy. So they're very generous on support, but they're agnostic of space. They're not as interested in where the investment takes place. That's up to the industrialist to work out the optimal location for the investment, but with very generous infrastructure and other types of support for wherever they choose to make the investment decision. Is that part of the potential mix of rebuilding our industrial capabilities?
Thanks for that question. Maybe just to indicate that we have taken the country's investment strategy to cabinet for approval. It has already gone through a cabinet committee. It was approved, and I think this cabinet that will be sitting today we're confident they'll approve it for public consultation. So what does the country's investment strategy says? It attempts to articulate a single coherent and compelling investment story for the country. And also what we have done there is to surface the competitive advantages of various geographies, this province against the other province, what we call location quotient, what are those advantages that comes naturally. I mean, if you come to think of the Northern Cape, has become our renewable energy complex because of the radiation level, the issues of real estate, the size of the land essentially that is there. So if you want to have renewables, we'll be directing the opportunities around cannabis, ESG investment, new next generation of ICT solutions. So we're surfacing all of those in the CIS. But just to come back to your answer, our view is that it mustn't be geography agnostic. So it has to be, because if you look at some of this spatial inequalities in our country, they manifest themselves in terms of the urban-rural divide. We have done a longitudinal study of the amount of investments that have taken place in the country since the victory of the democratic project in 1994. 66% of those investments have taken place only in 3 provinces, Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape, but there's also intra-provincial nuances. So if you come to Gauteng, it's really located at the center. If you like the nucleus of Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni, and the periphery is excluded. So our view is that the state has to be deliberate in directing particular investment to certain geographies so that we are able to resolve that urban-rural divide, which also results into rampant levels of migrations as a result of the pushing factors in the rural areas. And it results in the urban decay, the kind of the proliferation of informality in the urban centers, and the inability of the infrastructure in the urban centers to meet the demand that comes about as a result of that rampant migration. So we articulate what are the location quotient, what are those industries that have performed exceptionally well in those spaces. So you want to protect those and consolidate their position. And then we also articulate what are future opportunities going to the future. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity in one way or the other once cabinet approves today because it has to do for public consultation. Perhaps we can create an opportunity for us to take you through what the country's investment strategy really seeks to do. And of course, one of the big 5 interventions that we are articulating there is the opportunities around the SEZ. We don't think that we've fully come to comprehend and appreciate the value and the prolific nature role that SEZs can play in the economy. So we're articulating that so that we can get the greater comment from the public. But yes, I mean, we are very deliberate in terms of where and how we want to attract investment in which localities and the sets of incentives that must be made available to the private sector. Thank you.
So thank you very much for those insights. And Zeph, also thank you very much for yours. I think we've managed to secure in the short period of time that we had. I'm sorry we've gone over by 5 minutes, but the 45 minutes we've had, we've managed to, I think, clearly get an overview of especially government position in respect of infrastructure. There's clearly a major backlog in relation to infrastructure, but also a very clear identification of the need for a major shift and an increase in investment in the space. So that's obviously positive to hear. To the 2 panelists, thank you very much for your participation. We greatly appreciate your time. To the participants, we are going to reconvene at 10 to 1. So please use this short break for an opportunity to stretch your legs, grab a coffee, and have something to eat. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. To the panelists, thank you once again. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I see our numbers have dropped off slightly, but most people are still online, which is great to see. After that short break, we're now going to move on to our final two sessions this afternoon. And the first session is on manufacturing and industrialization. And then we're going to cover agriculture, minerals, and tourism in our final session. I'm really pleased that we've got two formidable panelists again joining me for this session, which we have about 55 minutes for. This is an area that I believe is the most critical to the future development of the South African economy. And I don't think that it's surprising that our economy's decline has coincided with the decline of our manufacturing sector over that particular period. So I'm very pleased that we've got Philippa Rotseth joining us. Philippa, thank you very much for agreeing to be part of the panel. Philippa is the Executive Director of the Manufacturing Circle. Philippa has worked in a sort of number of contexts, but I think most notable is that Philippa established Spoke Consulting in 2012 and worked intimately with the Department of Trade and Industry in respect of the incentives being provided to the manufacturing sector. Philippa is a voice of manufacturing in South Africa over the last 5 years, given the role that the Manufacturing Circle plays in representing the manufacturing stakeholder group. Philippa is a qualified architect and has an MBA from Wits Business School, which we won't hold against you. And then our second panelist is Dr. Faith Mashele. Faith holds a PhD from Wits and is also a GIBS MBA alumni. And Faith is a procurement executive with a vast amount of work experience straddling both the private and the public sector. And in the public space, that includes universities and at large SOEs. Faith has made the list of the top 100 most influential supply chain women in Africa, which is obviously a fantastic accolade, and has a keen interest in facilitating access to markets for SMEs. So Faith, it's great to have you as part of the panel. This is, as I've already indicated, I think a really important session today, and it's one that I've been particularly looking forward to, given my own passion for the manufacturing sector. What I'm going to be doing in terms of discussion is, I know that both of you come with your own particular views on the opportunities and the challenges facing the manufacturing sector and industrialization more broadly, is that I'm going to ask if I can pose a set of or rather set Philippa to respond first to the issue of manufacturing as a driver of growth and how do we raise domestic demand. And then I'm going to ask Faith if you will talk to the issue of global supply chain disruption and whether it's opened up opportunities. And then when we get to localization, I'll ask both of you to make comments on localization, and then I'm going to climb in as well because I have some views on this as well. So, Philippa, if I could ask you to then go first, manufacturing as a driver of growth. I'd love to hear your perspectives on this.
Thanks, Justin. I'm very much looking forward to this conversation. I'm sure it's going to be quite robust. So, manufacturing as a driver of growth. Let's start there. We as Manufacturing Circle talk to manufacturing as the engine of growth for an economy, given high multipliers. So, I mean, manufacturing, if we sort of dumb it down or get to the basic principles, it's making things. So it's about making something which then needs to be packaged, transported, serviced, etc. So high multipliers in terms of job creation, also in terms of value addition, depending on what it is that is being made or beneficiated to the extent that it's economically feasible to do so. And also allows for upskilling, skills development within the process. Also, if those products are being exported, revenue addition. So it really is a multiplier on many levels. And really, particularly in our South African economy, where we've got such incredibly high levels of unemployment, we can't afford to become what I would refer to as a wasteland of imports. We don't advocate that absolutely everything should be made in South Africa. And this is where I'm going to be very interested to hear the next part of the conversation in terms of the global value chains, obviously also the auto sector, where we have our centers of excellence or competencies, because we do operate in a global environment. But to the extent that we can manufacture certain components or products locally, that we do need to seize those opportunities, because it's definitely a way to address our job shortfall in this country. It's not the only sector, but it's certainly a significant one. And increasing local demand, and demand for manufactured product is very much linked to GDP. So because we've had very low GDP growth for many years, that then impacts on demand for manufactured products. And what we find at the moment is many of our member companies are operating below maximum production capacity. So that's a very real indication of the situation we are currently in. But there are practical ways to increase local demand. First of all, touching on this point of where it is feasible and commercially viable to do so. What is it that we can manufacture locally that we have been importing? Notice, as I've said, that we can't replace everything with all imports, and we're not advocating for a sort of a protectionist type environment, because competitiveness is absolutely critical. And also, part of it relates to, I think, a broader understanding or awareness that if we can increase demand for local products by way of, I guess, procurement practices, business to business, even in the retail space, in the local consumer space, if we are able to increase economies of scale, that then positively benefits manufacturers in terms of their efficiencies, their unit costs, etc. So we then talk to sort of creating a virtuous demand cycle. If there's more demand for local products, existing capacity can be better utilized. That can then sort of enable maybe an extra shift, or overtime, possible investment in additional equipment. Again, if we've got good visibility of a stable future. And then you've got more people employed, more consumers of locally manufactured products, and so this virtuous demand cycle goes. So that's really how we do see it. We do also talk to a link, to grow demand for manufactured product. There's also obviously the export leg. But again, depending on competitiveness, and in many instances, and this is where I'm going to be so interested to hear what Dr. Mashele says and views for SMEs particularly, and access to markets and opportunities. Because what we find in many instances is to have a local demand base is a very good position for companies to sort of get going, sort of cut their teeth, so to speak, in processes, and then kind of use that as a platform and a springboard to look to export, because exporting is tough and deep pockets are required. So those would be my opening comments.
Great. Thanks very much, Philip. We're going to come back to these issues, I think, because they all worthy of a lot more discussion. But I'm going to ask Faith if you can join the discussion now and talk to the issue of global supply chain disruptions, of which, well, there have been so many over the last 2 years. I don't think industrialists have had this much volatility, complexity, uncertainty, ambiguity, etc., to deal with than what they've had to deal with over this last period. But what does that mean for us in relation to opportunity? So, Faith, over to you.
Thanks, Justin, and good afternoon to everybody on the call. So to your question, what has local, or rather these global disruptions, what have they done or what do they mean to us? I want to maybe step back and go back to the first session that we had this morning, where all the challenges have been painted, what the impact that means to the economy, the issues around energy. I mean, I like how all the sessions were sort of a build up to say, okay, so now that we're talking about how do we look to alternative energy, then what is the next step when it comes to infrastructure? So it's been a nice build up, and without necessarily repeating what has been said, all of these challenges, yes, they're true. All of those challenges unsettled everyone. But I want to just take one step back and talk about, perhaps let me paint, and I like to also take it to a layman example. So when the first lockdown was introduced, I had the pleasure, I was actually working for a university at the time. And I mean, it happened overnight and we all had to find something. So lockdown meant your usual suppliers were disrupted. It meant that we have to look for goods and services. I mean, at the time, there were also regulations that were coming in hard and fast to say, this is how we're going to clean our workspaces. This is what we need in terms of the masks. This is now we need sanitizers. So all of that, now we have to move to remote working. What does it mean? Where do we find the laptop? So I'm painting a picture from just a perspective where what it meant for somebody who was just sitting and thinking, look, tomorrow will be another day. And then the next day we have to all operate in a different space. So local, if you ask about the disruptions, yes, they meant that we all have to shift to a different way of working. However, I believe that with that disruption then came the opportunity for us. So as the country locked down, and yes, the impact that it's had on the job losses, the impact on it that's had on the change, that also gave a small silver lining where we had to all look internally. How do we then are able to then how do we are able to then supply our own needs? So for instance, I'm going to go back again to say the simple sanitizers. Now we're so used to sanitizers, they're available everywhere. But remember a time where I think it was the University of KZN that had to go into their labs and manufacture sanitizers. That was for me, maybe the beginning of saying, look, yes, while we're still trying to figure out how everything works, there is perhaps an opportunity for us to start doing certain things internally. And also because we couldn't do it outside. So maybe this now also creates a bridge where we were going to hop onto localization. And one would also now start looking at other countries. How did they deal with it? In the first session, I think Adrian spoke about Rwanda and how they've been able to catapult and able to change their story in terms of competitiveness. It is interesting to know that Rwanda actually has a policy of made in Rwanda. So what is being advocated for is not necessarily something new. If you go to Kenya, Kenya has got a policy where they talk about buy Kenya, build Kenya. When you go to Namibia, they also have buy local, grow Namibia. And when you go, I mean, as far back as I think the 1914, you had Canada that was advocating for a buy local policy as early as 1914. In 1933, you also had the USA coming in and saying, you need to buy local. So the issue of looking internal, perhaps we can go back and look at how has it been done, and maybe the question becomes, how do we do it in this current context? Obviously paying attention to where things have gone wrong, looking at the macroeconomic stability. So there isn't, I like how Philippa spoke about, there's a way in which it should be done. And I think there's also an article, Justin, interestingly enough, that you wrote around, there is a way in which localization becomes a way where we look at what are the opportunities where we can produce competitively. Philippa is right. It does not necessarily have to be just for the local market, but then I think the bigger drive is how do we then become competitive, and also how do we then start also integrating? I mean, you have plans. I like how in the morning there was a big criticism around plans, plans that are nicely written, plans that say a lot of nice things. However, within those plans, there are always things that we can learn from. We have the SADC Vision 2050, for instance, that talks about what is the vision, right, for us to integrate with global value chain. So I know I started from disruptions, but I also wanted to make sure that we are able to link it all the way to say manufacturing, yes, it is an answer, yes, but then how do we then be able to then fill in the gaps and make sure that we are able to compete, not just internally, but also when the lockdown restrictions are lifted, we're also able to tap into the export markets. We'll also be able to tap into global value chains where there's certain inputs that we can, if it is feasible at all, and if it does make sense. And again, if we also look at the barriers of entry competition, we know the issues around, like I said, the energy, the water crisis, so many other issues that if we can clean those and make sure that we're able to have a handle on those, how do we then make sure that we can compete with the world?
Hey, thank you very much. And when we look at the issue of manufacturing as a driver of growth, and I think, Philippa and Faith, you both emphasized the importance of the development of the manufacturing sector, but the stats are quite disturbing. The picture that was painted this morning in the first session is a very concerning one around the structure of the economy. But if we drill down into manufacturing, the picture is actually much more disturbing than the general picture. It was over 22% of our economy as recently as the early 1990s. It is now less than 12% of our GDP. Our manufacturing value added on a per capita basis was higher in 1990 than it was before the advent of COVID. Our manufacturing decline may have been amplified in respect of the COVID crisis, but by 2019, on a per capita basis, we are less industrialized than we were in 1990. We employed more people in the manufacturing sector in 1969 than we employ in the manufacturing sector today, even though our population is probably 3 times the size that it was back then. So the indications are really problematic in respect of our industrial capabilities. And, and some of the seminal work in economics highlights that, when we try to look at gross fixed capital formation as well, countries are often misguided because of the inflated value of residential properties and commercial properties. It looks like the balance sheet's quite healthy from a productive asset point of view. But when we ascertain, and this is Piketty's key work in terms of looking at the developed world, if we look at the productive assets, the amount of assets sunk in the ground to be able to make things, the underlying asset base of the country to produce things is probably within about 60% of where it was at its peak. We've had a major contraction in our ability to actually produce things, which means that any form of recovery is going to be likely to be quite difficult to manage over the long term unless we build substantial capital depth in the manufacturing sector again, and of course build the skills at the same time. So Philippa, you spoke about why manufacturing very clearly. You spoke about the importance of having access to scalable markets. You spoke about the value created for the economy through indirect and direct effects. But the manufacturing sector's present position is compromised and in trouble. What do you see as the critical factors that need to be grappled with in order to revitalize growth in this key sector?
Yeah, Justin, you've painted the picture very well, and the challenge of manufacturing circle has definitely been tabled. You know, as you rightly note, as we see it, we're in the process of deindustrialization, but more importantly, prematurely so. So this issue of deindustrialization is not something uncommon to what we see on a global basis. However, in South Africa, for our level of development, our manufacturing contribution to GDP is significantly lower than what it could be. And you know, before I get to answering those questions tabled, I'd like to just you know, support your comments in the context, in that, you know, I mean, we also understand some of the reasons behind it. You know, pre-1994, a sanctioned environment, we were very internally focused and you know, protected, which on the one hand led us to be very industrialized. We had to produce everything for ourselves. On the other hand, did lead to some rather large and, you know, slightly uncompetitive industries as well. Into 1994, opening up our trade barriers and the economic theory of survival of the fittest, which didn't quite stack up to China's synonymous growth at the time, and really, you know, a huge amount of our local capacity was lost to imports. So, but your question is, I mean, that's history and context. What is it that we do, and what are our key priorities? And as the manufacturing circle, during the time of our previous chair, Andre de Ruyter, when he was at Nampak, we now know he's doing something else very, very ambitious in addressing our electricity challenges. But we put together a document, and yes, big, hairy, audacious goals. We called it the Map to a Million, which argued that provided that certain blockages and barriers could be addressed and opportunities could be enabled, and I'll get to those, there's no reason why we can't increase employment in the manufacturing sector. So at that time, when we wrote the document, manufacturing sector was providing 1.8 million formal jobs to the economy. I was very stressed to see the TIPS Real Economy bulletin for end of 2020 that indicated that we'd lost 400,000 jobs in manufacturing. Although we're seeing uptick in the economy now, and quite a lot of that is also commodities and mining. You know, we're not seeing the absorption or recreation of those jobs. I need to see the next one to see where we're sitting on that. But what we argued in our Map to a Million is that if certain areas were addressed, there's no reason why we can't create, you know, 1 million additional jobs in manufacturing over a period. I see your raised eyebrows, but we've got to have a big goal. You know, and also if one looks at the multipliers, it's one could argue it. So what needs to happen? And you know, how long is a piece of string? But we do like to prioritize. So I would say first and foremost, and that comes up with our manufacturers so many times, and it links to my opening comments, increase in demand. We need demand side pull. Look, I mean, again, if one dumbs it down, manufacturing, you've got inputs, you've got a process, and then you've got outputs, okay? And we've got demand side pull for what it is that we're producing. Those other, let's say, supply side challenges become a lot easier to solve for. If you've got shrinking demand, we've got a shrinking piece of the pie that then we're trying to cut up into more and more and more pieces to cater to all of these things we're trying to fix in this country. So growing demand for manufactured products is, in my view, first and foremost priority. If we've got that pull, then the rest is easier to follow. So and I talked about principles of growing demand in terms of, increasing exports and replacing imports, to the extent that it's feasible to do so. My view is that also we need to focus and work sort of, to use the cheesy word, collaboratively and connecting the dots for big projects. Okay, so I mean, obviously infrastructure is a biggie that's on the radar, and renewable energy. So if I were to take renewable energy, for example, or let's say electricity and in general. So electricity specifically and energy more broadly. So electricity is a supply side constraint at the moment for manufacturers. If you're running a continuous production process, you need to be able to plan, and load shedding does not enable that. And we've also got a big gap between what we need and what's currently being produced. So that's a supply side challenge. However, there are also demand side opportunities in terms of the renewable energy build program, solar PV, wind. What are we going to do with our base load gas? I mean, we've got coal-fired power stations, but we've got a just energy transition. That requires build programs. We need 8,000 kilometers of transmission lines to be able to, distribute the electricity that's going to be generated. So, it gets to that level of detail as to where are the opportunities, where are the projects, and how can we plan for them properly so that we've got an understanding of what the demand is, what it is that our local capacity can produce, in terms of what's sustainable, and what is that offtake or that demand, which can then sort of justify the investment that's required and the gross capital formation to your point in that stat. So really, I would say that is the priority.
I want to build on that, and I want to go to Faith in terms of building these set of points that you've made. Philippa, you spoke about the importance of creating demand. Now, one of the key areas of demand that we've considered in manufacturing for many years are the development of these regional value chains. And that although South Africa is the dominant player in the region, it's not the only player in the region. And of course, we've got some much healthier economic growth rates around us that potentially create demand. But the logistics challenges, the supply chain issues associated with creating these value chains, these regional value chains, is obviously complex. If you could perhaps reflect, Faith, in terms of your view on the regional opportunities and this, how do we deal with supply chain challenges that need to be resolved in order to realize those opportunities?
Thanks, Justin. So remember how I said that I liked how the sessions have been like a build-up of saying, okay, let's understand what is the economic context or political context that we're playing in. And then we build over to say, okay, what in terms of energy, what does it mean? And then when it comes to infrastructure, what does it mean? And then we keep on building. And I think my reflection is one of the biggest wins that we need to get to is making sure that our infrastructure connects us to the regional value chains. If we don't have the necessary infrastructure in terms of the transport, you're talking about logistics now. If we don't have the right connections, then we will not be able to play globally. So one step back, and let's maybe talk about again, I said one of the documents that we have. I mean, there are a lot of documents that talk about how do we make this a reality. But then one of the things I said, in a lockdown situation where we only have to look internally to ourselves, that's where then it becomes difficult to say, okay, then what do we hold first? Do we prioritize ourselves, or do we even think about playing bigger? But because we know and we've seen how there's been a shift around opening and integrating, you speak about global value chains. The question becomes, again to what Philippa said, if we understand our capabilities, what are the things that we can within our capacity that we can produce ourselves, and those things then we are able to then export and become players. Because I think a big part of the conversation is how to become competitive. Philippa spoke about the demand side. We need to build the demand so that whatever that we're producing can be bought. But then the other question is, how do we also intensify our productive capabilities, right? How do we intensify our productive capabilities so that when we play, and rightfully, as you said, Justin, we're not the only players, so that when we play in those kind of markets, we're able to compete and also be able to come out and then improve and send it back to the economy. So to your question, I think that a big part of us playing regionally would be to talk about the infrastructure. But then again, there's also, I call it the 4 Ps, where we look at whether we have policies that enable us, policies that are supportive, policies that talk about the kind of support that's required. When we go back to, I like how you also painted the picture around what we could do in the 1969s, in the 1960s. The question becomes, what was the context and the time? And if we are able to take what works in the 1960s and use some of them in 2021, great. But then we need to have deliberate policies that support that. The second P that we talk about is perhaps I call it procurement 4.0, but it's more the technology side of it. Do we even have, and again, it talks to the productive capabilities, do we have technologies that can make us more efficient or make us more competitive? When we look at the challenges or some of the barriers around making us competitive as a country, we look at our labor. We know the issues around labor. Sometimes we intensify the technology, but that means shedding human resources. Now, there's an interesting concept called cobots. So cobots is where now I think it's maybe a go-between where you have the technology supporting humans versus the technology replacing humans. So these are some of the things that we can look at when it comes to making sure that we have the right technology. But with the right technology, we also need to have the right skills. So the skills are also important to say, do we have the right skills that would allow us to become players that will be recognized to say, we will get the demand right, because whatever we're producing is acceptable and it is competitive when it comes to the markets. So that's the third P that maybe talks to the skills, the people skills, and perhaps also talking to the practices. I know there were conversations throughout the morning that talk around the procurement practices, whether we should be going out on tender. I mean, those are minor things, but I always argue that procurement, if it's done right, if we know that we are applying the right principles for the right context, then there shouldn't really be issues of whether we should be going out on tender or whether we should really be going out. I mean, if there's only one player in the market, why should we be going out on tender? That's as simple as that. So if we also understand and we're able to build approaches that support us and practices that support how we do things. And then maybe the last P, Justin, would talk to partnerships. Sometimes we try to figure out things, or maybe a lot of time is wasted when we're trying to build capabilities that ordinarily we wouldn't have. Now, if I'm on this call and I know that Philippa is from the manufacturing circle and she's stronger on certain points, Why should I spend time trying to be a Philippa when I can just go to Philippa and say, Philippa, how do we collaborate? I mean, you use collaborate as said collaboratively. How do we work together? So a large part of it also talks to the partnerships. Are we able to identify as we sift and try to prioritize what we should be working with? I think one of the quickest ways to get there is to understand the partnerships that we can leverage along the way, that we at least we'll be able to know, if I have this kind of partnership, this is where it'd be able to get me to. And I think that also taps in a bit into the public private partnerships. I mean, you talked to at large about that in the previous session. So back to maybe, well, if I were to wrap up what I spoke about the policies, to say, do we have policies that support what we're doing? Spoke about the technology that's very important to make sure that we are competitive, we're able to play with the players. I mean, we shouldn't be using technology that is no longer relevant. There could be quicker ways to get there, and perhaps one can argue the investment. Is it worth it? There's a code that I'm going to use in the end to talk about how do we talk about that, to say, is it really worth it? So we talk about the technology. I spoke about the skills, so the people skills, the processes, the right approaches, and lastly, I spoke to the partnerships. I think that's perhaps, if we were to just sum it up nicely or just put it neatly in this package, to say, perhaps as a starting point, these are some of the things that we can consider.
Great, Faith, thank you very much. And it's interesting reflecting on both of your inputs. We did some research recently, a colleague of mine, Mbongeni Ndlovu, and myself, and we looked at the opportunity for the development of regional value chains in the automotive industry. And we built a model that essentially looked at the opportunities for the consumption of new vehicles in the sub-Saharan African market. We extended it later to the whole of Africa, but we started with sub-Saharan Africa. And we came to a fascinating set of findings. So before COVID, we were selling 600,000 vehicles in our domestic market. The rest of sub-Saharan Africa, 400,000 combined. 1 million vehicles sold in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, of which 60% come from South Africa. So the rest of the market's really small and marginal. What was interesting, though, is that when we looked at the number of people who could afford to own a motor car, so you have to be an adult, and you have to have an income of a minimum of essentially $10,000 a year to afford an opening price point vehicle. We calculated that sub-Saharan Africa has 34 million adults who can afford a motor car. And you'd go, that's not a lot of people. Actually, it's 2 million more than India. India has 32 million adults who can afford a motor car. And India sells 4 million motor cars a year, not 1 million as we do in sub-Saharan Africa. So the question is, why do we only sell 1 versus 4? And the reason is because sub-Saharan Africa is a wasteland of imports. Philippa, I'm quoting you, because actually West Africa is the dumping ground for American second-hand motor cars. East Africa is the dumping ground for Japanese second-hand motor cars. And North Africa actually is a dumping ground for Saudi Arabian and other developed, and Europe, again, second-hand motor cars. The consequence is no demand for new product, and we can repeat that in other value chains and other sectors. Actually, there's very substantial demand in our regional market. And so that for me illustrates just the extent of the opportunity. But to your points, Faith, it requires policies in order to actually create the opportunities at a regional level. It requires smart technology, different ways of organizing the supply chain, different practices. It requires different skills, and it requires partnerships between nations in terms of collaborating on the creation of these opportunities. What was equally interesting from doing the work is that it highlighted this massive opportunity in sub-Saharan Africa, but it also highlighted how little opportunity there is in South Africa. So the South African Automotive Master Plan has as the objective 1.2 million vehicles of domestic demand by 2035. When we applied that same model, so looking essentially at the population in South Africa that can afford motor cars, We modeled growth based on all of the data which we used for all the other countries, which showed major growth in the demand, well, in the growth in the population that will demand vehicles and can afford them. We calculated that South Africa was essentially at mature levels, that we were now entering a replacement cycle because all of South African GDP is being driven through social welfare transfers. It's basically money being pumped into the bottom of the pyramid, but that actually we're slowly losing our middle class. And as we lose that middle class, we see the consumption of more expensive products going into decline. And I was reminded of that when I was listening to Gina's input this morning, where our indicators are showing that we're no longer running deficits, but we're no longer running deficits not because of good reasons. We're no longer running deficits because demand is slowly going to sleep because the economy is in such a poor state. And that then, to Philippa's point, becomes a real problem because we modeled 675,000 vehicles of demand by 2035, and we have a policy that says that we're going to get to 1.2 million. The two don't align. At all. So there's some major challenges in the space, but we mustn't lose sight of the opportunities, which is why I got really excited when we did the modeling for Sub-Saharan Africa and realized just how much latent demand there actually is for these products. And I'm sure if that exercise was repeated in other sectors, we may find similarly substantial opportunities. But I want to return now to, we've got another 14 minutes in our session, and I wanted to return to this issue of localization. We'll keep the best for last. We should have actually invited Anne to participate in this session because Anne Bernstein's had made some very strong statements in her op-eds, which I have sympathy for. Peter Bruce, similarly, who I hold in high regard and generally makes very astute comments on the state of the economy, has been similarly damning in relation to localization. I felt compelled to respond to that in a piece that I wrote in December because I thought they were missing the boat. There's the principle of doing something, and then there's the manner in which you do it. They're not necessarily the same thing. If you group them together, you can paint a horrible picture of state capture, of connected cadres securing the benefits of designation and of local content rules. But if we look at it in a different way, which is about building capability through the correction of market failures and building frameworks where demand can be established so that local industrialists can have the confidence to invest behind those opportunities, well, then we get a different outcome. And Faith, you've already made reference to the fact that there's lots of historical evidence of localization being used to drive very successful industrial development in economies. And I was trying to contribute to the debate by saying, the problem is you're joining these things together, and actually there's a real logic when we look at localization in its in the form of the principle that it's trying to achieve. There may be other issues at play in South Africa, but we mustn't bring the two together if we really want to have a solid understanding of the opportunities. And I use the examples of what the Foschini Group are doing and the couple of thousand jobs they've created in their supply chain by essentially signaling to their supply chain that there's now a strategic framework of engagement they're willing to work on, which allows their suppliers to invest behind opportunities as opposed to being not demotivated, but perceiving too much risk because of the seasonal changes to their purchasing patterns. So I wanted to really try and dig a bit into localization because it really is it's a focus of the government. It's come through very clearly. In our previous session, we had reference to it again. We know that this is something that our Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition is driving quite passionately. And it was raised in Minister Creasy's video clip as well. So I wanted to get your view, and Faith, I'm going to start with you. What is your view on localization? And I think, there's the warning from Eskom, which we have to, and the point that was made there was around, well, localization potentially makes things more expensive and it also slows processes down. So Faith, I'd love to hear your view on localization policy. Can it work?
that question, I think the answer is yes. And the yes is in context. So it's not a broad, and again, I think like the article that you wrote, we need to ease into understanding what is localization and how is it done. So usually localization is that most people paint it as a picture of, look, we're no longer importing, we're closing ship from now on, it's just by South Africa. And I don't necessarily think that's how it should be done. So to your question, can it work? I think yes. However, we need to understand again, what are our strengths. We cannot just shut down and say, okay, tomorrow we're going to set up a special economic zone where we now, because we've closed off all imports, this is what we're going to start building as a country. And I'm saying that's not how we do it. Localization says we survey, we understand, one, the context, we understand our capabilities, we understand, again, I like how you also painted that picture around when you're doing the modeling to say, do we have whatever that we're producing, what does it mean in terms of when it's ultimately here, what does it mean, and what would be the output? So localization is really building that broad framework where we understand what can work, what doesn't work, what is it for this context. I mean, Philippa at some point spoke about manufacturing as a simple process of saying input, then in the middle, and then there's the output. Now, it could be that somewhere in the inputs, I mean, I don't know if I should be going into this. We had an issue around the machinery, around, I think it was the licenses, where we were waiting for, the machine was broken, and then there were parts that had to be imported, or we were waiting for a supplier, blah, 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 you know, those kind of issues, right? But then localization says, we understand this is what we need. We understand that we have the capacity to build it. We understand that by building this internally, or if we buy this locally, it means that we're going to shorten the time in which we're going to get the response. We understand that by getting this locally, it means that we're going to boost this economy, or the domestic economy in the sense, by going local, it means that we're giving small businesses an opportunity to develop. Philippa mentioned that as a launch pad at some point. That's precisely the point. Localization is about building a platform where we can launch these domestic companies, make sure that we can boost the domestic economy. But then in the same sense, localization also means that when we've done all of this, or while we're doing all of this, we understand what is the capability that we can build to make sure that whatever that we're building can be sold to other markets. So there's another, I spoke about a document, the vision, the SADC Vision 2050. It also talks to, there's a segment there where it talks to industrialization and marketing. So there's also elements of when we're doing localization where we need to pay attention to say that, what does it mean when it's all done? So to your question, Justin, I think yes, it can be an answer. However, we should understand what problem are we answering, and how do we answer that problem correctly.
Okay, thank you very much. Philippa, your response?
I love this question. There are so many localization naysayers. So I was very pleased to see your article, Justin, and I'm also working on one. So we'll watch that space. Localization, if implemented correctly and the correct opportunities are identified, really is an important opportunity for local manufacturing. I'll cite some specific examples to back that up. During COVID, the Business for South Africa initiative, which I would really describe as a coalition of the willing, many people, parties, seconded services to sort of figure out what it is that we need to do and address to prepare ourselves for, you know, this virus onslaught. So I worked in the local manufacturing partnership where we set up a collaborative team to increase the local manufacture of medical equipment and PPE. face visors, sanitizers, you know, and medical wear. I also set up and chair the National Ventilator Project, where you know, because we couldn't import these products, and also those mechanical invasive ventilators were not fit for purpose for people with COVID. So what did we do? We identified the best engineering team that engineered and put together the square kilometer array. We got the best doctors from the Charlotte Buteke, who were really, you know, the clients developing the spec. We got funding from the Solidarity Fund, and we, in 6 months, designed, manufactured, and produced 20,000, you know, non-invasive ventilator CPAP type devices. So that's an example of the kind of things that we can do. Where, however, there is still so much work that has to happen, and I table this because it's something that we all need to sort of play our part in whatever way we can, is the procurement side. Because you know, and I am mindful that in some instances we're talking about commodities. So yes, local companies ramped up production of the N95 or FFP2 masks, as we call them. But if public and private health departments are not procuring them, then they're going to sit and they're not going to move. So there are many, you know, and well, I won't go into the reasons behind that, but, you know, unless we've got, and it's also about what is the sustainable demand. So there's not always an easy answer, but it's sort of understanding those value chains. Another very positive example, because of the global supply chain disruptions, one of our new member companies that manufactures personal protective equipment in the construction industry, so safety harnesses, etc. Some of the components were being imported and not happy, companies not happy with the product, and also to Faith's point, you know, importing, there's less access to the source in terms of quality assurance, longer lead times, longer cash flow cycles. So they were looking to localize the manufacture of this specific component that goes into harnesses, because they're also exporting into markets in Africa. So we then connected them with parties in your world, Justin, and the you know, different tiered suppliers in automotive, with the thinking that, you know, those are the companies that would have the expertise and the you know, the service levels and certification requirements. So those are the kind of things that we need to be looking at in a practical, proactive way, and working collaboratively, because, you know, governments, you know, there is a support for localization. I'm not sure if you saw that list of sort of 42 products or categories that were tabled, and there's this target to increase or reduce imports, not including crude oil, I think by 20% by a certain period. So that's a broad target, but we've got to drill it down. Engineered products, how do those sit? How do they connect? How are they grouped? Where are the opportunities? It's that level of detail and work that you know, we need to do. We have a country full of fantastic brains, and we just need to, and also competencies, we need to apply them in the right focus, so that we, you know, we are effective with the limited resources that we do have, that we can really, you know, impact. And in closing, my closing remarks, you know, I was in a debate with Peter Bruce, actually a proudly South African session, because he's, you know, he's definitely a very vocal naysayer, which is fine. He can have his views, but I do prefer to try to look at, you know, positive opportunities, because I think we're very good at saying what's wrong in this country, but let's figure out where are pockets of excellence and grow those.
Look, I'm pleased you're saying this. I mean, we did the retail clothing, textile, footwear, leather master plan a few years ago, not the one that's being implemented. I just want to highlight that. We did the original work under Minister Davies, and then when Minister Patel took over, he took a slightly different angle on the work we'd completed to that stage. But the thing that struck me the most is when we mapped the purchases of the 7 biggest retailers in the country, we worked out that they employed 90,000 South Africans in their supply chain. So this is outside of the 120,000 people they employ within their retail and logistics distribution organizations, but they employ 90,000 South Africans. We also calculated that they employ 165,000 people outside South Africa. So if you take the basket of merchandise that they procure and the levels of local content by different commodity baskets, and we were able to calculate what the employment consequences were. Now, obviously, one's not pushing, and this is where localization becomes difficult, right? Because it's not about saying there's 165,000 job opportunities there. There aren't. But there are probably 80,000 job opportunities there that could be realized. And where there's often, if there was collaboration, and this is where our competition law becomes a bit constraining in the South African environment. I sometimes wonder why we copy the Europeans so progressively, in inverted commas, when their problems are not our problems. We need a little bit more collaboration. We need a little bit more visibility on where the opportunities are in order to signal for the right investments to take place to sort of unblock some of the challenges in the supply chain. But that once again emphasizes the real big challenge. One of the contentious issues, though, for me around localization is that the government treats localization as a one-size-fits-all. And this is why I'm a bit sympathetic towards some of the criticisms. And I would argue that the key is then linking the opportunities to the private sector more specifically. This must be a private sector-driven initiative where the public sector supports localization and incentivizes localization. And this is a comment, I think Thomas, one of our participants, said that this is something that actually needs to be understood, that there are major opportunities, but it needs to be driven by engagements with the private sector. And I would agree. In that master plan process, it was the discovery of working with the retailers and getting their purchasing information that one could work out where there were an abundance of localization opportunities. The danger is when the government treats everything as if it was one size and one technology basket. So the opportunities in the automotive industry are, for example, completely different because it's a multinationally driven industry with lead source global contracts under GDC frameworks, which leads to the opening up and closing off of a range of opportunities that would exist in for example, clothing. The two panelists that I have, we've got 3 more minutes, and I know you're both passionate about manufacturing. So my last question that I want to raise for you is, you president for the day. You can make a decision that is binding and has to be implemented by our cabinet. What would you do as your one big decision to trigger the resuscitation? Because actually, I don't disagree with you, Philip. I actually think we need more than 1 million jobs created in South Africa, and I think manufacturing is the driver for that. So share with us. You got the power. What would your key intervention be?
Faith going first. I'm busy. I'm just formulating.
Faith, do you want to go first?
My parley, my.
Go ahead, Philippa. You were smiling so much. I guess you can't wait to be president for the day. Go ahead.
Thank you, Faith. Look, Justin. Look, I'm a manufacturing activist and advocate. So I think there's probably not too much surprise as to where my position would be, and make manufacture everything to be aligned with manufacturing, making South Africa. No. We want to make. Sorry, I don't want to quote a phrase from a previous and very unpopular president, but make South Africa. And that's on the basis of some very successful, let's say, strategy and alignment. For example, with India, if we've got that as a focus, and everything can sort of align with that, then allows us to deal with poverty, employment, etc. So make South Africa. That would be my my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Philippa. Faith?
If I were president for the day, I would make sure that we have deliberate policies that talk to inclusiveness and sustainability. So where there is red tape, where we've again talking about that matching of opportunities, making sure that we're looking at the right things. I would think if I were president for the day, I would expedite a lot of policies or frameworks rather that are able to unlock economic opportunities. That's what I would do. I know it sounds like a big, heavy goal, but I think a lot of red tape actually sits in policies. We're not able to move quicker because there's certain things that bind us. So I honestly believe that the first thing that we need to do is to have deliberate policies. And again, when I talk deliberate policies, I'm talking about not having a one-size-fits-all approach, understanding that in certain circumstances we'll have to act deliberately, in certain circumstances we'll have to be unpopular. And I wanted to end this with a quote from President Paul Kagame, who said, "Every new idea and initiative meets with resistance, and we have to find the courage to take risks. Even if we fail, if the goal is worthwhile, that's something that we have to do." So if I were president for the day, I will take probably unpopular decisions, but those that I know that the goal is to make us achieve what we need to achieve. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to answer my own question, which is very unfair because I had time to think about it, obviously, for posing the question. But it leads in with my question that I asked Dr. Ramakgopa. I would bring in section 12R or just make a flat 10% for manufacturing. It's very easy to define manufacturing. I'd make the whole country an IDZ for manufacturing. It's the one thing that's completely tradable, which means that we could escape the confines of our domestic market because of the tradability of the product. So it would actually provide the engine that we need for economic growth. So much of what we depend on for growth is non-tradable. This is obviously a key catalyst for growth. I think the government just did that one thing. It would encourage capital to flow outside of commercial and financial instruments, which are very, very easy ways of securing revenue, and it would bolster the manufacturing sector very substantially. So I want to thank the two panelists for a riveting discussion. I really enjoyed the session. I think that we covered a lot of ground, but these are obviously critical issues that are central to rebuilding the industrial base that will hopefully drive the future of the South African economy. So we've gone a little bit over time, but I think that's because of the rich discussion. So a great thank you to Philippa and to Faith for their participation. It's now 1:53. Could we start the next session at 1 p.m. please? I know we're running a little bit behind schedule. The new panelists that are joining us, if you don't mind, we will start in 7 minutes time. Everybody can go and stretch their legs, grab a coffee, and we will start at 2 p.m. See you shortly. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Justin.
Thanks, Justin. Please get that through. I like your suggestion.
I'm trying. Cheers, Philippa.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi there, can you hear me? Hello, yes, Paul speaking here. Lovely. It's Nick here. I'm ready when you are.
Are we starting in 1 minute?
Fantastic. Thanks, Justin.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 2 o'clock, and we are about to start our final session. I'd like to say we kept the best for last. This is obviously an important session. We've covered a lot of ground over the course of today, and I found the discussion that we had in the previous session on manufacturing and industrialization riveting, but we shouldn't forget that there are other critical parts of the South African economy that are as important in relation to the development of its productive capability. So we've got a fantastic lineup of panelists for our final session. We've got a set of expertise that straddles agriculture, minerals, tourism, and then more broadly strategy. And I'm going to briefly introduce our 4 panelists for the session, and then I'm going to outline how we're going to approach the last hour of our time together. So first of all, it's my real privilege to introduce Professor Nick Binedell. I've been at GIBS now for a couple of years, and I've had the privilege of listening to Nick on a couple of occasions, and his insights are always incredibly perceptive, and you always learn from his input. So Nick, who's the founding director and was the Sasol Chief of Strategic Management at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, and who has a vast array of experience internationally in a range of strategy areas. We really are privileged to have you involved in the session. We then also have Mark Langenhoven, who's currently the Chief Economist at the Minerals Council of South Africa. Henk has a long career as well. He's worked as a Chief Economist and CEO in the construction sector, and has been responsible for the last few years tracking the mining sector performance, and also undertaking research into and undertaking advocacy around the development of the sector. So a fantastic resource to share expertise on the mining sector. We then have Paul Makube, who's a senior agricultural economist at First National Bank, where he leads agriculture market information and research. Paul also has over 15 years of experience, an advanced set of academic qualifications, and I think is in a position to really contribute to our understanding of developments in the agricultural space. And then our final panelist is Chifiwa Chivengwa, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Tourism Business Council. He's worked for over 20 years in a range of different positions within the tourism value chain. and therefore has a wealth of experience across the tourism sector. He holds an MSc in International Business Leadership and Management at the University of York, and has a suite of other qualifications as well. So Chifiwe, thank you very much for making your time available to join the panel. How we're going to be doing this final session is I'm going to ask Nick to be our first panelist sort of input provider. And the brief that was sent out to the panelists was really to talk about the broader political economy issues impacting on the industry and the sector outlook, to talk about some of the global trade dynamics, of course, locating it within COVID-19. There's the US stimulus issue that, in terms of the large amount of liquidity that's been pumped into the global economy and the associated inflation. Of course, we've got the Ukraine crisis, and really trying to understand challenges, but also opportunities. And once Nick has spoken for between 5 and 10 minutes, I'm going to ask if Paul will speak next, and Paul will speak on agriculture, and then we're going to repeat it, the same approach, with Henk speaking on minerals, and then we'll have Chifiwe speaking on tourism, and then we'll try and bring it together with some linking issues that will hopefully emerge from the 4 inputs. So Nick, without any further ado, I know we've got 4 speakers in only an hour, so I look forward to your input. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Justin. I hope the audio is working.
Perfect.
I'm sorry you can't see me, but I'm at the airport and just between flights. So thanks so much. And I'm really delighted that we're focusing at sectoral level. The 3 panelists you've got are all real experts at their sector. And of course, as many people know, in the last few years, there's been a big improvement in business engaging with government around many national issues, including COVID and so on. But the real dynamism of our economy and the state lies at sectoral level. I've been recalling the last while reading a book many years ago by Alvin Toffler, who wrote about future shock. And what he said is the future will come so quickly that individuals and institutions and nations will struggle to adapt themselves fast enough to take full advantage of it and not to become threatened. Now, a few years ago, some of us went to see the president about working on a Tumamina basis at sectoral level. This insight was brought to us by Johan van Zyl of Toyota, who sadly passed away last year from COVID. But he'd spent many years, he was the only non-Japanese person on the Toyota main board and ran Toyota Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And he'd had many years of experience of working with the Japanese, who really focused on sectoral level dynamics, not the national plan. And in South Africa, we tend very often to think about BUSA does, and various groups do, the national economy and how do we get this done or that done. But the power that we unleashed in the public-private growth initiative, which is what it was called, was to focus with some of the people on the panel on sectors. And we started with 3, and the president said, no, 3 won't do. It was agriculture, tourism, and auto. And he sent us away, and we came back with 23. And we have met with DGs, ministers, working groups over the last 2 years to put together domestic investment, not the international summit that's occurring, but domestic investment. On the proviso, it requires no investment from the government. These are merely projects that can be fueled and funded domestically, that need government engagement, either through regulatory or legislative changes, to propel South Africa back to a growth environment. And this work is ongoing. It's very frustrating at times because it seems to move very slowly. And I want to talk not about the high level politics. I mean, I think we all know that politics drives economics, and that good politics makes good economics and bad politics makes bad economics. And you only have to survey countries like ours around the world to see that in action. We have a major problem in the States. I think we all know this. Last night, I was at a talk where the Minister of Minerals and Energy spoke, and I have to say it's really disturbing given the huge potential we have still in mining to see how South Africa has missed the boat. Yesterday, the paper talked about 2 billion rands worth of fruit exports that can't be got through Transnet because of port challenges and problems. This is not acceptable to the people of South Africa. When we think of the most hopeless and helpless people who are without jobs or regular income, these blockages are a cause ultimately of that problem, or at least a cause of not resolving this problem. And so I'm very pleased that this conference is focusing at sectoral level, especially the three industries you're going to hear from. So what seems to be the problem? I think the climate is there and has changed significantly. The relationships and the goodwill is there from the hostile days of the Zuma administration. The Ramaphosa administration says and often is open to business, but it's where we engage with government at the departmental level or at the ministerial level. And I'll just give you some insights into this. And so my message to the delegates listening is that you've got to really understand your industry ecosystem and its dependencies. And many of them are blockages, and you have to unblock them if you possibly can, or find a way around them if you possibly can. If you just take agricultural exports, I mean, South Africa is a world-class player. We're blessed with some good rainfall areas, tremendous expertise in commercial farming, and we're in the wrong season. So we can precisely supply the North when it's out of season, and so on in all our industries. But for us as executives, we've got to focus on understanding the ecosystem of our particular industry and what blocks it and what can be done to open it up in partnership with government and society. And that's why tourism, to whom I spoke recently, is a huge potential industry for South Africa. And the recovery from COVID is being held back too much, although the gates, of course, are opening. Let me explain just very quickly to wrap up some of the things that we see. We've got rules who've lost their purpose. So bureaucrats and parliaments make rules with an intention, but we don't have an impact measurement system where we say, is this rule still the right rule? The legislative reform to get through parliament, as we see with the bandwidth, takes forever. We've been talking about digital transformation for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and only now we're beginning to see progress. We can't afford this slow response. I urge all industry bodies to put more money, more talent, more resources into lobbying, engaging with government, and to build the pressure on government and make clear to the public, as many sectors do, that there's a major bureaucratic problem with the performance of the state at local, provincial, and national level. Government often works in silos. So we'll meet with one minister, but actually the issue crosses several. Take energy. It's got public enterprises and energy and mining and treasury, and they will have to work together to harmonize on policy on one sector, a vital sector, energy. They really struggle to do this. We'll meet with one DG, to the next meeting will come another senior government official, and we have to start again. So that's a silo is a problem. The rules are a problem. The silos are a problem. I'm not quite sure, and I don't mean to be overcritical, that there's the appropriate level of urgency. That slow rule making means loss of jobs and income. Simply, it's an absolute dot to connect. That slow rule making leads to loss of jobs. And it's very easy to look at an economy and see what it is. It's harder to see what could be. And when we look at Asian countries and how they use rule making to get things done quickly, then you get amazing results. Johan explained to us how the Japanese went about the Olympics in Japan. He said the government called them in, they decided which sector had to do what, and that was it. The plan was developed very quickly. The pressure was on the sectors to come back with a plan. And that's really what we did in the PPGI. And it's all waiting. It's almost R1 trillion worth of investment, 1,000 billion rand on paper, ready to be invested. The next issue for me about government is competence, that often you have paper pushers and not highly skilled bureaucrats. We need the bureaucrats, but they must be highly skilled and technically skilled in the industry in which they're working. They must have experts. I've sat in ministries listening to senior officials who know as much about the sector as I do, and I'm not an expert on any one sector. Of course, the other problems are that our economy is aging faster than we realize because we're not making the domestic investment into maintenance. That's not only true in Eskom and Transnet, it's true of many of our industries. And so within our sectors, this is now our business. We need to make sure we're investing in the maintenance and development of technology. Digitalization is only going to accelerate. We need to make sure all our sectors become digital. And of course, all South Africans become digital. So those are just some thoughts I would want to share for you to contemplate. And I'm sure the three panelists will have sharper points about their sector. You know, looking at an economy, you have to break it down like sport. You can call the economy sport, but the games that each sector plays are different. So soccer is different than rugby, which is different than field hockey, which is different than tennis. Each sector has its own structure, its own dynamics, and its own ecosystem. And it really is worthwhile for us as executives to study the dynamics of the sector. Last night, I was talking to senior banking directors about the strength of our financial services sector. And this banking director was saying he believes we are easily as good as Australia. We need to lift mining and agriculture and tourism and manufacturing and general services up to that level. We will create significant growth and as a consequence, real jobs for real South Africans. Those are my thoughts to start the conversation. Thank you so much.
Nick, thank you very much for those insights. I know that you're severely time constrained and have really only been able to make a short amount of time available as you move between different events, but we really do appreciate your insights. And I think you've left a very clear frame in place for us to now engage on the sectoral focus areas. So without any further ado, and I'll come back to some of the points, Nick, that you've raised once we've had the input from our other three panelists. But Paul, if I could ask you to please share your insights from an agricultural perspective.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. I think we sit at an opportune time for the sector, given the current developments on the world market. If you look at the past 2 years, in terms of performance from the agriculture sector, it has been a stellar performance from the sector, despite what has happened around the global economy and the domestic economy as well. So you asked the question, what is driving the economic recovery and job creation? I think what is important is improving the efficiency and fiscal and regulatory infrastructure. So one is looking at infrastructure that is critical for driving the sector and ensuring that the sector actually recovers and actually grow further than what it is at the moment. We are 2.5% of the economy, roughly, historically as well. But in terms of upstream and downstream, impact on the broader economy, the sector has a huge role to play, and that is reflected in the recent figures around GDP. And I think the importance around food security and the current noise about possible food inflation even raises the agricultural sector's profile even more. Now, what do we have in order to do that? Just going straight to the point. Dealing with these dysfunctional municipalities, infrastructure there, the agriculture happens, that's where agriculture happens. It's in the hinterland. And infrastructure at that level is actually at critical low. There's a lack of investment, there's lack of upkeep, and some of the agribusinesses have to actually try to maintain things for themselves, which increases costs and actually creates a lot of uncertainty. And in some instances, it may result in some of the operations being shifted to other areas where you can easily access the resources that will enable you to actually produce. and that becomes unfortunate because that particular area suddenly loses one of the key contributor to employment and also to the local economy. So fixing the municipalities and bringing in the necessary skills into the municipalities is very, very critical. And this can be done through private partnership and ensuring that the private sector is not excluded from trying to help and fix some of these things to get the economy going. The road infrastructure. At some stage, it was certain provinces that were known to have critical poor infrastructure in terms of roads. But if you drive across the country, everywhere, every municipality, road infrastructure is in a bad state, and that it increases costs for businesses. We have moved from rail to road, and the impact has been huge. And if that is not attended to, we are likely to see a situation where this growth that we could have is actually curtailed. The other, I talked briefly about roads, but the other, infrastructure is rail. It is critical that we get back on rail to ensure that we move speedily our commodities that are destined for the export market to our ports, and actually also improve the ports infrastructure to ensure that services are efficient, they are smooth, and ensuring that produce can actually reach their destination on a timeless basis. Remember, fresh produce, particularly, is time dependent. There is perishability there, and that the deterioration means rancid sense for the farms. And in an uncertain environment with regard to logistics, dependent on the global situation, you do not want to see a situation where you miss the boat. You need that infrastructure to be jacked up. The other issue is to unlock the export market, and this is tied to where are the growth areas in the agricultural sector that actually, for example, can increase your employment numbers. And I mean, the research that is done through the agriculture and agro-processing master plans shows that actually between fruits and the livestock sector, employment is over 30% for both, and with the fruit sector being an export-led industry with over 60% of our produce destined for the export market, that becomes critical for the country to ensure that every avenue is explored to ensure that we unlock opportunities for us on the export market. and recent developments around the Russia-Ukraine war, actually amplifies this. That the world has become uncertain. You have to diversify your markets, and you must also be agile to be able to take opportunities that might arise. This typical situation provides threats and also opportunities for exporters. At the moment, we still can export to Russia. The only impediment now is whether you are likely to be paid, or whether there can be mechanisms in which you can be paid for your product. But those who are pulling out of that market provides you with an opportunity to increase your market share in that market. But also a threat if you are supposed to actually divert your product to either to the domestic market or also to other markets where others will also be diverting that, where it creates an oversupply situation and creates a lot of logistical nightmare from a planning perspective. And therefore, it is therefore critical. And it actually, we should raise the bar in terms of how we negotiate, do our trade negotiations to ensure that it doesn't take that long. I mean, in the industry circles, they talk about 5 years for unlocking one fruit commodity. That is quite long. The world has changed. We have digitized. We should actually expedite this, and the current war situation that has created urgency about getting agro inputs as well provides us with an opportunity to actually expedite the issue of trade. And I think most importantly, the agricultural and agro-processing master plans that have been negotiated over time, it is high time that the implementation takes place, because there are concrete interventions that are there, that are being put out there to be done. And I think it shouldn't be just a long-term plan. It must just be a working document in terms of ensuring that there is immediate implementation, so that we can see things happening. We have done this we are going to do this in the next 6 months. We have done this, we tick it, and then we get things going. So briefly, that is there. And I think you asked the question about the implication of the war. Obviously, the wheat situation in the country, we are net importer of wheat. Historically, we used to produce wheat sufficiency for the country, but due to the deregulation, other commodities benefited from the regulations, but wheat was unfortunate in that the dynamics in the market ensured that wheat was on the back foot. But through the years, there's been efforts to actually revive the sector, to ensure that yields are improved, and farmers can get the necessary protection. But at the moment, we have increased our share of the local consumption. We are now at about 69% of local consumption. Then imports covering the rest. But there's more that it needs to be done to ensure that the areas that used to be producing this commodity are back on track, given the fact that on the world stage, we're seeing that the West is actually going to divest itself from the Russian market. It's going to be a long-term thing. It's not going to be a short-term. The marriage is over, and we have to take opportunities that are presenting themselves to the agricultural industry. Yes.
Thanks very much. I think you've painted a really nice picture for us, both on the export side as well as in relation to some of the challenges in the domestic side. I want to hand over now to Henk on the mineral side, and then to Chafiwa on the tourism side. Then I'll come back to try and catch up on a couple of the other sort of linking issues. But Henk, can I hand over to you? We've got a really good set of insights from Paul in relation to agriculture, but if you could do a similar exercise in laying the land, providing us with the law of the land in relation to minerals.
Thank you, Justin. I'm very glad Paul spoke before me, so I don't have to say much about transport and logistics. Suffice to say that last year we spent in the order of 100 billion on transport and logistics in mining, which is 3 times as much as we spent on electricity, just to give you a sense of the magnitude. And we are fighting with the agricultural sector. They even have a bigger problem. I mean, we need to catch the commodity cycle. They need to get their fruit out. I mean, it will rot. I mean, our stuff don't rot, fortunately, but they have a similar big problem, and it's all about our harbors and our transport and our border posts, etc. But I want to come back to what Nick has been saying and perhaps summarize it. I don't know whether anybody on the call knows about Professor C.W. de Kiewit, who was the head of history at Cornell University, South African, in the 30s of the previous century. And he summarized very well what Nick is saying His famous statement was, South Africa progresses politically by disaster and economically by windfall. Now, mining is that windfall. And to summarize what has happened over the last year or two, mining has been really benefiting from the commodity improvement. I think I must just highlight three important dynamics. And if you read the history of mining, the success of mining was always related to the commodity prices and to the costs, the domestic costs, and the institutions around it. I mean, if you think about old Paul Kruger, when they discovered gold, the Transvaal treasury was empty, and mining actually provided the income for it. But and we all know the wars that took place, etc., all about the struggles and the disagreements around the institutional situation. I want to call today what we are talking about, and Paul has been talking about it, and so has Nick, is institutional decay. At all levels, at local level, and we are exactly like agriculture. We are operating in the deep rural areas where there's no services, where people don't have water, where we struggle with the roads. We have the same issue around rail. These heavy loads must actually be on rail. I mean, it's just between 400 and 600 rand a ton more expensive to put our product on road. So just to give you a snapshot of what happened last year, we actually dug ourselves out of the hole and grew by about 12% according to the Stats SA, where we declined in 2020 by about the same number, so 12%. At one stage, just after the lockdown, mining lost about half of its production and then recovered again. And while I'm talking about production, I think it's very important to understand what the commodity price improvements have done to us. The 12% I'm mentioning is real terms, but I mean, our prices increased by something like 20% in 2021. So you must add, so we value-wise, mining was about 40% bigger last year. We, for the first time, production, in other words, value and quantity, went over R1 trillion, which is unique. It's the first time. I remember when the Minister of Finance said his budget is over R1 trillion, he was chuckling about it, but that is what happened in mining. We are employing more people now than we did before. But let me come back to I spoke about prices. The other issue, of course, is domestic cost. And what very few people realize is that 45% of mining's non-labor cost, in other words, the intermediary cost, is linked to government, either its services, its products, or its prices that it controls. And now we are talking about Eskom and Transnet and fuel prices, etc., and the cost of roads not being maintained, etc. And our prices have been rising last year by nearly 13% on average. As again, just think about the CPI and the PPI. I mean, it was half of that. So the cost pressures underneath mining is rising. It's literally like a staircase, which is very concerning, because we need to be able to keep that as low as possible, because we sometimes get a 40% improvement in prices, but we also get the declines in 40%. During the global financial crisis, several of the commodities dropped by more than 20% in prices. We actually said to Eskom the other day, they were talking about how well we're doing in terms of the commodity prices, and we said, but will you go down with us as well when we lose 40% of the price? Of course, the answer is no. And the third issue is the institutional decay that I mentioned. It manifests on many levels. It's policy uncertainty, and we all know about the mining charter and the court case that happened. All that was decided by the court was that we don't have to top up every time and dilute the investors in mining's share, because when economic empowerment partners sell off. That's really the only thing that was decided. So the mining sector started the whole idea around changing mining and its ownership, etc., way back. And we have not diverted from that. So if you hear anybody saying, but mining is against transformation, that is actually the furthest from the truth. What happened, and this is now linking to what your previous session and Philippa, is the localization targets that were set for us, which was 60% of procurement was supposed to be bought from Black owned companies as well as domestically. That the court threw out in total, which is completely unrealistic. People are always mentioning the motor industry. The motor industry has been at it for 3 or 4 decades. They only at 20 or 30%. And all virtually, if you look at the reviews of policy since 1990, virtually all incentives by DTIC went to the motor. The vast majority of it went to the motor industry to incentivize, and they couldn't reach it, and they will probably never reach it. So that part, and I made a little remark in the chat line while they were talking in your previous session, and I said it has to be economically efficient, and it's critically important to understand the size of the South African market. And I did a lot of work in my studies and for the Clue report, and I don't know whether anybody remember that, but the Clue report was published in the early 80s, and it really looked at South Africa as an import substitution in this economy, which led to huge increases in prices, because when you make clothes and shoes, it's fine. Your market is fairly large. But when you go to carburetors and engines and big machinery, in other words, you just don't have the market. And this is, by the way, the problem with Transnet. They were sort of leaned upon to have the parts manufactured in South Africa, but they're dependent on the OEMs to do that. And the OEM said, well, your market is just too small. We can't put up a factory in South Africa. And it's vital that we remember those lessons, because eventually the economy ran up against costs and increasing domestic costs. Let me leave it at that. And the moment the protection fell away, those companies actually failed. And by the way, manufacturing is 3 or 4 or 5 times bigger than it was 2 or 3 decades ago. Its share of the economy is smaller. It looks completely different, of course. By the way, agro-processing, Paul's sector, is the fastest growing manufacturing sector in South Africa, which is vital. If you think about them as a leader and a success, it is vital that they be supplied with enough electricity, firstly, and that the transport and logistics systems are better, so that we can get more out of it. He mentioned numbers around the employment opportunities. May I just talk for a moment about where we think it's going? If commodity prices hold up, it actually went exactly the opposite way, in other words, up and not down, as the World Bank, for example, thought, because their thesis was that during the crisis, world economic growth will decline, and therefore demand for commodities and therefore prices. Exactly the opposite happened. Not so much demand kept up, but the uncertainty about the supply of these commodities created panic to a degree, which caused a windfall for us. So prices were actually on the up, because people weren't certain that they would be able to get these products from wherever they were sourcing it. And if I can link the Ukraine situation and Russia to it, we produce a lot of palladium. Russia produces about 30% of the world's palladium. And if people are not allowed to buy from them, or there's sanctions against them, of course, palladium is anyway 3 or 4 times higher than platinum, for example. So that is, in other words, a windfall again for us of the situation. But of course, we import oil. And depending on what happens with the exchange rate, and that's the only way I really want to link us to the American situation, and the fact that they're raising interest rates and that it may have an influence on our rand. My simple explanation for the reason for the rand staying where it is that we are selling. I mean, we sold $55 billion of commodities last year, and we needed to buy rand, I mean, to repatriate it. So there's a huge demand coming from the mining sector for rand, and that to a degree has been propping up the exchange rate. I think what we should not forget in all of this, and Paul mentioned it, and I think the manufacturing side of the debate is quite important as well. South Africa's GDP is made up 60% of imports and exports. So we are actually managing the external sector of our economy. And if we harm that, and if we don't have, and we all know our debt situation, if we don't have that source of income outside of the domestic economy not growing, and remember the Reserve Bank and the Minister of Finance said, we can't really grow faster than 2%, which is way below what we should. So the international market is absolutely vital, and nothing that we do should actually damage our ability to tap into the international markets, whether it's in commodities. And I mean, the strange situation now with coal in South Africa, the coal price has from January last year, from $80 a ton, has jumped now to, it could be $300 a ton now. So every ton that we can't export to Richards Bay because it's dysfunctional is costing $300. And it just gives you an idea of how important it is that our transport and logistics gets fixed. I just want to mention one other thing, well, two other things. So one is that our production is not actually going that well. I mean, if you compare December numbers with the pre-COVID period, we were actually lower. So all these impediments and constraints are having an impact on mining production. On the other hand, I said right at the beginning, our turnover is probably 40% higher than it was or was in 21. Commodity prices, I just had a check now. If you take 12 months to March, in dollar terms, our commodities, and I put together gold, platinum, coal, and iron ore, which makes up about 80% of our exports, is 60% higher than 12 months earlier. And because the rand is more or less the same, it's more or less the same number for us. So the windfall that I mentioned initially, that's the size of that windfall. And not surprisingly, the market cap for resources companies has jumped from about 3.5 trillion rand in 2020-21. It fluctuated a bit, but roughly around that on average, to over 7 trillion in February. So it gives you an idea of the perception of our sector and the perception of the potential, and if, of course, all the ifs always, if you talk about the future, commodity prices holding up, cost contained, and logistics and the institutional situation, and it will be piece by piece. I mean, there's not going to be a revolution in fixing everything simultaneously. It will have to be piece by piece. Then, if every one of these obstacles, if we can sort them out slowly, the potential is there. We are completely underexplored, the country, because licenses aren't awarded, and we haven't done green fields exploration for quite a long time. So yeah, lots of potential, but we have to make it work.
So many of the constraints similar to agriculture, but at the same time, some important distinctions. In the agricultural side, we've actually increased the aggregates of production. What you're saying in terms of mining is that we may have improved on the income statement side, but the balance sheet hasn't really changed in terms of the productive capacity in the mining space. That actually we've had a windfall, and that windfall, long may it last, but there are cycles to this. And because we haven't increased our volumes of aggregates, or we don't have an investment pipeline in this mining space, this is just a windfall. There may be a period where we suffer the consequences of declining prices without any mitigation steps in place. We haven't; those are not yet in place. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, if you think about the 4 gigs of projects that we think are in the pipeline for alternative energy, for our own energy. That investment should not have been there. It should have been in expansion. Although we were trying to buy electricity at a more certain rate and at a slightly controlled price, lower than the 9 and 10 and 20% that we are feared can happen. But it's exactly what Paul said. The farmers have to do things to actually keep themselves just afloat and able to transport their products.
Excellent. Thank you very much for those insights. I'm going to hand over now to Chifiwa. Wow, we've had quite a sobering set of inputs. And Chifiwa, I'm assuming from tourism, the picture isn't going to be a whole lot better, given the COVID-19 consequences for this critical part of our economy. So over to you.
Thank you very much for having me. the tourism industry, it's quite different, to the other industries, but, we do share some of the sort of similar type of challenges in terms of, how do we make sure that we move forward and how do we make sure that we impact the economy more than what we're doing now. And if you look at tourism in 2019, this is the pre-pandemic, we contributed around 3.7%, direct contribution to the GDP, which is around 209.2 billion rand. But if you look at the total expenditure, that we see within the tourism industry, it gets to about 451 billion rand that we get from both domestic and international travel. And if you look at the trade balance, it's about 36 billion rand positive in terms of the outflow of tourists that goes out of the country, those that come into the country, and of course, the domestic expenditure. So, it is an industry that's quite important. Interesting enough, we do not have to build more into what we have at the moment, although in the future we'll have to do so, because we are selling the beauty of the country, we're selling the natural assets that we have, and of course we're selling the culture, the traditions, and of course the world-class service that we have. So it's an industry that is there, and people want to come to South Africa. They want to come and experience the country, and we have seen this in the past. However, we do have challenges within the tourism industry. And we have seen the fact that, we are very much, under the pandemic. And as soon as the pandemic arrived in the country, the first thing that we talked about was the fact that, it's travel that brought, COVID-19 into the country. And we spoke about it in a way that we are a country that's insulated, from this type of things. But travel was blamed, and travel was the first industry or sector to be closed and people to be sent back home, because everyone was fearful. And if you look at how we have managed the situation from 2 years ago up to now, you would see that, there were good things that we did. And I think that the management of the COVID pandemic as a country, in terms of how we did better than many economies around the world. But the regulations that we put out, really were not consistent. And one can understand and say, well, we were still learning in terms of how we need to respond. However, going forward, and as we learn more, we realize that some of the things were just regulatory burden and things that we should have done away with. So I'm painting this picture to show that, tourism itself, it's quite important. 1 in 21 people are directly employed. This is 1 in 21 working people are directly employed in tourism in 2019. Indirectly, 1.5 million people were employed in tourism. We lost 477,000 jobs due to the pandemic. And one can imagine, that's a huge chunk of the workers within the tourism industry. And now, it's only now that we're trying to revive the industry. And if you look at those that are at work, only 37% of those that are at work are earning full salary, meaning that we still have a long way to go. However, what we have seen over the past 2 years is that as a country, we should not have the over-reliance on international, inbound tourism, because, as we can see even now, with the world shocks, we can say that, many people, start to look, to stay at home, and therefore, we are, impacted negatively. So the whole issue of international inbound really took a backseat for the past 2 years. We relied on domestic travel. And one of the things that really helped us is the fact that, and this is, when I say helped us, the whole issue around the red listing of South Africa and people not being able to travel out, those that wanted to go and spend money out of the country ended up spending money within the country. And we see this in the numbers, throughout last year that, domestic travel has really picked up and people are going around. However, the infrastructure of tourism is large, and it cannot only survive with domestic, travel. And if you look at the fact that the economy is not doing so well, many people are out of work, due to COVID. It simply means that people, don't have enough money to be spending, on travel. Yes, when you have specials and deals and many other things, people will spend money, they will travel, but is that sustainable over a long period of time? And the answer is no. We need to have a blend, of both international and domestic travel, and also to open up other sectors of the economy like sporting, conferencing, government, consumption resuming, corporate travel resuming, to be able to sustain, our travel. So travel is quite important, contributes to the economy quite greatly. Many people work within, this sector. And again, it does contribute to employment both in urban areas as well as the rural areas, because wherever there's an attraction or an experience that people want to have, tourism will thrive in that particular area. And that's why we have this, tourism nodes, across the country. Now, we've had challenges in the past. And when Prof was talking in the beginning about the PPGI, when we start to put the master plan for tourism, we realized that, by 2030, we can really double the number of tourists that we get into this country. In 2019, we received 14.8 million, tourists that came into the country, 14.8 million. Majority of those, of course, come from the SADC region, and they come here for other reasons, outside of tourism, but we count them as tourists. But they are mostly economic, people are coming here for economic reasons, to buy what they need to buy, and then they go back home after a few days, although they do utilize some aspects of tourism value chain, including accommodation, including food and other hospitality products. But if you look at outside of the SADC region, and you discount the African continent, we get around 2.4, 2.6 million tourists coming from Europe, North America, Asia, and many other places, across the world. That is a fraction of the global outbound travel, meaning that we are barely scratching the surface. Not even 1% of the global outbound, do we attract as South Africa. And for various reasons. In the past, we put things like, if you want to come to South Africa, you need to have an abridged birth certificate, which really pushed a lot of people out, especially family travel. They chose other destinations other than coming to South Africa. Again, we don't have, a functioning or world-class e-visa system, whereby those that still require a visa to come to South Africa can be able to apply and get their visas on time. It's still a challenge. We have launched an e-visa system, but is it world-class? And we don't believe that is comparable to countries like Turkey and others that have an e-visa system that's risk-based, and you can get your visa immediately. We still have challenges, and these are ongoing. These are regulatory challenges of National Public Transport Regulator, where you can't even get a permit to operate a vehicle to carry tourists because no one is there to adjudicate. There's no board, and so forth and so on. So why am I saying this? Tourism thrives when you have a whole of government approach. When you have the departments that are critical to the delivery of tourism, they should be functional and they should be able to produce or do what they're supposed to do. And these are the likes of Home Affairs, because they are the front line when people arrive at the airport. They're the ones who issue, the visas if, people need visa. They're the ones who need to implement the e-visa system, and talk about issues of transport. People need to get permits to operate their vehicles. We also have regulation on COVID, which are, health regulation. How do we make sure that, these are conducive enough, to support, tourism? So we have this regulatory challenges, which is something that we can solve ourselves, but we don't seem to solve them fast enough to make sure that tourism is competitive. As an example, now we should be saying that we are issuing visa waivers for countries, that are in Eastern Europe, that are part of the EU, that still require, visas to come to South Africa. No, we're not doing that. We should be dealing with the situation in China. This is, our growth market, China, India. We get 95,000 people from each of those markets. Australia, from China alone, 1.3 million tourists. We are barely scratching the surface, and it's because we don't have systems in place that are robust enough to ensure that people come into the country. So that's on the regulation side that we need to solve. But we also have other issues that are impediments in our country. Issues about safety and security, important, because people want their personal safety to be protected when they travel. So we have a very, very bad image when it comes to that. And of course, domestic politics, don't help when people are, fearful, or issues around the unrest in the country, what happened last year in July, it doesn't help the image of the country. So those are some of the issues that we can also, work on to improve our situation, in the country. Of course, there's going to be issues that we cannot control. The war that's happening is going to have an impact on fuel prices. It's already having it. Means that the cost of travel, both international and here at home and on the ground, whether you're flying or you're driving, that cost will go up. It means that things are going to get a little bit bad before they get better, when it comes to the COVID situation. And also when it comes to the war situation. Now, there are opportunities. I've talked about the opportunity in China. We think that we can be able to attract 1 million tourists from China. It's a growing market. A whole lot more people are now in the middle class. They want to travel to various destinations. We need to prepare ourselves by way of having a China-ready strategy, which we were working on, pre the pandemic. India, it's an opportunity for us. Again, the problem with India and China is that we don't even have airlift. We don't even have anyone who's flying directly from China to South Africa or from India to South Africa. And that is why we have the situation that we have in terms of low numbers of arrivals into the country. And if we can double the number of arrivals in this country, we should be able to increase the number of people employed in the tourism sector, to about 2 million people. We are now sitting at around, 773,000, well, less those that have gone down. But if we go, big, and we're able to unlock those markets, able to put airlift, able to solve the visa issues, we should get more planes coming to South Africa from those markets, and we should have more people being employed in the tourism industry directly from the numbers that we have. So we think that if we can double from those countries, in essence, let's do more in China and India. Let's get into the millions. Then we will see how, a lot of young people are going to be employed, within this industry. So I spoke about the whole of government approach. There are opportunities within various markets. There are things that we need to do as government. There are regulation things that we need to solve. The 14.8 million people that traveled to South Africa in 2019, and the fact that we have suffered in 2020, 2021, and we're only rebounding now. We need to go out with a bang. We should be able to, come back stronger, but we need to do the things that we need to do right. If we don't do those things right, we're going to be going backwards.
Chifiwe, thank you very much for those insights. I mean, you're giving us a really positive picture, actually. I mean, what you're really highlighting is that this is a sector of the economy where if we fix the regulatory framework, if we do the right marketing, we're actually in an incredibly strong position because the assets are in the ground. The fact that the country is beautiful, that it has an amazing array of tourist type resources available to international tourists should allow us to grow tourism activity very rapidly post-COVID. Is that the central message?
No, absolutely. It is the central message. We have an opportunity here. Yes, we were battered and we still are battered, but we have the assets on the ground. We have the people on the ground. We have the beauty of the country. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to invest as much at the moment. We just need to take advantage and fix what we can fix, have a whole of government approach. We can create employment and we can impact this economy, very positively. As I've said, 3.7%, which is a direct impact. Indirect impact it's almost 8% or slightly over 8%. Some of the economists are putting it at 8.6%. So we can do more with the tourism industry. It's there, it's right. People want to come, let's make it possible for them to come.
Excellent. Chifiwe, thank you very much. We are very close to finishing our time. Can I ask the panel if they're happy to stay until 3:05? Because I'd like to pose one set of questions to each one of the panelists. We had each of the panelists refer to either a master plan or the charter. So we had Paul make reference to the master plan implementation and the importance of implementing the master plan, and made reference also to processing activities in that regard. We had Henk talk about the mining charter and some of the challenges there and the need to take advantage of the opportunities that are presenting themselves in the mining value chain. And we've had Chifiwe talk about the abundant set of opportunities in the tourism space, and also has spoken about simply scratching the surface with the scope of the opportunities and making reference to the tourism master plan. So in all of the sessions that we've had, I've asked the question of the panelists. I've asked, essentially, if you were president for the day, or if you were in a position of power, what would be the one thing that you would change in order to really tip the scales towards growing more aggressively in the particular focus area? So I want to ask, around the master plans, where do you see the specific opportunity that you think would have the biggest impact on realizing future potential? There's obviously lots of cross-cutting issues around energy challenges, around regulatory and policy challenges, dysfunctional government, especially at the municipal level, the need for more enabling infrastructure, whether it be physical or digital. But where are the specific, or not where, what is the one specific element that if you had the ability to make the change, you would drive? So I'm going to start with you, Chifiwe, because you are still online as the speaker. What would be the one thing that you would drive if you had the power to drive in relation to the tourism master plan? What is the one thing that is critical?
Well, the one critical thing is that we need to do away with the regulations that we've put in place ourselves that are not helping growing the industry. We need to do away with that. We need to make sure that people are able to operate. Tourism, as I've said, it's a simple, straightforward business. If people who want to come here, let's do away with regulatory burden that we have to make sure that we can continue. It's an industry that can operate even if you don't have a lot of marketing from government, but private sector has always been marketing tourism because it's fulfilled through the private sector. So if you do away with regulatory burden, you make sure that people can get the permits that they need, e-visas are there, ease of access, so make sure that as many airlines can fly into the country. Let's fix the air licensing councils, let's have the people there, let's do away with the backlog of applications that airlines have put in. We've got airlines that want to come from the US to fly to Cape Town, but there's regulatory burden that they cannot get their licenses. If we fix those things, we are able to work ourselves out of where we are, and we're able to hire more people and impact the economy positively. So regulations are a burden. If we can fix those, I'm telling you now, we can have so many tourists that are coming into South Africa. Of course, there are a few little things like safety, which is still a very important aspect. But if we fix that, we can work through, our plans and be able to bring more people into the country.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Henk, from the minerals perspective, your key priority.
Getting licenses approved. The mining charter is not a plan, a master plan in the sense of the master plans, and we don't have a master plan. We've done so much work on where mining is and what needs to be done. I did some work a while back, just thinking about what the previous speaker said about if we can get rid of all these cross-cutting issues, like you said. What we asked the members, what projects are in your cupboards that you can actually implement, that you have permission for from your board? The number was 80 billion. I think that year, total fixed investment in mining was something like 150 billion. So it gives you an idea of the cropped up potential. And with the opportunity that the commodity, and it's not really a cycle. One thing that I didn't say earlier is we are really in an industrial revolution again, moving to the greener economy and therefore greener commodities. And South Africa is at the forefront of it. I mean, we know coal will eventually decline to a large degree, but the rest of it, that's where the mining growth is, and it's all over. So, but we need to be able to explore more, I mean, there are some of the companies that said to us, well, at the previous cycle in the 80s, they stopped greenfields exploration because, or they found stuff which they left because the return wasn't as high as the others. So, and we haven't done it. We haven't done greenfields. If you look at the data, I mean, it declined to virtually nothing. But we can't, the licenses are not coming out. And the management remember, South African commodities are state-owned. So it has to be managed, and companies and the state have opportunities and commitments and obligations at certain phases, apart from understanding who has a license over a certain area. And apart from the delays in that, the administration of that really needs to be backed up. And the irony is that a South African company actually built a software system that is used all over Africa and all over the world. And because it is now part owned by a Canadian company, they couldn't tender for the project. So it is the burden that Tafiwa has been talking about of regulations. When we discussed at NEDLAC the other day, all the problems with self-generation and all the hurdles that you have to go through. Ismail Mamoniad was in the meeting because they had to make a presentation on carbon tax. His remark was, this is bureaucracy gone mad. And I think what's his name made a very good statement. I can't repeat what he said about regulation. We have, it's like getting stuck in the hyacinth on the Hartbeespoort Dam.
Thank you very much. That's a very similar story then around permits, regulation, the ability to operate. Paul, you've got the final word on this. Paul, you're on.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much. One thing that I will do, I think, is an institutional issue, and from an agriculture perspective, agriculture functions because of functioning markets, and functioning markets is your export markets, it's your local markets, and if you don't have that, you can't grow. And what links that is your logistics infrastructure, your roads, your rail, that connects all those markets are critical. So one thing that if I were to do is to hive out that particular activity and, have a dedicated line to the president to ensure that this is unpacked and implementation happens. Institutions that are very critical, such as your honest port, such as your export PCP, and are actually supported to ensure that we don't experience blockages in agriculture. I haven't talked about, by the way, diseases as well. We've just had an outbreak of foot and mouth disease. It has an immediate impact on potential exports. We haven't talked about climate change and water. And water, if we're hit by water, almost like energy that we're experiencing now, then you're dead in the water. So those are the the few things that I would say I would advocate for a dedicated approach to that, with no hindrances and so on. Give somebody that task to actually expedite the unblocking of those areas and ensuring that such infrastructure is is getting in line.
Well, thank you very much. To my four panelists, I know Nick had to leave after he provided his input. Just a very warm thank you for those insights. I must admit, I'm ending today with much better knowledge of some of the key issues that are impacting on the South African economy. I've also got a splitting headache now, and the headache doesn't come from boredom. It actually comes from overstimulation and also a level of frustration. I've heard so many fantastic insights from the panelists and so many pearls of wisdom in relation to the challenges that we're experiencing, and also very pragmatic, very considered perspectives on how much opportunity still exists if we are simply able to deal with some of the structural bottlenecks that need to be dealt with. That actually there are an abundance of opportunities in manufacturing, an abundance of opportunities in agriculture, an abundance in tourism, and an abundance in mining. And that the operating environment needs some major structural transformation in order to realize that potential, but the potential is there. And I think the reason why I have a headache is because I have written down so many notes and have generated so many new insights into this complex set of issues. Now, obviously, one doesn't want to oversimplify the challenges that we're facing, but I really like, Shafira, your comment around tourism thrives when one has a whole of government approach. I could replace tourism with every other sector that we've explored today, whether it be energy, whether it be manufacturing, whether it be mining, or whether it be agriculture. What I am taking away from today is that there is more than just a silver lining in relation to the dark clouds that we're facing as a country. There appears to be the potential for some pretty powerful sunshine as well, provided we deal with the critical issues. And I'm really pleased that we took on this focus of power, production, and people, because it's very, very clear that the future of the South African economy is around resolving our power issue. And that resolving that power issue relates to the need for us to develop a much more robust energy plan for the country that obviously drives towards a zero carbon footprint in the short term, or at least the short to medium term. It's also about dealing with the toxic political situation that we have in the country that appears to be crippling our ability to take advantage of the many opportunities that are presenting themselves in the various value chains that we've explored. But what's also critical is the focus on production. And I'm really pleased we've had this final section. I live in the world of manufacturing. I don't always lift my head up high enough to understand the opportunities in the other sectors. So I've really enjoyed this final panel discussion, because it's highlighted to me not only the abundant opportunities in the manufacturing sector, but the abundant opportunities that are clearly presenting themselves in these other sectors. And that suggests to me that for those South Africans who are committed to the future of the country and who are passionate about its potential and the opportunities to improve the lives of its citizens, is that actually there's great space for action, there's great space for agency to have a positive impact, and that's really powerful. Which brings us to the final focus of the session today, which is people. It's very clear that we have some major skills challenges, particularly in the public sector, which is why I think the discussions that we've had around public-private partnerships are so critical. It's very clear that the public sector is limited in capacity to actually grapple with the key challenges that need to be grappled with. I'm very encouraged by the words of Nick Benadel in relation to the fact that the opportunities for relationship building between the private and the public sector has now reached a new level, and that he believes has been a real shift in the momentum toward public-private partnership. What's very, very clear from the discussions that we've had over the course of today is that is absolutely critical. The private sector needs to be a change partner in this process. It's very clear this cannot be government-led. It needs to have the private sector in the central role of actually creating the value that needs to be created from all of these opportunities. So I'd like to thank the panel. I'd like to thank all of the participants. My apologies for going over slightly on the timing. I really enjoyed the panel discussions and the fantastic inputs that we've received from our various panelists. I wish everybody well, and thank you for attending today's sequence of sessions. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Justin, for hosting. Thanks to all the panelists. We've really enjoyed it. Great insights, lots of food for thought.
Thanks, you.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Amol. I hope you don't really have a splitting headache.
Actually do. Not splitting, but it's certainly there.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's all the
everybody.
intensity of having
Thank
to.
you. Cheers.
Thanks,
Cheers, everybody.
Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Suzanne, thank you for everything. Thank you, Belinda.
Cheers.
And thank you,
Thanks,
Justin.
Belinda. Thanks, Katie. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.